Smile next, nerd!
Such a cute smile, darling hero.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Made Harem with All the Female Heroes movie. Before we start, please go support LOL World 345 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Prologue. Place and time. In this story, Izuku, like in the others, did not have a quirk, which made him suffer from bullying for most of his childhood. They saw him as a strange bug, since he did not have any abilities like other children, and that made him the weird one of his generation and the others. Despite all that, he always kept the mentality of being a hero and went out every day to exercise his body for long hours of intense training that in the end ended sore and very tired. He had few friends, in fact there were only two boys who, despite making fun of him on one occasion or another as a joke, were always willing to help him when someone wanted to mess with him. And on the other hand, a girl named Katsuki and affectionately called her Kaken, a somewhat embarrassing nickname, but he had to admit that being his only friend, he came to feel something for her, but she had a somewhat different temperament and it was noticeable that she was not interested in those topics. Time passed and their relationship remained the same, and they saw each other very often since they were in the same school and in the same classroom, so their mothers, knowing each other their whole lives, told them to go to school together every day. Now both young men at 16 years old were in what would be their last year of high school to move on to high school. Principal. You know, students, this is where it all ends. Let's hope and be successful in the professions you want to take and the achievements you have planned to fulfill in your life and future. With a microphone. Bitsuki. The same old speech. Izuku. Well, it's something traditional, but you always have to give it. Bakugo. It's a waste of time. How good is the last day? Stretching. Teacher. Sit well, young lady. Bitsuki. Og. Izuku. You should take it a little more seriously, Kakane. Bitsuki. Pulls his ear. What did I tell you about calling me that? Izuku. Not to do it in public. Several students turned around surreptitiously to see the scene, but that didn't go unnoticed by the blonde-haired girl. Bitsuki. I told you not to call me that, squeezing harder. Izuku. Okay, sorry. Bitsuki. Don't let it happen again, releases it. Izuku. Hi, he always does this, but it doesn't matter, he is Kaken after all. Principal. Now we will call the students one by one to come for their graduation diploma. We will start with the outstanding students of each class. The principal announced one by one until it was Izuku's time, and he got up somewhat embarrassed. The ceremony ended after giving out all the diplomas, and the parents took pictures with their respective children. Bitsuki. Ah, how cute you two look, well except you, pointing at her daughter. Bitsuki. Shut up, old lady. Bitsuki. As you see me you will see, now both of you hug each other and show your diplomas. I'm going to take a picture. Bitsuki. I'm not crazy to do that, looking away. Bitsuki. Do it. Bitsuki. What if I don't want to? Both were about to start a fight and small explosions could be seen in Katsuki's hand, so Izuku intervened. Izuku. This is not the time to fight, look, just take the picture quickly, okay? Bitsuki. Of course, why didn't you come out like the girl? Bitsuki. Because you're my mother. Bitsuki. Daughter of a bee. Izuku. The photo. Hugs Kaken with one hand and with the other shows her diploma while smiling. Bitsuki. Smile, or rather smile. Bitsuki took the photo and you could see Izuku smiling while Katsuki had a small blush and barely showed his diploma. In the past Izuku was smaller than Katsuki and weaker, but now he could be considered a nearly grown man, only his age was missing. His muscles had increased a lot compared to the past as well as his height, and that made him quite attractive, although he didn't consider it that way. Bitsuki. And what high school do you plan to go to, Izuku? Izuku. To UA. There was a small silence between the three until Mitsuki spoke. Bitsuki. But with your condition. Izuku. I know I'm unusual, but I still want to help people, not just because I'm quirkless will I leave my dream behind, smiling. Bitsuki. Inko is very lucky and your father would be proud. Izuku. Thank you, my mother tells me the same. Bitsuki knew Izuku's dream, but she had mixed feelings. On one hand she didn't want Izuku to enter UA, since everyone has a quirk and he couldn't get hurt and she didn't want that, but on the other hand a part of her wanted him to be there since she thought that his time would be shortened and he would get a girlfriend. At first those thoughts made her angry, but each time they put her in mental conflict with herself. Bitsuki. Well, you already have the condition and physical aptitude, you just need the quirk, but even so, you will be capable of great things. Izuku. Not everyone is as lucky. Bitsuki. It would be best if you don't enter UA, everyone will overlook the fact that you are there if you pass the exam. Izuku. Well, that would be half a dream come true. Bitsuki. Don't you understand the risk you're on? Not having a quirk makes you more fragile than the others. Izuku. It may be true but. Itsuki. But nothing, just accept it, not all of us are made for the same thing. Izuku. Maybe so, lowering his head, damn it because just today, just when I'm doubting the most, but it's my dream and I plan to fulfill it, nothing will stop me. Itsuki. Girl, come with me for a soda, taking her hand. Itsuki. But I don't want to. Itsuki. Come, drags her and takes her a little far away. Itsuki. What's wrong with you? Itsuki. You're an idiot, how could you say that to the person you like? Itsuki. It's the true wait what? Itsuki. Please don't pretend I notice it from afar, only he doesn't notice it because of how innocent he still is, but that's not the way. Itsuki. You're crazy, blushing. Itsuki. Listen to me carefully girl, you may not want to accept his feelings or yours, but don't destroy his goals, he's suffered enough and you know that. Itsuki. I'm showing him the truth. Itsuki. Yes, but he's worked hard for it, it's not fair to ruin his dreams like that, you should support him, not harm him. Itsuki. Ah okay. Itsuki. And stop pretending and accept it, you like that boy, and I won't accept anyone else entering my house except him. Itsuki. We have to go back now. The two of them walked back to where Izuku was and saw that he was talking on the phone. Izuku. What, 50,000 yen? That's a lot of money and do I have to add another 10,000? Itsuki. What happened now? Izuku. How long is the time limit? 3 months is okay, I'll have to find a temporary job that pays well to be able to help. Itsuki. They've never had financial problems. Izuku. You can't push yourself too hard, I'll help you, I'll go to the house in a few minutes, we'll talk there more calmly, goodbye, hangs up the phone. Itsuki. What happened? Izuku. My mother was in an accident, but luckily she has a minor injury, but the car doesn't have insurance, so we will have to fix all the damages. Itsuki. We could help you with a little money if you like. Izuku. You guys have already supported us too much, it wouldn't be fair, I'll find a part-time job to help my mother. Itsuki. Damn, you always have problems, your life must be very difficult. Itsuki. Gives him a light elbow bump. Itsuki. Turns around and sees that she winks at him, always with your crazy ideas woman. Izuku. Well, I'll go to my house to talk to my mother, I'll see you later, walks away quickly. Itsuki. You should help him get a job. Itsuki. You always put me in your crazy ideas. Itsuki. You're crazy and I don't tell you anything. Patsuki. Shut up. Time passed and Izuku found a job as a waiter in a busy restaurant, he used his 3-month vacation to work from 10 am to 7 pm, and after work he went to train as usual. One day Kitsuki's family decided to go to the restaurant to see Izuku and help him a little. Izuku. Oh hello Mitsuki-san, Kaken and Masaru-san are welcome. Masaru. Hey dude it's good to see you, giving him a handshake and a hug. Izuku. Likewise. Mitsuki. So this is your temporary job, it's not bad at all. Izuku. It's the best I found. Kitsuki. What a ridiculous outfit. Izuku. Well I have to wear it, in theory it's formal which is why they require it, but come in. Are you coming alone or will someone else arrive later? Mitsuki. It's just us. Izuku's small uniform consisted of a white dress shirt and black pants, as well as shoes with a tie. The uniform was a little tight in the chest, but he didn't care much, although Kitsuki noticed. Izuku. Well in a moment I will serve you, the customers there have been waiting for me for a minute, leaves them. Mitsuki. It's a very busy job, sits down. Masaru. I weighed in the payment if it helps you because I see that you serve a lot of people. While Izuku served some women blushed at how the uniform looked on Izuku, and that didn't go unnoticed by Kitsuki. Kitsuki. Jealous, bitches. Mitsuki. Don't get jealous, they are nothing yet so calm down. Masaru. Do you like Midoriya-kun? It's a miracle I will have a great son-in-law, smiling. Kitsuki. Don't talk about being older. Izuku. Now I'll take your order, here is a list of everything we sell. Time passed again and there was a month left until the UA exam for which Izuku had already finished paying the debt with his mother and was now accompanying Kitsuki to do some shopping. Kitsuki. Why did you come? Carrying several things. Izuku. Your mother asked me, same as Kitsuki only in greater quantity. Kitsuki. That old woman. Lady. Today's couples are so young. Izuku. Oh lady, we are not a couple, we are just friends. Lady. Ah sorry, it's just that you reminded me of me when I was young with my husband. Kitsuki. Silly, blushing. After paying, they both left with bags in their hands and headed to the train to get to Kitsuki's house and leave everything, but a somewhat disgusting villain appeared. Izuku. Well at least the pro heroes are taking care of it. Kitsuki. That thing is disgusting, I'd like to give it an explosion in its face. The villain heard that and quickly grabbed Kitsuki with one of his arms to try to pull her towards him, but Izuku dropped the bags and hugged her from behind. Kitsuki. What are you doing? Izuku. Make an explosion. As Izuku said, Kitsuki caused an explosion that freed her from her grip and fell on top of Izuku. The villain got angry and launched another attack at both of them, but Izuku grabbed Kitsuki again and rolled on the ground. Hero. Villain stops attacking civilians, hit him, but his fist sinks. Villain. Don't interfere, that quirk will be my salvation. The villain launched another attack at Kitsuki, but Izuku got in the way and hit him directly in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground a few meters back. Kitsuki. Hey, get up. Kitsuki tried to run towards Izuku, but the villain caught her. She used all her strength, but it was not enough and was about to be devoured, so Izuku quickly got up and hugged her from the front so she could not catch her. Izuku. Resist. Villain. Always interfering. The villain was going to do the same again, but a blonde-haired hero appeared, very tall and muscular, was quickly recognized by everyone and freed Kitsuki from the attack, and Izuku continued to hug her unconsciously, and she said nothing, just watched the scene. Izuku. All Might. All Might. Everything is fine. Do you know why? Because I'm here. The villain tried to attack All Might, but he only hit the viscous substance and then locked him in a bottle. All Might. Too simple. All Might was about to leave, but he looked straight into Izuku's eyes and then saw that the news was playing a replay of what he did on a small screen. All Might. You have a big heart, son. What is your name? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, fangirling inwardly. All Might. You have a very strong spirit of heroism, we need more people like you, keep it up, could you tell me what your quirk is? Izuku. I don't have any quirk. All Might. I see, and yet you risked your life for the lady here, I'd like to talk to you in private if you like. Izuku. Of course. But right now I have to help my friend carry this, carrying the bags from the floor. All Might. Alright then, whispered, come to the beach tomorrow afternoon. Without further ado, the hero announced his withdrawal and left. Izuku walked all the way happily, and Kitsuki only thought about two things, Izuku's hug and the encounter he had with All Might. Isaac met up with All Might the next afternoon, and the two were talking quietly until something happened. Izuku. All Might. All Might. This is my true form, boy, I need a successor, and I saw in you the same thing my tutor saw in me. What a strange play on words. I will explain some things. After a long explanation which I do not intend to give, read the manga or watch the series. If you do not know what I am talking about, All Might announced that he would be his successor and that he would train him in a month so that he could enter UA. Thus began Izuku's intensive training in a month to further improve his physical abilities and that he could control his new quirk given by All Might in the future. UA closer than ever. I was relaxing on the beach watching the sunset every minute that passed. I had trained for a week with All Might since he explained several things to me that I didn't understand at first, but now I'm getting it a little better, although I'm still thinking about different situations. Izuku. Hey All Might, why should I be training here with you and not someone else? I mean, I don't have a quirk or something that makes me stand out. All Might. That doesn't matter, young Midoriya, the important thing is that you have the heart and spirit of a hero. Izuku. Many other people have it too. All Might. But those other people lack something that you have. Izuku. What thing? Turning to look at him. All Might. Courage and not being afraid of dying. It is a very powerful feeling that we heroes must repress, and even some do not know how to control that feeling, and I do not blame them, it is horrible, but when you are talking about saving other people, you have to look out for them first. Izuku. But just. All Might. You make too many excuses, young Midoriya, you should trust yourself a little more like I am, and I know I'm not making any mistakes. Izuku. Thank you, although the UA exam will be complicated and I will need to do something if I want to get in, because that's what I want. All Might. Well, we've already been training for a week and there are 3 left, your body is prepared to withstand one for all, but I don't know how much you will master it, so it's a good time to inherit my power. Izuku. Wait. Inherit. You never said that. All Might. Really? I swear I said it, but it doesn't matter, I'll explain it to you in short. At first I was the same as you, and my teacher granted me the gift of one for all, which I have already explained to you what it consists of, but it is a gift or quirk that is passed down from generation to generation to stop someone who is still free until now. Izuku. And who is that someone? All Might. Right now it's too early to talk about him, first you have to control your new quirk. Izuku. This is serious, I'll finally have a quirk, what should I do? All Might. Well. 5 minutes later. Izuku was vomiting behind a few garbage bags while All Might patted him on the back. All Might. I told you it would be unpleasant, are you feeling better now? Izuku. Yes, wiping his mouth, do you have water? All Might. Sure, here, gives him a bottle of water. Izuku. Thanks but I don't feel different. Almight. The effect is somewhat slow, and it would be best to see each other tomorrow, since it's getting dark, see you young Midoriya. Izuku. Hi Almight. I was returning home when I received a call from Kaken to which I answered, but it seemed strange to me that he called me and more at this time of the afternoon. Izuku. Is something wrong Kaken? Katsuki. Don't call me that. Anyway, your mother called us and said that she couldn't be home for a few days, since an aunt of yours got sick and left us the keys to your house, so you could come get them. Izuku. I understand, I'll be there in a few minutes, thanks Kaken. Katsuki. Stop calling me that, idiot. Hangs up the call. Izuku. Well, I'll have to make a detour. Katsuki's house. Katsuki. Ah, that fool always goes out with his things, I'll take a shower, blushing. Katsuki. It's going to start with a drop on her head. Several minutes passed until Izuku knocked on the door of Katsuki's house, and the person who opened it was his father Masaru. Masaru. Hello Izuku-kun, I suppose you came for your keys. Izuku. Oh yes, could you give them to me please? Masaru. Of course, give me a second, but come in. Izuku. I don't think I should. Masaru. You're trustworthy, I have no problem. Izuku. It's okay. Izuku entered Katsuki's house, and his father told him to sit on a couch while he looked for the keys. Izuku was on his cell phone reading some news until someone tapped his shoulder. Katsuki. How long have you been here? Izuku. Like 5 minutes, by the way, hello Kaken, turning to look at her. Katsuki. Stop calling me that, you never got rid of that damn habit. Masaru. Hey daughter, do you know where the keys to Izuku's house are? Katsuki. They're in my room, I'll go get them, goes up the stairs. Masaru. And tell me Izuku-kun, have you rested enough to enter high school? Izuku. I've had a lot of things to do so I haven't been able to rest much. Masaru. Well, you have 3 weeks left, you should take advantage of them, and tell me, do you have a girlfriend? Izuku. Oh no, I don't currently have one, I don't think I could start a relationship with someone, waving his hands embarrassed. Masaru. But what are you saying? You're a great guy, the woman who is by your side will be very lucky. Izuku. Thanks for the compliment. Katsuki. Here they are, giving him the keys in his hand, now go. Izuku. Oh yeah, I don't want to bother you anymore, I'll see you another day, it was a pleasure to greet you. Masaru. Likewise. Izuku left the house and got ready to go to his own. Mitsuki. As always ruining everything girl, I'm surprised he put up with you for so long. Katsuki. Shut up, idiot. Going up the stairs. Mitsuki. This stupid girl gave you an ungrateful life. Masaru. This you two should stop, your mother and daughter. Both. Shut up old man. Masaru. Hi. Time passed and Izuku didn't know how to control the N for all very well, so he had his arms bandaged from the elbow to his hand. All Might trained with him for 3 weeks, and the last day before the exam, the two of them talked calmly. Izuku. Hey All Might, I want to ask you something. All Might. What thing? Izuku. Could hero relationships affect the two of them or make them better? All Might. As long as you're with the right person and the two of them love each other, there's no way it will affect you, that's the only thing I can tell you young Midoriya. Izuku. Thanks for training me and for answering my question. All Might. You're welcome, you're already able to carry 100 kilograms at least once. Izuku. It's not as easy as it seems. All Might. But you haven't used the one for all, now it's your quirk and it improves your physical abilities. Izuku. I still need to control it a little, but I think I'm on the right track. All Might. Don't forget the routine and improve it if necessary, if you want to increase the amount of exercises do it, but with confidence, don't want to demand much more than you can give. Izuku. Of course All Might, but I have to go, my mother will arrive in a few days, but she still doesn't like me to be out so late. All Might. Well then I'll see you later young Midoriya and good luck on the exam. Izuku. Hi, runs away, I finally have my own quirk. Jumping with excitement. Izuku arrived home and made some dinner, luckily his mother had taught him to cook since he was little, so he had no problem being alone for more than a week or month, he was so anxious since there were only hours left before the UA. Katsuki house exam began. On the other hand Katsuki was a little confused since tomorrow would be the UA exam and she was sure she would pass it, but she had the feeling that something was going to happen, that thought didn't let her sleep well for the rest of the night. The next day. Katsuki. I'm leaving old woman. At the door. Katsuki. Let a car hit you. Katsuki walked out the door wearing casual clothes but saw Izuku in the distance sitting at the bus stop, she hadn't planned on seeing him and the only reason he was there was because he was going to take the UA exam. Katsuki. What are you doing here? Izuku. Hi Kaken, I'm waiting for a bus. Itsuki. Don't call me that, but it's obvious you're waiting for a bus, where are you going? Izuku. I want to take the exam at UA. Itsuki. Ah, you're crazy, you don't have a quirk and you do these stupid things. Izuku. Well, I already have the quirk, I just need to stop with the stupidity. Itsuki. Anyway, I won't be responsible for how you do in the exam if there are fights or something like that. Izuku. Don't worry about me, I'll manage on my own. Itsuki. Who said I'm worried? Izuku. Anyway, then we'll take the same bus and then the train. Itsuki. Ah, since. The trip was something normal, only while on the train Katsuki sat next to the train windows and Izuku next to him, both were sleepy, so they fell deeply asleep bumping their heads. The train stopped and Izuku woke up to see that they were in front of UA and the doors were about to close. Izuku. Kaken, get up. Katsuki. 5 more minutes, moving a little. Izuku. We don't even have 10 seconds left, we are at UA. Katsuki. Hi, falling asleep. Izuku. And you say that you are the one who carries me, he carries her in his arms and barely manages to get out of the train, hey you have to wake up. Izuku helped Katsuki stand up and she was as always with her typical mood, there were many people throughout the school, but it was not surprising, since UA is the most prestigious school in terms of teaching to be a hero. Izuku. Well I think they will divide us here, so see you Kaken. Karsuki. I told him not to tell me that anyway, just go. Izuku entered the school and could see that there was a sign which said men and he approached since under it there was a small table, he made a line of approximately 30 minutes and finally his turn came. Person. Good morning young man, may I have your name please? Izuku. I am Izuku Midoriya. Person. Age. Izuku. 16 years old. Person. Very well then you would be a first grader, now let me take your height and weight, first stand on the scale. Izuku. Hi. Person. Let's see 89 kilograms, now I'm going to take your measurement, stand here please, pointing to a machine. Izuku. Very well. Person. You are 1.78 meters tall so we could say that you are tall for your age, then Izuku Midoriya you will take your exam in classroom 2C, first it will be a written exam and then the physical, but the teacher who gives you the exam will explain that and will also give you the physical tests. Izuku. Thank you very much. Person. Take this so you can see that you are registered, giving him a paper. Izuku. Sure, see you soon. Izuku walked through the school looking for classroom 2C until he finally found it and when he arrived there were still few people in it, so he left a backpack that he was carrying and headed to the bathroom. When he left, he was about to return to the living room, but he saw a young retard with short hair looking for something. Izuku. Do you want help? Approaching. Oh yeah, do you know where room 2C is? Izuku. I'm going to present in that room, come with me. Thank you very much. Izuku. By the way, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Kiri. I'm Kiriajiro, nice to meet you, extending his hand. Izuku. Likewise. They both walked while talking to get to know each other a little better since they would be in the same room at the time of presenting and he discovered in the short time he talked to her on the way to the room that she was quite happy and energetic, which he liked. Izuku. Well then, this is it, you go first. Kiri. Chivalry. Entering the room. Izuku. Just call it politeness, enters after her. Kiri. Hahaha, I like you Izuku-kun, there's nothing wrong with me calling you that, right? Izuku. It's fine with me. They both went to sit down and Kiri sat behind Izuku, about 2 minutes passed and a man with spiky blonde hair, headphones and glasses appeared in the classroom. Present Mick. Okay, probably future students, I am the professional hero Present Mick, I'm going to skip the introductions and we'll go straight to the exam so as not to waste a lot of time, so take one and pass it back. So all the students did what the teacher said and it was a pretty complicated exam with tricky questions and chemistry topics which made no sense, but hey, plus there were approximately 12 pages of open-ended questions, that is an exam that no one would pass. Izuki. I'm barely on the 3rd page and this is impossible, how the hell am I going to get the square root of 10,371 and then add it by half the result of the square root, he feels a hand on his shoulder and turns around. Kiri. Help. Izuku. I'm sorry but I'm also very lost. The exam was hell for all the students and they were only given 1 hour to answer it, Izuku managed to finish, but he had too many doubts about several questions, but he is not as bad as Kiri. At the end the hero teacher collected all the exams and then announced. Present Mick. Okay, now comes the physical exam, so everyone to the court. Izuku. And how difficult was it for you? Kiri. It was hell, with drooping shoulders, but I know I can recover in the physical exam. Izuku. I guess that's the attitude. Kiri. Of course if you don't have a good attitude you won't be able to excel or give your best. Izuku. Good point. Jim. Present Mick. First we will do endurance tests and then power tests, now you will have to do 30 laps around the entire school, come on. So all the students began to do what the hero teacher told them, and every time they finished an activity another one began instantly for them until 2 hours passed. Present Mick. I think that's enough, you will have a 40-minute break and you have to come back here to continue with the tests. Izuku. God, I'm used to exercising, but I think he overdid it a little. Kiri. Me too, the school is too big and after that he gives us 150 push-ups. Izuku. And still after that the rope climb, but I want to rest a little, do you want to accompany me to the cafeteria? Kiri. Of course I'm just going to change since I'm a little dirty from the tests. Izuku. Okay, I'll see you there. Izuku arrived at the cafeteria and saw that it was almost full, everyone who was taking the exam was resting right now, so he took a tray to hold their food and grabbed the first thing he saw and then sat down at a table for 4 people. Izuku. It was the only table left, I think I'll wait for Kiri-san to arrive. 2 minutes later. Kiri. Sorry for the delay, there were a lot of girls in the bathroom. Izuku. Don't worry, but now enjoy the food. The two were eating quietly sitting next to each other while talking, everything was calm until an explosion was heard in the place. Kiri. What could it have been? Izuku. Again, excuse me, I'm going to fix something, gets up. Kiri. What are you talking about? The crowd had formed and Izuku made his way to the place where the problem had arisen, and as he thought, Kitsuki was fighting with a guy. Kitsuki. Who do you think you are, idiot? I will never go out with a loser like you in my life. Teenager. Oh come on, I'm destined for success, you playing hard to get won't help at all, tries to hug her. Kitsuki. Go away. Kitsuki was about to cause an explosion, but Izuku carried her from behind and lifted her up. Izuku. Sorry for the trouble you're causing, he tends to get angry easily. Kitsuki. Let me go, idiot. Kicking his feet. Izuku. Come on, I'll introduce you to someone. Kitsuki. Let me go, I'm going to kill this guy. Unconsciously, Kitsuki put a hand on Izuku's face and caused an explosion. Even though Izuku had received several explosions from the blonde girl, they were less powerful, apparently because of his anger, he got carried away and the explosion caused a cut on Izuku's eyebrow and cheek. Izuku. It hurt more than I thought, releasing her. Kitsuki. Now die. Kitsuki punched the young man in the stomach and caused an explosion causing him to fall to the ground in pain and with cuts on his stomach. Kitsuki. Idiot, turns around, I got carried away, but it was also your damn fault. Kiri. Hey, are you okay? Holding Izuku's face. Izuku. Yes, it just caught me a little off guard, smiling. Kiri. Well, I think I have a cure in my backpack, come with me. Izuku. Hi. Kitsuki. Holds his arm, where do you think you're going? Izuku. Well, Kiri-san is offering me a. Kitsuki. I can close your wound without that. Kiri. Not to offend, but you seem more into hurting than healing, my name is Kiriajiro and I'm Aizu-kun's friend. Kitsuki. With a vein in her head, Aizu-kun. Kiri. I call him that simply because it sounds nice. Kitsuki. Follow me you damn nerd, we have to talk, he drags him away. Izuku. Kiri-san, see you at the gym. Kiri. Hi, I'll help you with your wound later. Equipment test. Izuku found himself cornered before what seemed to be an untamable beast, his friend Kitsuki was burning with anger for a reason that Izuku did not understand. Kitsuki. Who is she? Izuku. Calm down, she's just a friend, besides there's no problem since. Kitsuki. Of course there is a damn problem. Izuku. And what is it? I mean, we're just friends. Kitsuki. Gamer, get out of here. Let's go. Izuku. Are you jealous? Kitsuki. What the hell are you talking about, how could I be jealous? Blushing. Izuku. Well, I say, are you used to the fact that I don't have many friends, in fact you were the only one, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop talking to you, hugging her. Kitsuki. So that's what she meant, wait, leave me alone, moving a little. Izuku. What a drastic change of mood, well I have to go continue with the exam, I'll see you later Kaken. Kitsuki. Hi, goes to the cafeteria, Baka. Izuku. Phew, I saved myself from death, wiping sweat from his forehead, well, I don't think Kaken thinks I'm in a relationship with Kiri, it would be very foolish since I just met her. Izuku walked to the classroom again while several memories passed through his mind. He had to admit that his childhood friend was quite attractive, and he came to love her for more at one point, but he knew that was impossible when it came to her, maybe in the future, but those feelings had disappeared little by little, or at least that's what he thought. Izuku entered the classroom and saw that everyone was in front while the teacher watched him carefully. Present Mick. Where were you? I already said I was missing someone. Izuku. Sorry, I was clearing up a misunderstanding. Present Mick. Well, come and I'm going to form pairs for an activity. When he entered, several students stared at him because of the small wound that had already stopped bleeding but was somewhat noticeable. He stood next to Kiri while she simply looked forward. Present Mick. You the one who just arrived and your partner will be a team, come to my side. Izuku. Kiri. Hi. The teacher continued naming the teams until he finally finished and then announced that they would have a question test and another about physical activities. Present Mick. In both tests, you can help each other, but you can't use your quirks, although no one here has a quirk related to the mind. Everyone. Understood, sensei. Present Mick. Then start now. You have 30 minutes to answer this test. In the written exam, Izuku was the one who contributed the most. Kiri could be someone who has great skill and physical prowess, but when it came to studying he was completely different. It's not that I'm stupid, but it's not like I'm a jerk. Kiri. You're a genius, I can't understand this, putting his head on the table. Izuku. Oh come on, this is simple, you just have to divide this by this and then add it up and add it to the result. Kiri. I'll try. 2 minutes later. Kiri. I did it, I was able to finish the problem, thank you very much Izuku. Hugs him and starts kissing his cheek. Izuku. You're welcome, I guess she's not a great student but she does her best and tries hard, blushing. The exam concluded and everyone went to the gym again. Being there they saw that all the teachers were with their respective students in charge of the exam. Present Mick. Okay, now to do a pretty simple activity. In the entire school there are only 5 of these objects. Taking out a white handkerchief, they have a small symbol in the center, and to get it, you must find where it is but. Izuku. There is always a but. Kiri. Can't anything be simple in this life? Present Mick. No, continuing, you will have to face a test in which both of you must see your abilities as a team and use them. When you get one, come back here and wait. Izuku. Okay Kiri-san, I'm glad I played with you since I trust you a little. Kiri. It's also good that I got someone who is not only intelligent but strong, plus I have a little trust in him. Present Mick. When all the handkerchiefs have been collected, an announcement will be made through a microphone for the other teams to return. All. Hi. Present Mick. Now start. All the students quickly left the gym and ran everywhere looking for the 5 handkerchiefs. Aizawa. Why didn't you tell them that it wouldn't give them any benefits and just wanted to tire them out more? Present Mick. Well, it was the director's orders, I guess he's watching them. While everyone was running around the place, Izuku saw something strange when they passed by the men's bathroom. Next to it there was a small potted plant, so he quickly stopped. Kiri. What's wrong? Izuku. The pot is not there. Kiri. What are you talking about? Izuku. When I came to the men's bathroom, outside of it to one side there was a small potted plant, and now it's not there. Kiri. Then let's see if we can find it. Izuku. Let's go dig instead. Kiri. Are you sure? Izuku. Trust me. So together they began to dig for a few minutes until Kiri found the handkerchief. She pulled it out of the ground and cleaned it before going to where Izuku was looking. Kiri. I found it Izuku, we should go now. Izuku. Perfect, the best thing would be to put it away so they don't see it. Izuku grabbed the handkerchief and put it in his front pants pocket. They both ran to the classroom, but before they got there several teams blocked the entrance. Everyone hand over the handkerchief. Izuku. What are you talking about? Itsuki. Don't pretend you already told us you have a handkerchief, hand it over nicely or, snapping his fingers. Izuku. And that's the Kitsuki I know. Kiri. Better go and find yours, we'll work hard to get it. Student. And we'll work hard to take it from you. Izuku. There's no point in talking Kiri-san, so it would be better to fight. Kiri. Do you think you can fight against so many? Izuku. I can give you away, you hold the handkerchief. Kiri. Very well. Both got into fighting stance, and the students too, some left to look for the remaining handkerchiefs. Izuku. Now that I remember, they said there would be a test, but nothing happened. Kiri. That's true. And as if by magic, Izuku and Kiri were grabbed by some plants and taken to the hole where they found the handkerchief. Itsuki. Ah damn, we'll have to look for the other handkerchiefs. But Izuku and Kiri, underground plant. Izuku. Since when does this place exist? Kiri. I don't know, but it looks somewhat dangerous. The screen lit up in front of them and the school principal Nezu could be seen. He was sitting with a cup of coffee, and when he finished drinking from the cup he began to speak. Nezu. Okay students, you found one of the 5 handkerchiefs. I'll be honest, this is the test I like the most, because if you don't know how to coordinate and work as a team, you're going to have a bad time. Find out what you have to do in each phase. See you. The TV turns off. Izuku. This gives me a bad feeling. Izuku and Kiri advanced through what appeared to be an underground excavation. They were walking calmly when out of nowhere a somewhat large stone fell. Izuku approached and put a hand on it, but it began to shake a little, so Izuku stepped back and Kiri activated his quirk. Izuku. What is your quirk supposed to be? Kiri. I can harden myself to resist attacks much more. I've trained it for a while, but I still have a long way to go. Izuku. Wow, I think it will be useful to us. The rock began to spin until a kind of mini-golem was created. Both of them stood watching, but it hit the ground and left a crater. Izuku. Okay, don't judge by size. Kiri. Leave it to me. Kiri ran and hit the golem hard, but it didn't move. Kiri was surprised, and the golem grabbed her arm to throw her towards Izuku, and he caught her in his arms. Izuku. Can I leave it to you? Kiri. Sorry, help me okay? Izuku. No problem, puts her down. The golem walked up to Izuku and he hit it, but his fingers cracked when they hit the strong crust of the rock, so he lifted the golem and threw it against the ground, creating a small crack in the center of it. Izuku. I think you can hit it now. Kiri. Very well, let's see if it can withstand this. Kiri climbed on top of the golem and began to hit it very hard, causing the crack to expand more and more until the golem split in half. Kiri. Ready, let's keep moving. Izuku. Wait, look, holds Kiri's arm. Kiri. Now what? The ground began to rise and became increasingly narrower and difficult to pass. Izuku. Don't wait, better move forward. They both ran quickly while the place became smaller and smaller, and they had to crouch much more to move. Kiri saw a kind of switch quite far from them. Kiri. I think that will save us, but I don't think I can reach it. Izuku. You're going to do it. I'm going to push you. I will have to use one for all, even though Almight didn't want me to use it. Kiri. Are you sure you can? Izuku. It doesn't matter anymore. If we don't get out of this we will be crushed, so an attempt is more than anything, remembers Almight's words. Flashback, 3 days before. Almight. If in any situation you need to use one for all, just imagine that your body is like an egg. If you hit it too hard it will explode, so concentrate. Izuku. Hi. Present. Izuku. What a strange advice. Okay, Kiri, get ready, holds her arm. Kiri. I'm ready. Izuku. Okay, here we go. A few rays of light were created around Izuku, and his right arm began to heat up a little. Then he threw Kiri towards the switch, and she managed to easily reach it to activate it, and the place took its original form. Izuku. It worked, sitting on the ground, although it hurts a little. Kiri. It was incredible, you're quite strong. Was that your quirk? Izuku. Yes, although I don't master it very well. Kiri. We should continue. Izuku. Hi. They both got up, but many golems were created, the same as the previous ones, only these had red eyes. All the golems ran towards Izuku and Kiri to try to hit them, but Izuku jumped and Kiri held onto him. Izuku. It seems like they've improved. Kiri. I hope they are not equally resistant. Both fell to the ground and hit several golems. These were less resistant, but were much more agile and intelligent. One of the golems held Kiri's leg, and another hit her in the stomach, and then hit her in the face. Meanwhile with Izuku, he hit several golems and kicked others, until one was thrown like a cannonball and hit his back, causing him to fall to the ground. Izuku tried to get up quickly, but all the golems went towards him and hit him on the ground, immobilizing him. He tried to cover his body, but it was useless, so he began to bleed a little from the wound on his face. Kiri. Move aside. Destroy several golems with his fists, get out of the way. Kiri was destroying several golems, but one stopped his attack and with his rock fist hit her in the leg, seriously injuring her. Kiri quickly grabbed her leg, but the golem hit her with its other fist in the face, causing her to fall to the ground as well. Izuku. Just hold on for a second, Kiri. Izuku was getting up and holding a golem by his leg and then doing a complete turn on himself, hitting many golems and destroying them. Then he lifted the golem, which was still intact, and threw it to the ground to grab it by the foot again and hit others with it, destroying them. More and more cracks were created in the golem until it was destroyed and there were 5 left. Izuku. Desperate attack, are you okay? Helps her up. Kiri. I can continue for a few minutes, but it depends on how much more they hurt me. Izuku. Very well, only these remain, so let's go. The two ran towards the golems and they began to move. Izuku hit one several times, but it didn't feel the damage, so he carried Izuku like a sack of potatoes and threw him towards the wall. Kiri, on the other hand, was in her hardened form and was fighting against three golems. Although they were practically massacring her, Izuku got up and with a smash, destroyed one of the golems that were attacking Kiri. The other two turned around, but Izuku kicked one in the face and lifted the other, and Kiri hit it to split it in two. There were only two golems left, which quickly approached and tried to hit Izuku's face, but he stopped them, so Kiri could hit them hard although they weren't destroyed. Kiri. I have an idea, throw myself again but in their direction. Izuku. I hope it's not such a crazy idea. Kiri was thrown by Izuku towards the golems and destroyed each of their right arms, then Izuku took care of the left ones, breaking them with a single blow, and in the end each one destroyed a golem. Izuku. Are we done? Kiri. I don't know. The light illuminated the place and they observed that it was a door, so they ran towards it, and when they opened it the teachers were waiting for them. Present Mick. Well, you are the second to get a handkerchief. Kiri. Ah, seconds, who was he or she first? Aizawa. It was her, pointing to a teenager with two-tone hair, white on one side and red on the other. Izuku. And your team? Aizawa. He already left and was seriously injured, now wait for the others to arrive. Izuku. Okay. Izuku sat down in one of the chairs in the classroom next to Kiri, but noticed that the teenager was watching him, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, but simply let him in. Were they the second to arrive? They don't seem to have what it takes. Admission to UA. I passed the test and the teachers told us that UA would send a letter with a message if we got in or not, as well as the class we were in. Inko. And how do you feel? You're not that nervous, son. Izuku. Yes, I am a little nervous, but I have something going through my head on the couch. Inko. What? Sitting next to Izuku. Izuku. Well. Flashback, UA tests. You come here for a moment in front of Izuku. Izuku. Of course, getting up and follows the girl. How did you do it? Izuku. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean about your quirk, since I had already finished the test I was watching the others. Izuku. Ah well, I don't control it very well, but it lets me increase my abilities in a few words. No, not that, your quirk just doesn't fit you much, you seem like someone more intellectual than a fighter. Izuku. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover, smiling. But by the content inside it. Okay, I just wanted to ask you that, you can go now. Izuku. Now it's my turn to ask something, what's your name? Todoroki. My name is Todoroki. Izuku. Todoroki. I've heard that name before, but I don't remember where, searching his memories. Todoroki. I am the daughter of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Izuku. True, I remember now, well I am Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you Todoroki-san, stretching out his hand. Todoroki. Izuku. Ah, am I doing something wrong? Todoroki. Not simply when people find out that I am Endeavor's daughter, they start asking a lot of things about him, or they always tell me that I am very strong. Izuku. Oh, it must be difficult, although sometimes it's good to change the routine, friends. Todoroki. I've never had one and I never think I will, looking into his eyes. Izuku. There's a first time for everything, if you don't want to shake my hand, don't worry, I'm not going to get upset or anything. Todoroki. Izuku. Well then, see you Todoroki-san, raising his hand as he leaves. Todoroki. What a strange guy, but at least he's not just another one of the bunch, sits back down. Present. Izuku. That's all. At that moment I got nervous because I thought he had noticed. Inko. Ah, my little one is thinking about a girl, hugging him. Izuku. Ah mom, I'm already 16, laughing. Inko. To me you'll always be my little one, but hey, it's part of growing up, so I'm not going to forbid you from this kind of things, enjoy your youth. Izuku. I think you're misunderstanding it, but thanks, Oka-san. Although now that I think about it carefully, she could have entered as a recommendation, why wouldn't she have done it? 5 days passed where Izuku trained with All Might, mostly in combat, something that Izuku mastered a little but still had to learn. Every day from 5:30 to 8:30 he trained with All Might, but one day it didn't happen because the letter he was waiting for the most arrived. Izuku. Very well Izuku, this is the moment. If not, at least I tried to fulfill my dream, so it will be better, but no, that negativity doesn't apply to you. Hitting himself. I was so nervous but I opened the letter. Inside was written a somewhat inspiring message and congratulations for trying to fulfill our dream, but then it said that the truth would come in a small phone. Izuku. Okay, please go, presses the power button. Cell phone. Insert your fingerprint in the center of the screen. Izuku. Very well, does as indicated. Cell phone. Scanning Midoriya Izuku, 16 years old. Izuku. Hi. Cell phone. You have successfully passed the UA test and we hope to see you this coming Monday at our facilities. You will be in class 1A. By the way, you have to pick up your uniform at the UA campus as soon as possible. Izuku. I did it, I was able to pass, yes. Jumping all over the place. Cell phone. Now please back up because I'm programmed to self-destruct. Izuku. Huh. The cell phone caused a mini short circuit and could no longer turn on, so Izuku left it in the trash and quickly went to his room, got dressed like any other day, and left his house at full speed to go to the bus, but when he was passing by Kitsuki's house, he saw that she was about to leave. Izuku. Kaken. Kitsuki. Deku. Turning around. Izuku. Something incredible happened to me today. Kitsuki. Yeah, anyway, I'm in a hurry, I have to go to UA to pick up my uniform. About to leave. Izuku. I managed to get into UA. Carries her. Kitsuki. What how could that happen? I mean, he doesn't have a quirk and he doesn't know how to fight how. Izuku. I managed to fulfill a part of my dream Kaken. Kitsuki. There must be a mistake, he can't risk himself like that, he doesn't have the same resistance as us and he'll only get hurt. Izuku. Isn't it incredible? After many people said it was impossible for me, I was able to do it. Kitsuki. He shouldn't get in, he'll only get hurt, he's more fragile than I always have been and I was supposed to protect him. Izuku. Sorry for being hasty, but are you okay? Kitsuki. I'll talk to the director to explain everything to him, he'll understand. Izuku. Are you sorry that I got into UA? I mean, I don't stand out much and maybe you're embarrassed that they know I'm your friend, bowing his head. Kitsuki. And it's not that, it's just that you're weaker and I'm surprised you made it. Izuku. So are we going to get our uniform together? Kitsuki. No silly. 1 week later, first day of classes UA. I was walking through the hallways looking for classroom 1 when I finally found it, I opened the door and the first thing I saw was an explosion that hit my face making me fall to the ground. Look what you did, you hurt a classmate. Kitsuki. And why the hell did you move? Why would you hit me, you should relax, we're in an educational classroom. Izuku. So Kaken played in the same group as me. Iida. Sorry partner, I'm Tenya Iida, were you lost or are you someone else in the group? Helping him up. Izuku. I belong to this group, my name is Izuku Midoriya by the way. Iida. I see, well the lady WH. Izuku. Sorry to interrupt, but I already know her, she's a good friend, hello Kak. Kitsuki. Covers her mouth, don't even think about calling me that. Aizawa. Are you going to enter already? Behind them. The entire classroom was surprised and turned to see the hero present behind them, they all recognized him instantly since he was one of the teachers who evaluated the students' performance and were about to sit down when he spoke. Aizawa. Where do you think you're going? I'll assign you your places. Everyone. Hi. Aizawa. But first I want to see your skills since in my opinion the exam didn't demand too much from you as it should have been, so move and we'll go to the courtyard. Kiri. Hey Izuku-kun, we play in the same classroom again, approaching. Izuku. Ah Kiri-san, it's good to see you here again. Kiri. I also thought I would be alone with strangers, although there is also a friend that I would like you to meet. Hello. Izuku. Ah hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Mina. I am Mina Ishido, and I am a friend of Kiri-chan, hugging her, by the way, she is also our friend, pointing to a floating uniform. Hagakure. Hello, I'm Hagakure and although I know you don't see me, it's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku. Ah, well, I am. Aizawa. Are you going to move or not? Everyone. Hi. The students left and went to the courtyard, well there Aizawa told them that since they still didn't have the uniform to train, they would have to do it in that uniform, then he walked a few steps away from them. Aizawa. I want to see with my own eyes what you are capable of, so right now you will have to climb the entire building, pointing to the building behind them, but I understand that someone here has the abilities of a frog or something like that. I am Kiro, raising his hand. Aizawa. You're Tsuyu Asui, right? Tsuyu. Kiro. Aizawa. I'll give you a different test for which you'll have to wait, so please get out of there. Tsuyu. Understood sensei. Aizawa. By the way, you can't use your quirks at any time, and the first one to finish climbing the building won't do the next test. Izuku. The good thing is that I have a shirt under the uniform, with this I feel very tight and more if it's about exercising, taking off his school shirt, revealing only a white short-sleeved shirt. Hey, that's bragging. Izuku. What are you talking about? Turning to look at a blonde. But you want to impress the girls. Izuku. No, what I want is to finish this test first, so I don't have to do the next one, and since the uniform isn't for this, I simply took off my shirt. In that case, I'll do it too. Does the same as Izuku and looks him in the eyes. Izuku. Are you happy now? I don't feel sorry for myself, I'd better put on my uniform, putting on his uniform. Izuku. If you want to impress someone, do it with your skills, not your physique. Putting a hand on the building. Aizawa. Good advice, now you can start. The thing is, I don't have any climbing skills either. They all started to climb, but the building didn't have many places to hold on to without slipping. It was a test to see who had the best route and take it away from them to have an advantage. The building was approximately 50 meters high, so it would be a complicated climb. Izuku. Very well, if I can get there I can climb about 2 meters, seeing a kind of metal tube sticking out of the building, only if I don't reach it, I can say that I'm dead. I was preparing to jump, but I was some nervous, the tube was somewhat far from me, and taking into account that I was already about 5 meters above the ground, it was not a very good decision to fall from that height without any protection. I prepared myself and jumped as hard as I could and managed to reach, but when I held onto the tube it began to break, so I was left holding on with only one hand. Izuku. I almost counted it. Sigh. It was a risky decision on the boy's part. Aizawa. If you don't make those kinds of decisions you won't be able to win. Katsuki. That idiot, if he had fallen from that height, would already be on a stretcher heading to a hospital. This school is not for him, he is in too much danger. Todoroki. It seems like he knows what he's doing, I have an idea, climbing little by little. Izuku. I have to climb carefully, if I use too much force the tube could break, climbing slowly. I had climbed the entire tube since at one point it entered the building, so I had to continue on small parts of blocks that protruded from the building until I felt a great weight on my back and almost fell if it weren't for the fact that I held a block that protruded from the others and luckily I could see a lock of long red hair. Izuku. We're going to fall if you don't let go of me. Todoroki. I don't have a better idea, trying to climb on Izuku's shoulders. Izuku. Why, you're squeezing my throat too much, practically all your weight is on my head, unable to breathe. Todoroki. I just need a second. Todoroki managed to jump and reach several blocks higher than Izuku, but he grabbed her foot and pushed himself to be by her side. Izuku. I'm not going to lose this, looking into her eyes. Todoroki. Me neither, doing the same as Izuku. Both started a race to see who would be the first to reach the top, they were quite evenly matched and were the fastest to climb besides Iida and a boy with a bird head. The two were about to climb after 1 hour of just climbing, they were finally about to climb to the top of the building, and Izuku already had some advantage, so Todoroki jumped back on his back using Izuku as if he were a horse, but he didn't care and just continued to touch the roof of the building first. Sigh. And who won? Aizawa. Let's see, taking out his cell phone, the camera shows that Midoriya touched the roof first so he won. Izuku. We finally managed to climb. Lying down on the roof of the building. Todoroki. We made it. Izuku. You climbed it too, right? Smiling. Todoroki was about to go up to the roof of the place, but his hand was a bit sweaty, so he slipped and was about to fall if it weren't for Izuku reacting in time and stretching out his arm to hold her hand. Izuku. Are you okay? Todoroki. Hi, after so much effort in climbing the building without rest, he is able to carry me with just one arm. Izuku. I'm going to lift you up calmly, raising his arm and resting his other hand on the roof. I managed to lift Todoroki-san up and lay down again, and she stood next to me too, we were both quite tired, and I raised my fist and brought it closer to her. Todoroki. What's wrong? Breathing deeply. Izuku. It's a way of showing respect or friendship, if you bump a fist you accept the gesture, looking at her. Todoroki. Looks away and bumps a fist with Izuku's. Izuku. Haha, thanks Todoroki-san, I know how it feels to not have friends, I mean a part of my life I didn't live with anyone except my mother. English. Todoroki. Why the hell are you telling me that? It's not like I asked you, but it's quite similar to my situation, remembering several things in his life. Izuku. But even so I leave that behind, so I can visualize the future I have, I know it's complicated when it comes to me, but I'll give everything I have and more, raising his hand and then dropping it. Todoroki. Aren't we very different? He holds his closed fist over his chest as if he were touching his heart. They were resting and several minutes later the others arrived. Iida was surprised by Izuku's abilities and started talking to him while they were sitting on top of the building, she also saw that he was someone intelligent. Iida. Very well Midoriya-kun, I want to be your friend. Izuku. This last time I have socialized more than in my entire life, but thank you very much and with pleasure, bowing his head in a form of respect. Iida. Don't do that, I should be the one who lowers my head, I mean, you surpassed me. Izuku. But you perform better than me in other things, that's clear, nobody is perfect. The day continued and Izuku managed to socialize with his entire class. He had never talked to so many people at once before, and that made him happy, and he even got along much better than he thought with most men. The day ended and Izuku returned home to tell his mother everything that happened, who was very happy and hugged her son with joy. So were the rest of the first days at UA, meeting the teachers and socializing with everyone. Equipment testing. 1 month had passed since Izuku entered UA. It was incredible that just a month ago he didn't have more than 2 friends, and now he got along with an entire class. He had the time to talk to everyone and get to know each other better, so the group quickly created a kind of group bond, except for 2 people. Kitsuki and Todoroki were the only ones who didn't talk much, although once in a while, Kitsuki fought with Izuku or Kiri, so that counted as socializing. And with Todoroki he only greeted Izuku and didn't say anything else for the rest of the day. Aizawa. Okay students, today we're going to have a little test. I'll give you the opportunity to divide the group into 2 teams. Izuku. There are 20 of us, so 10 and 10. Zero. Why sensei? Aizawa. Do it first and ask questions later. Zero. Sorry, what a character. Aizawa. I'll assume I didn't hear what you said, now you have 2 minutes. Haminari. Well, there are 3 of us, Midoriya, Zero and I, does anyone want to join? Mina. That wouldn't be bad, what you Hagakure-chan and Kiri-chan say? Kiri. There would be 6 of us, so 4 left. Katsukaisis, are you joining? Kitsuki. Don't call me that idiot, and why should I join his stupid team? Haminari. There's Midoriya, putting him in front of Kitsuki. Kitsuki. So what? Haminari. We have Kiri-san. Kitsuki. You have got to be kidding me, about to leave. Todoroki. Midoriya-kun, can I be on your team? Approaching. Izuku. It's not my team, but of course, smiling. Todoroki. Thanks, stands next to him. Kitsuki. What the hell, even the weird one? Hagakure. Well, there are 7 of us. Tokoyami-kun, what are you saying? Tokoyami. Sorry, I'm with Shoji-kun and the others. Shoji. Actually, we were missing one and we wanted to ask Midoriya. Kiri. Oh no, get someone else. Iida. He's not an object that you can snatch, let him decide. Everyone stared at me and I got nervous. I turned to look at Kaken, but she just looked away, so I looked at everyone out of the corner of my eye. I didn't know what to say, so I just left it in her hands. Izuku. How about a rock, paper or scissors? Sai. Whoever wins keeps Midoriya, sounds fair. Iida. He's not an object. Jiro. Alright, who's going to be in charge of the game? Mina. Leave it to my team. Raising her hand. Hagakure. No, it'll be me. Mina. Why Hagakure-chan? Hagakure. Gets closer to her ear and whispers, because no matter what they play, I can say the opposite of what my opponent chooses. Mina. Oh, I see. Tokoyami. But she shouldn't be participating. Pointing at Hagakure. Hagakure. Hey. Zero. Sounds fair. Hagakure. In the end I didn't want to, crossing his arms. Mineta. I'll be the one to count the points. 2 out of 3 are the first one. Izuku. The first one. Mineta. Understood, now let the participants come closer. Those who decided to play were Jiro and Kaminari. Mineta had his hands raised and his fists closed, waiting for the game to begin, and so the typical words were pronounced by both. Rock, paper, scissors. And they were tied with scissors, so they played again. A minute passed where they kept tying until Kaminari was the winner. Kaminari. Perfect, there are 7 of us, you stay with us Midoriya. Izuku. I feel important for the first time. Kitsuki. Fine, I'll be with you, standing next to Izuku. Shoji. Fine, Mineta, go with them, we will take A. Mineta. Perfect, jumping towards Kitsuki, but she hit him and he falls knocked out. Kitsuki. He's staying with you, I'm not going to let that idiot be on my team, with a vein in his head. Tokoyami. Okay, there are already 10 of us, you're missing 2. Izuku. Okay, Sato-kun, do you want to be with us? Sato. I have no choice, he'll come too so we can be 10. Izuku. Perfect, what's your name? Koji. I'm Koji Koda. Haminari. Okay, now you're part of our team. Aizawa. Well, now that you're done making the teams, come with me. We all went out and we could see a kind of fairly large arena. It had several obstacles like a climbing wall, a pool, a running track. There were also several illuminated circles on the ground. There were screens in certain parts of the arena. Aizawa. Okay, this is going to be simple, everyone will do the same exercises, they will have to go around the entire track, and when they return here, shake hands with a partner so that they start, and so on until they finish, the first team to finish wins. All. Hi. Aizawa. You have 10 seconds to decide who will start. Haminari. I want to start, team 1. Momo. Then I will start, team 2. Aizawa. Perfect, the others form a line behind your partners and get ready. Aizawa-sensei started the competition, and Kaminari along with Momo-san quickly ran towards the first test, which was to go through some hoops that got smaller and smaller each time. These were hanging from somewhere, and it took the two of them a while to cross, more Momo-san, but I won't say why. Kaminari. Advantages of being a man, running. Although Momo-san got back up and kept running, it was hard for her to catch up with Kaminari who was already far away. The TV was announcing the next test, and it consisted of jumping over a rope 60 times. It continued and Kaminari came to me to shake hands, and I ran away, although I could barely see that Momo-san had shaken hands with Kaken, and she also ran quickly. Aizawa. I forgot to mention you can't use quirks, I did see your intentions girl. Itsuki. Shut up old man. Stopping making explosions. We both ran and the part of the hoops came which wasn't very complicated for both of us, but when the rope test came it changed and on the screen, you could see a person doing push-ups, and a number which was 100. Izuku. Very well, there's no time to complain, positions himself, here we go. English. About 3 or 4 minutes passed where we both did the 100 push-ups, and we ran out to the next test a little tired. When we arrived it was to climb a wall, but it had some spikes at the top, but they weren't that much of a problem. Izuku. Sensei, you said we would all do the same tests, turning to look at him. Aizawa. I lied. Itsuki. Damn old man. Causing an explosion. Aizawa. Don't complain and move. We started to quickly climb the wall, and when I tried to jump the last part my shirt got caught in the spikes, it broke, leaving my torso exposed. Izuku. Damn, this wasn't planned, running to the next test. Itsuki. Covering his nose, since when did he change so much? I mean I knew he exercised but not that much, he runs too. Mina. Wow, I didn't know he had such a toned body, dropping a little saliva. Kiri. What are you thinking Mina? Blushing. Mina. Oh come on, don't say you're not seeing him, he has a laundry room over there. Iida. Please, we're talking about a classmate, blushing. Mina. That doesn't stop him from doing it man. Hagakure. Todoroki-chan, you have some ice on your face, pointing to his cheek. Todoroki. 2C, takes off the ice and covers a very slight blush. It's good that I control my fire side, I don't want to use it anymore. I kept running and the next test was swimming, so I quickly jumped into the pool, but the water was too cold. Izuku. Sensei, this is too cold. Aizawa. It's 5 degrees, at the end there's a towel. Izuku. What an asshole. Aizawa. And you girl can't run past him, you have to swim. Itsuki. It's going to get my clothes wet. Aizawa. Put on your swimsuit, pointing to a small women's changing room next to her. Itsuki. But he already started. Aizawa. Izuku, wait, there's a minute. Izuku. Why you have to be joking, trembling. Itsuki. Enters the room and leaves quickly, very well now yes. Itsuki threw his clothes to the other end of the pool and entered the water which was obviously freezing. When he reached the same place where I began to swim again to finish that phase and quickly get out of the pool to dry my hair and torso a little, even though they were still wet. Izuku. 2 has to be enough with this, runs away a little wet. But the others. Mina. Covering her nose and mouth, I'm going to have a stroke. Kiri. Stop that. What are you thinking? Red. Iida. I can't see this. Covering her eyes, blushing. Mineta. What a lucky guy. Kaminari. I wouldn't want to be in his situation, that water must be very cold. Returning to Izuku. Izuku. I feel my pants totally wet but it doesn't matter. I continued with other tests and finally managed to go around the track to shake hands with Jiro-san who was slightly blushing, but Kaken also shook hands with Tokoyami-kun. Izuku. Lies on the floor, I think I'm a little warmed up now. Todoroki. Have a shirt, approaching. Izuku. Thanks, puts it on, although I'm still a little wet, smiling. The tests continued and our team won thanks to Mineta taking too long in a test and giving us the advantage of being ahead of a participant. At the end of the day I had to go ask for an extra uniform just in case and they charged me a little, but oh well, it's the least of it. On the way home I received a call from Almight congratulating me on my performance. I didn't know he was watching us since he was supposed to have class with another group at that time, but anyway. On the train I could see the Kaken kept looking at me like angry and strange. Izuku. Is something wrong Kaken? Itsuki. Don't tell me like that, blushing, since when is he in that physical condition? Izuku. I'll take that as a no, it was a good training today, don't you think? Itsuki. Looking at it in detail. Izuku. This is a bit uncomfortable well I'd better sleep for a while, putting on headphones to be able to sleep. Itsuki. Even so something doesn't fit, you don't look like your usual self, it seems like you've changed in some way, but I don't know what, although it won't take long to find out. Deku, sleeping. About 3 days passed since that event where all the students were calm about what was happening. Izuku formed a great friendship with Kaminari, Tokoyami, Shiro and Shoji, since most of the time they were seen talking and having fun, although Izuku and Tokoyami were the calmest. With the women, Izuku made a strange and fast friendship with Mina, Hagakure and Sayu, in addition to his former friends Kiri, Kitsuki, Todoroki and Iida, although he did not talk so much with them if he had a little confidence. A week passed and the students of 1B surprisingly arrived at the 1A classroom when the break had begun. Tetsu. Hey, we came to propose something. Izuku. What a sudden visit. Kaminari. And what is it? Tetsu. Duels. Kitsuki. And why should we accept? With arms crossed. Nido. Ah, class 1 is afraid of losing. With a somewhat sadistic smile. Sayu. And who is he? Nido. Or maybe it's just you who's scared. Kitsuki. What did you say, Pen? Izuku. Calm down, Kaken, holding her. Kitsuki. Let me go. Kendo. Sorry about his attitude, it's somewhat compulsive, but we wanted to do these little duels to improve everyone. Momo. I see, at least you seem like someone trustworthy, holding her chin. Kendo. At least. Kiri. Well, it's no problem for me, I mean, it would be good to get to know other types of personalities and not just get used to each other. Giro. Wow, even you can make an intelligent comment. Kiri. Hey, that's offensive. Giro. Sorry, it wasn't intentional. Tetsu. So you accept? Izuku. Let me talk, when would this mini-tournament be? Tetsu. Well, it would be in a month. Izuku. That would be enough time to prepare. Tetsu. Is that a yes? Izuku. Give me a minute. Tetsu. Okay. Nido. Come on, say it, or are you perhaps hesitating? Izuku. Please be silent. Kendo. Really, sorry, knocks him out with a blow to the neck, now go ahead. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku talked to his group about it and everyone agreed, so he turned to look at Kendo. Izuku. If we accept your proposal, stretching out his hand. Kendo. Perfect, I'm Itsuka Kendo. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, very well, see you in a month for the fights. Kendo. Hi, shakes hands. Place 1A versus 1B. A month passed where all the students of both groups prepared physically and some mentally for their match. The students of 1A gave the news to Aizawa sensei, and he didn't think it was a bad idea, so he accepted without any objection. They all trained alone, and on one occasion or another, they trained together to improve their skills. The day had arrived, and Izuku was drinking water from a thermos on a street surrounded by people. Izuku. Thanks Kiri-san, it's good to have someone to train with, wiping some sweat from his forehead. Kiri. I say the same, this month it was more fun to train since I didn't go out alone, in fact we could continue training together if you want. Izuku. It's fine by me, but it would be better to go, the fight is about to start and we can't let the boys down. Kiri. Very well, we have 5 minutes to get there, a race. Izuku. Done, the first one to arrive at UA pays for lunch. Kiri. Seems fair to me. UA gym. Izuku. I'll win Kiri-san, you owe me lunch today, breathing deeply. Kiri. Okay, I'll admit defeat, sitting on the floor. Aizawa. The match is about to start, where were you? Izuku. We were just warming up a bit. Aizawa. Well, the others are waiting for you, pointing to a door, go in and change into your gym uniform. Men's bathroom. Izuku. I'm here, sorry for the delay. Kaminari. We finally thought you weren't going to show up, Iida-san went looking for you everywhere, but couldn't find you. Izuku. I'll apologize to her later, now I have to change, taking off his uniform shirt, and what's the plan? Mineta. They were planning to use me as a trap. Izuku. It might help, taking off his pants and being in his underwear, now where did I leave my gym uniform? Shiro. God, it looks like it was sculpted by an artist, why are you being so unfair? Shoji. Continuing with that, I think the teachers fix some areas of the gym so that it's not always the same. Tokoyami. The best thing would be to divide us into teams of 4 members. Izuku. It wouldn't be a bad idea, but we'll have to see which of our skills are effective together, putting on the sports uniform, done. Sato. What are you supposed to be doing, Mineta? Mineta. Come see this, drooling a little. Izuku. Now what did you do? Approaching, what do you want me to see? Mineta. Look over here, points to a small hole. Izuku. Og, goes through the hole and her teammates are on the other side changing, this is confiscated. Covers the hole. Mineta. You can't stop me from feeding my hunger. Izuku. Hungry for what? Mineta. For meat. jumps towards Izuku. Okoyami. Stop, it's unpleasant, catches him. Mineta. Let me go, it's for my own good, if I don't see what's on the other side I'll get cancer, kicking. Women's bathroom. Iida. What's going on the other side? Todoroki. The pervert. Hagakure. What did you say, Todoroki-chan? Todoroki. Nothing, changing. Mina. Whatever, it would be better to leave now, we're running out of time. Kiri. Is something wrong with you, Katsukaisis? Katsuki. Stop calling me that. Leaves the bathroom. Kiri. You forgot to put away your change of clothes. Ah, I'll have to do it. Everyone left the bathrooms and were ready to face each other. The gym was different, since there were quite large stone structures that gave it the appearance of a labyrinth. Everyone stood in a line while their teacher told them some things. Aizawa. There is only one rule here, no killing, and to defeat someone you will have to knock them unconscious and bring them here, pointing to a red circle. Everyone. Hi. Aizawa. Okay, now wait for the time to end. At the top of the gym there was a screen which had a countdown, it reached 0, and everyone ran towards the labyrinth. Class A was divided into 4 teams of 5 members each, and they were like this. Team 1. Tokoyami. Sai. Iida. Sato. Team 2. Izuku. Shoji. Katsuki. Todoroki. Team 3. Hagakure. Mina. Shiro. Haminari. Team 4. Mineta. Momo. Uraraka. Jiro. Team 5. Kiri. Aoyama. Koji. Ajiro. Izuku. Okay, I remember we are divided into teams, but we can still help each other. If someone is alone from a team they can join another, okay. English. Everyone. Hi. Izuku. Fine, he feels strange. Momo. By the way, our priority is to finish off the physical attackers. Katsuki. You say it for yourself, I already have someone in my sights, a red aura comes out of his eyes. Izuku. I'll keep her calm, don't worry, Momo-san. Momo. Okay, now let's go. The students left with their respective groups to look for the members of 1B. The first to meet their opponents were Mina, Hagakure, Shiro, and Kaminari. Haminari. Wow, we have them here, I didn't think I'd find them so quickly. Mina. Hey, Kaminari, this isn't a game, it's a competition. Haminare. There's no problem, everything will be fine, we must act on our own, puts his hands on the ground. Haminari was about to release an energy blast, but some kind of glue fell on his hands, immobilizing him. Haminari. What is this? Tries to free himself. Shiro. Mina, help him, I'll cover them. Shiro began to cover the entire place with tape until he created a barrier in a short time. At the end some roots came out of the ground and destroyed it to show a young woman with green hair with what appeared to be plants. Shiro. Oh come on, I took a while to do it. The boy, who had a lot of hair on his face and body, approached Shiro and tried to hit him, but he was held by Hagakure and they moved. Shiro. Thank you very much, you're still here, right? Hagakure. Of course, I'm not going to leave you alone. Less talk and more fighting. Haminari. For my sake, jumps and hits the boy's face. Steps back, we're outnumbered. Mina. You should at least say thank you. Haminari. Sorry for causing you trouble, and thank you, Ishido-san. The 4 students of Class 1 stood to the side in a fighting pose, meanwhile the other 3 were about to retreat, but several roots came out of the ground blocking their view. Haminari. Okay, let's give him a little shock. Haminari put both hands on the roots, but they opened, and the boy with the most hair came out to hit him and stepped back again. Kaminari tried to hit, but the roots closed. Shiro. I think we're at a disadvantage now, it's best to run away from here. Everyone tried to run, but the roots created a pretty big circle blocking their way out and closing the roof. Hagakure. What are we going to do? Mina. Let me think for a bit, if I use my acid we could destroy the roots, but it doesn't mean we can find them. Shiro. It would take us a long time, there must be a more efficient way, puts a finger on his chin. Class 1B. Shiozaki. Okay, so we can attack them without any problems. You'll be the force to win. Shishida. We could go all out from the start, but it's better to save the best for last. Ando. I didn't know Shiozaki-san's hair was so powerful. Shiozaki. In fact, that's the most I can do right now. It even hurts, but I can cut it in spray water. Team 2, Class 1A, upper floor, second floor. Izuku. How many floors does this building have? Tatsuki. I don't know, but it keeps going up. We have to remove those roots to be able to move. Shoji. Sorry, but I understand that Todoroki-san can create fire. Todoroki. It's not really my quirk, but I can. Izuku. Perfect then. Todoroki. But I don't want to do it, looks away. Tatsuki. What the hell is with that? We're all doing our part, bastard. Holds her by the neck. Izuku. Enough Kaken, you can't force someone to do something they don't want to do, separates them. Todoroki. Is she always this kind? Sees him. Izuku. There's no problem Todoroki-san, just forgive her, we'll find another way. Todoroki. It'll be simple, puts his right hand on the roots and starts freezing them, blonde, you know what to do. Itsuki. I have a name, so move. Pushes her. Izuku. Ah, lowers his shoulders. Shoji. Complicated, right. Izuku. Too much, maybe. Itsuki destroyed the frozen part and the three students from class AB turned to look at the sound of the explosion, Shiozaki lost focus and the roots were removed so Kaminari quickly touched the ground and caused a somewhat powerful discharge. The three from class B hid in a ball of roots since he was not affected by Kaminari's electricity. Zero. Mina-san use acid when I tell you, starts to surround the ball with tape. Mina. Very well, gets ready. Izuku. Let's help them. Shoji. They can do it alone, it will be better to advance. Before Zero finished the ball shrank to return to the form of hair, but when the three students were free, Shishida turned into a beast that began to destroy many of the walls and caught Siri's tape to drag him away. Zero. Help. Izuku. What is that? Itsuki. This got interesting, we have to go. Todoroki. We'll wait for you there, grabs Izuku's arm, should I take you? Izuku. Of course, stands behind Todoroki and she starts to slide on ice. Itsuki. We're a stupid team. Shoji. Jealous. Karsuki. Don't say another word you idiot son of a bee, blushing. Shoji. Let's keep up with them. Itsuki boosted himself with his explosions and Shoji had to run to follow the beast. The other two students from class B stayed behind fighting with Kaminari and Hakure since Mino also went to help. Todoroki and Izuku were getting closer and saw Zero, and they also ran into all their classmates and rivals, most of them stared in surprise but continued their fight. Izuku. Todoroki-san, you freeze the path later, I'll get off here. Todoroki. Okay, I won't be long. Izuku jumped and fell on top of the beast, it felt a little weight and began to move abruptly to try to throw Izuku, but he held onto the beast's hair, grabbed Zero's ribbon and pulled him up with him. Izuku. Are you okay? Zero. Thanks for the help but I'm a little dizzy, covering his mouth. Izuku. Do you know how to ride a horse? Zero. Yes. Izuku. Do you think you can ride a beast? Zero. It's the craziest idea I've ever heard but I'll try, even though I'll need help. Izuku. What do you want me to do? Zero. Immobilize its head a little, it moves too much and put the tape around its neck, starts to create tape. Izuku. Give me a few seconds. Izuku held the tape with both hands and ran until he reached the beast's head, where he jumped to be able to surround its neck with the tape. When he was about to turn around completely he went too far with momentum, so he threw the tape to Zero and he caught it, but Izuku fell hard on the ground. Izuku. You can do it Zero. Zero. Alright, time to show off. Starts moving the tape in various directions. With Todoroki it began to freeze the floor quite a bit until it ended and some pieces of ice could be seen on his face. He removed them but was caught by a kind of compressed air in the shape of a sphere. Todoroki. What is this? Suburaba. Perfect, we have one. Todoroki. Starts hitting the sphere but it doesn't break. Suburaba. You'll need a lot more strength if you want to break it. Itsuki. Will this be enough? He creates an explosion right next to him and the sphere destroying it and knocking out Suburaba. Shoji arrived and carried Suburaba in his arms to take him to the area to take the advantage. Itsuki. Aren't you forgetting something? Todoroki. Oh right, thanks Shoji-kun for taking it to me. Itsuki. Rot, I would have left you there. Todoroki. I would have been free. Zero. Move. The beast was about to attack both of them, but Izuku arrived and moved them away at the right moment, although his legs were trapped. Izuku. It hurts a lot. Itsuki. Idiot, you shouldn't have interfered. Tries to move it. Izuku. Wait. Todoroki. You're just hurting him. Itsuki. Then you give us a better idea. The beast began to shrink until it reached Shishida's normal form, then they slowly removed Izuku and saw that he was bleeding a little from his right leg. Zero. Oh, what happened? Todoroki. I don't know but it seems like he can't continue. Izuku. Of course I can continue, I just have to rest for a minute, smiling. Itsuki. Take that smile off your hurt. Zero. I'll help him, you take this guy away. The two left with Shishida who was unconscious, but three students from class B appeared. Perfect, it'll be two birds with one stone. Zero. I'll give you time to rest, Midoriya, but don't take too long, in a fighting mood. End of the meeting. Zero was alone, or so he thought. The students of Class 1B approached him quickly, but an electric shock and some kind of acid attack defeated the 3 students in an instant. Zero turned around and saw Kaminari and Mina behind him smiling. Zero. Damn, if they were behind me they would have said it. Mina. It's the element of surprise. How are you, Midoriya? Izuku. A little tired, but I can continue. Getting up. Kaminari. That's the attitude. But now we must worry about the few students left. Zero. How many have you taken care of? Kaminari. I think more than half. Izuku. That's good, maybe we should meet up with the others. Mina. Ready for orders, Captain. Izuku. I'm not the captain, in fact the captain is Yaoi Rozu-san. Kaminari. That's not the problem now, let's meet up with the others. Everyone ran to the center of the place. They met Uraraka, Sayu, Momo, Mineta, Shoji and Tokoyami. Izuku. Are you okay? Tokoyami. We're fine, the only one hurt is Yaoi Rozu. Izuku. But is there no one else outside? Uraraka. Well, you're hurt too. Izuku. No problem with that, we can continue, how many are left? Shoji. I think 5, Tokoyami and I will go look for them on the right. Zero. I'll go with you, if you meet the 5 you'll be in trouble. Tokoyami. See you later. They run out of there. Izuku. Has anyone seen Kiri-san? Momo. The last time I saw her she was fighting with a man, but it was a while ago. Izuku. I'll go look for her. Will anyone join me? Mineta. I'll go. Raises his hand. Izuku. Are you sure? Mineta. I may not be good at combat, but you'll find a use for me. Izuku. Okay, we'll be back soon, take care. Sayu. Kiro. Izuku and Mineta ran through the arena and saw a scoreboard that drastically dropped to 10 students from 1A and the 5 from Class 1B were still there. Mineta. They must be good. Izuku. There's no doubt about it, but what I'm wondering is who were eliminated from our team. Mineta. Probably Shoji and the others. Izuku. Maybe, although with Yaoi Rozu-san injured maybe the girls were eliminated. They both continued running, but a rock fell on Mienta's head knocking him out. Izuku carried him like he was a sack and looked to the sky where he saw a shadow pass quickly. Izuku ran and left Mineta hiding in some rubble, but when he was about to leave he heard footsteps. Izuku. Who could be the one behind me? Kendo. Yeah. The blow was directed towards Izuku and he dodged it by jumping. It was a huge fist, so when he fell he turned around and saw a girl with long orange hair wearing the UA Kendo uniform. I didn't expect her to dodge it. Izuku. Well then it will be 1 versus 1. Monoma. Don't be so sure about that. A young man with short blonde hair appeared next to Kendo, as well as another, but this one had Mineta on his shoulders. Monoma. They have 8 left. Isaac. 8. Izuku quickly looked at the scoreboard and saw that they had 10, so he counted Mineta as 1 less. He instantly turned around, and the student who had Mineta on his shoulders was no longer there, while Monoma and Kendo quickly approached Izuku. Izuku. Remember well, Izuku, not to break the egg. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment and focused on a specific image, which was him training with All Might. The memories of all his hard and difficult training passed through his mind quickly, and he felt an energy that had as its destination point his right arm. His whole body lit up a little and red rays appeared all over his body. Izuku opened his eyes and saw Monoma near him, so he hit him in the stomach, shouting from inside the word. Smash. The blow was so strong that it knocked the air out of Monoma, and he hit a wall far from where Izuku was, leaving him unconscious. Kendo was surprised and stopped instantly when she felt the gust of wind move her hair and not see her partner. Kendo. What was that? Izuku. It's just my quirk, raising his fist, it hurts too much. Kendo. The amount of power is surprising. The gust of wind spread quickly everywhere, reaching even the teachers who were watching the match. They were a little surprised, but let it pass, while all the remaining students were wondering what had happened. Kendo concentrated again and hit Izuku in the jaw with his fist, but without using his quirk. Then he grabbed his arm, but Izuku rolled on the ground and then got up and twisted his opponent's arm behind it. Kendo tried to hit him with his elbow, giving a back attack directed towards Izuku's face, but he ducked. Kendo took advantage and with the same arm, caught Izuku's head in a lock. Izuku. She's good. Kendo. She knows what she's doing, she's not someone who should take it lightly. Izuku lifted Kendo up and pulled her out of her thoughts. He ran towards the wall to try to hit Kendo's face with it, but she put her feet on the wall and pushed herself to fall on her feet behind Izuku, although he kicked her without turning to look, hitting her in the stomach, making her kneel. Izuku. It's been a while since I had this kind of close encounter, what was your name? Helps her up. Kendo. My name is Itsuka Kendo, I'm a student in Class 1B. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Both. Nice to meet you. The two of them gave each other a light handshake out of respect, but an explosion interfered with the moment, so they separated. Karsuki. What do you think you're doing, idiot? She's our opponent. Todoroki. Did you make an alliance? Izuku. It's not just a sign of respect, it's something typical when you find someone good at. Katsuki. I don't give a shit. Approaches and grabs Izuku by the ear, you have to defeat an opponent, not shake their hand. Kendo. How awkward. Todoroki. Are you planning on giving up or will we have to continue the fight? Kendo. It would be 3 against 1, even if I tried I don't think I'd win, so I give up. Katsuki. You really don't think about the things you do, releases Izuku. Izuku. Sorry. The 3 of them took Kendo and Monomo to the place where the rest of their team were, there were only 2 left, since it seems Shoji found another one. Izuku. And the rest of your team? Shoji. They're chasing the other 2 remaining. Katsuki. It was easier than I thought, those idiots didn't put up much of a fight. Izuku. But. Todoroki. Are you really going to say it? Izuku. Better not. The fight ended after Shiro and Tokoyami arrived with the 2 remaining students from Class 1B unconscious, the fight ended and Aizawa met with his students. Aizawa. They may have won but I'm a little frustrated, seeing their teamwork made him realize that he wasn't training them to work with others, but to improve individually, he had that kind of mentality, but he knew that when he agreed to be a teacher, he should leave some of those mentalities behind. Aizawa. I can't blame them since I haven't trained them much in terms of teamwork, so they will have to improve that, so tomorrow first thing in the morning they will have teamwork training. Everyone. Hi. Aizawa. That's all you can go home. Everyone left UA happy for the victory and somewhat worried about the type of training their sensei would give them to improve. Izuku was trying to talk to Katsuki, but for some reason she either didn't answer or only responded with a hi, so Izuku decided to sleep so as not to disturb her. In Katsuki's mind you could only see one memory pass over and over in his mind, and every time it ended it would start over. It was the memory when Kendo and Izuku held hands smiling at each other, and that caused her many feelings that she knew but didn't repress like jealousy, sadness, anger, and a sense of belonging. Katsuki. Damn Deku, since when did you become so popular with women? Izuku was asleep with his headphones on Katsuki's shoulder, she put on a calm look and smiled a little, but almost instantly she slapped herself and looked away, she was cold and couldn't change, so she moved Izuku and began to sleep. Elsewhere Bicolor was thinking about the same thing only she didn't know what she had, there was something about it that bothered her, and she didn't know what it was. Just remembering it made something inside her change, and she felt jealous even though she didn't know it. When she got home she was very serious as always but much more thoughtful. Her older sister noticed and decided to talk to her. Fayumi. This Todo-chan, is something wrong? Todoroki. Ah no, sorry One-san. When the 2 of them were alone they spoke in a less formal manner, it was a deal that Fayumi had proposed to try to have a better relationship as sisters, which worked a little. Fayumi. You know you can count on me for anything you need, puts a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Todoroki. Hi One-san, but now I think I'll go to sleep. Fayumi. Okay Todo-chan, see you tomorrow, smiling. Todoroki. Hi, gets up and goes to his room, I must stop thinking about that, I'm giving it more importance than it should. Todoroki lay down on her bed, her room had a somewhat traditional style from ancient times, but it wasn't because she wanted to, but it was already like that since she remembers and decided to leave it that way. She was looking at the ceiling while she slowly fell asleep, but just when she closed her eyes a memory came to her mind. Flashback, UA classroom. Izuku. Hello Todoroki-san. Todoroki. Did something happen? Turns to look at him. Izuku. I didn't just want to talk to a friend, smiling. Todoroki. Present. Todoroki. I'm a friend, I never had friends and it was rare for someone to approach me. Todoroki let that go, but during the night several memories of the green-haired boy came to her head. She was considering talking to her One-san about it tomorrow, but as strange as it seemed, she fell deeply asleep with a smile on her face and a person in mind. Izuku arrived home as usual and went up to his room. His mother was with his grandmother for a visit, so she would not be there for 2 days. When he arrived he turned on the computer and loaded Awake to do several repetitions. When the computer finished loading he looked for some scenes where heroes worked as a team in difficult situations to write everything down in a notebook. Time passed and he turned off the computer to go to his bed and fall deeply asleep. Tatsuki's house, 10:30 p.m. Tatsuki. Tomorrow I will talk to that fool about what happened, there must be a better explanation. Tatsuki had just gotten out of the shower with a small towel on her shoulders, dressed in a pair of small, somewhat tight shorts and a loose black shirt. She dried her hair and threw the towel without looking where she was going and lay down on her bed. She took her cell phone with her hand and saw that she had a message, so she saw that it was from Izuku and it said. Sorry if I made you angry, Kaken. I was just glad to see someone with whom I could perform better when fighting, besides that she is a good person. I hope you are not upset. Kisses and hugs from me, goodbye. Itsuki. Baka, you always say that kind of things. Itsuki placed her cell phone on a small piece of furniture next to her bed and turned it off. She was very sleepy, so she fell deeply asleep. Rescue test. Several days had passed since the meeting between classes A and B, where our protagonist's class emerged the winner. The days passed peacefully without any kind of problem or inconvenient situation. They were already developing their combat skills and knowing how to react in certain types of situations. Their teacher Aizawa-sensei, despite being someone quite cold and with a somewhat strong character, taught quite well. Aizawa. Well, pay attention everyone, as you know the task of a hero is not simply to arrive and hit the villains, we must also protect people and their integrity, which is why we have prepared a test for all first graders, and you are the first. Kaminari. That sounds interesting. Aizawa. The test will be in 4 days, so you will have that time to prepare and notify your respective homes, although it is mandatory to attend. Zero. Ah, it seems like one of those typical money collections for firefighters or something like that. Aizawa. Anyway, classes will continue as usual until that day. I will give you more instructions the day before. Everyone. Hi. Aizawa. Now keep writing. Izuku. A rescue test, I'm not familiar with that. I think I'll talk about it with Almight, writing the notes on the board. Classes ended and Izuku went to the teacher's lounge to find his mentor. When he arrived he found him sitting in front of a computer, so he approached him. Izuku. This Almight would like to talk about something. Almight. Okay young Midoriya, just give me a minute, typing. Izuku. Then I'll wait for him outside. Izuku left the teacher's lounge and his cell phone began to vibrate, so he saw that it was a call from his mother. Izuku. Hello mom, is something wrong? Inko. I just want to let you know that I will be late home today, some reports are taking me longer than expected and I will have to work some overtime. Izuku. Oh I see, don't worry, I can take care of myself. Inko. That's good, see you son. Izuku. Goodbye, hangs up. Sometimes I think I should help mom with the house expenses. Almight. I'm already unemployed young Midoriya, what did you want to talk to me about? Stands next to him. Izuku. Oh well, Aizawa-sensei told us that in 4 days we will have a rescue test and well, I'm not familiar with that, turns to look at him. Almight. Don't worry, I'll help you, are you free tonight? Izuku. Yes, I have no problem. Almight. Okay then I'll see you at the beach at 8 o'clock, I'll have something prepared you'll see. Izuku. Thanks Almight, then I won't take up any more of your time, see you, leaves. Almight. Well let's get on with work, enters the teacher's lounge. Upon leaving Izuku found Kaminari, Zero and Mineta who were sitting on a bench talking. Izuku. What are you doing? Stands in front of them. Zero. Oh Midoriya, we're waiting for Shoji and Tokoyami, let's train for the test. Mineta. What do you say, are you joining us? Izuku. Well today I have more free time than usual so why not? Kaminari. Well then, just wait for them. 5 minutes later. Shoji. Sorry for being late. Kaminari, no problem, now we can start. The 6 of them were divided into 2 teams and the first one was made up of Mineta, Tokoyami and Zero, while the second was made up of Izuku, Kaminari and Shoji. Izuku. And what's the practice? Zero. We asked Aizawa-sensei to place a life-size doll somewhere in UA and he said he would also give it tests that we must pass. Izuku. Very well. Mineta. By the way, we only have 10 minutes to find it. The 6 of them counted to 3 and ran out to look for the doll. Izuku and Shoji went to the 3rd building but didn't find it. Kaminari went to the pool and couldn't find it either. Zero went with Tokoyami to the 2nd year classrooms but didn't find anything, so they quickly ran to the boys' restrooms where they ran into the other team. Izuku. You haven't found it. Zero. 7 minutes have passed and we thought you had already found it. Tokoyami. Aizawa-sensei said he wouldn't put it in the girls' restroom and we already went through all parts of the school, panting. Kaminari. Wait a minute, where's Mineta? Pointing at Zero. Shoji. Right, he's nowhere to be seen. Zero. He said he's going to the 1st grade classrooms. Everyone remained silent for a few seconds until they quickly ran to the 1st grade classrooms. They checked one by one, but there was nothing and they only had 2 minutes left before time was up. Izuku. Oh my god, where did Mineta go? Kaminari. I can't believe we went through the entire school in 8 minutes, we must have missed something. Shoji. What? Are we supposed to have checked every important place in UA? Tokoyami. Did you go to the main courtyard? Kaminari. It's not a very open space and we would see him easily. Izuku. I've got it. Zero. Do you know where Mineta is? Izuku. The workshop has to be there. Everyone. Right. There was 1 minute left before the countdown ended, and everyone quickly ran towards the workshop where the support students were practicing. The door was large and made of metal, but everyone was going so fast that they couldn't brake well, so they crashed into each other until the door opened from the impact. Izuku. My back, on the floor. Kaminari. Someone hit me in the rib, sitting on the floor. Okoyami. I think it was me, sorry, getting up in pain. Mineta. Guys came. Shoji. What happened to you? Mineta was tied with several ropes at the top of the room, he was upside down, and several drops of sweat could be seen falling from his forehead. Mineta. Well, the test was harder than I expected. Izuku. Zero, we have to get him down, the blood will rush to his head and he might faint. Zero. Leave it to me. Zero threw a ribbon directly towards Mineta, with which he managed to catch him, he was about to pull to lower him, but a blade pierced Zero's ribbon. Kaminari. Do you see anything, Tokoyami? Tokoyami. Dark shadow, help me. The kind of crow came out of Tokoyami's back, it was dark and began to move around the place when another blade headed towards it, but he stopped it with one of his two large hands. Shoji. It has to be a robot or something like that, I think it would be best to leave the rivalry behind, looking at Kaminari. Kaminari. Perfect, it will be easier to stop it. The robot appeared and it was not very big, it seemed to have Tokoyami's height, but you could easily see a large red sphere in the center of its chest. Zero. If we follow the logic of the movies, that must be its weak spot. Izuku. But red never gives good signs. Kaminari. Midoriya, you and I distract him from the front, Tokoyami, use your thing and make him fall. Dark shadow. I have a name. Shoji. Can it talk? Tokoyami. Yes, but it almost never does. Izuku and Kaminari ran towards the robot, but it turned into a small shiny metal ball, they both stopped and held it to throw it, but when it was in the air, it returned to its original form and threw a net that caught Kaminari and made him fall to the ground. Izuku. I'll take you out right now, approaches Kaminari. Kaminari, no, careful. Izuku turns back and the robot ran up to him to hit him, but Izuku ducked and grabbed his arm and then threw him to the ground and he fell on his back. Izuku. It's lighter than I thought. The robot's sphere glowed and the arm that Izuku was holding began to spin rapidly, sending him flying through the place where he ended up colliding with Mineta, which also freed him, although both fell to the ground in pain. Zero. Tokoyami, I'll help you a little, Shoji, maybe you should. Shoji. I know what to do. Shoji held the robot with his limbs and paralyzed it, Zero held his feet with his tape, and Dark Sky gave a hard blow to the robot's red sphere, cracking it a little, so that seconds later it lost its shine. Kaminari. Was that all? Izuku. Come on, we have to find the doll, releases Kaminari. Kaminari. Thanks. Everyone was going deeper into the classroom when the robot lit up much more and red lights began to be seen all over the classroom, the doors were closing, so everyone had to run towards them quickly. Izuku arrived first and seeing that if he didn't do something he would be the only one to get out, he stood between the doors and began to put pressure to stop them. Everyone managed to get out, so Izuku quickly let go of the doors and jumped out of the classroom. As he fell he saw how they finished closing and some footsteps were heard. Aizawa. They did better than I thought. Siri. Did you see what we did, sensei? Aizawa. Of course, if something went wrong he would come here quickly. Lienta. Despite being a cold man he cares about us, his eyes shine. Aizawa. Anyway, you failed the test, but it was designed so you wouldn't make it, so don't feel so disappointed. Izuku. But what would have happened if we stayed inside the classroom? Aizawa. The robot would have simply exploded and maybe you would come out with some injuries. Kaminari. But no explosion has been heard. Aizawa. Puts a hand on the door, this classroom is designed so that no noise from outside enters and none from inside comes out, that's why it has this small camera, so that when you need something you press the button and they can know that you are coming in. Shoji. Wow. Aizawa. But they saw with their own eyes. Aizawa opened the door and several parts of the floor were badly damaged as well as the tables. Tokoyami. And who will repair everything? Aizawa. Don't worry about that, now go home, I don't want you to miss classes tomorrow. Everyone. Hi. It wasn't late in the day, but everyone left UA and said goodbye to go to their respective homes, although it sounds hard to believe Izuku was quite excited since he had never stayed after school with friends since, well, he didn't have friends and the three he feared were leaving quickly. Izuku. So that's why they say we should enjoy our high school stage. Izuku got on a train and went home, when he arrived he prepared something light to eat and then watched television for a while and then left his house to meet Almight. During the trip he remembered several things that had happened during the short period of time in which he had entered UA and he was quite happy. When he arrived at the beach, he saw his mentor in the distance, who was arranging some car parts and tires. Izuku walked towards him and when he was behind him he touched his shoulder. Izuku? And what is all this for? It doesn't seem like something related to the rescue. Almight. Oh young Midoriya, how good that you arrive, this is more than anything to improve your skills since if you want to save someone you must be fast. Izuku. Okay, and when do we start? Almight. Well now go to the starting line, you will have 2 minutes to complete this mini-circuit. Izuku did what All Might asked him to do, and when he reached the finish line, he saw that the mini-circuit was not so mini, but too big to complete in 2 minutes. The track was plagued with all kinds of difficult obstacles, from a path full of sharp rocks, passing through ropes hanging from a tube that did not look very stable, among others. The training lasted 3 hours, and Izuku ended up exhausted and only managed to complete the test once with a time of 1 minute and 56 seconds. They both said goodbye, and when Izuku got home, he threw himself on the couch to fall deeply asleep. Test prep, suits, and more. There were 2 days left until the test that UA had prepared for their grade arrived, and the students of Class 1 would be the first to take it, but before that they had to do certain things quickly. Midnight. Very well, as you all know, one of the fundamental things is the name that the heroes should have, so this is what my class is going to be about, since Aizawa doesn't specialize much in it, so let's say he asked me as a favor. Uraraka. I've almost never thought about my heroine name. Iida. Me neither, but I don't think it'll be difficult for me. Izuku. Am I the only one who worries too much about that? Midnight. Everyone will write the name they would like to have and go to the front to show it to the others, they have 5 minutes. Some quickly wrote down what they would like to be called, others were hesitating a little more, and that was the case of Izuku since, despite having thought about it for a while, he never decided which one. He was deep in his thoughts when he heard a voice speak to him. Uraraka. And what will your name be, Deku-kun? Izuku. Well I don't know yet, but I have it. Quickly writes the name on a sheet of paper. The time ended and everyone began to show the names they had chosen. Midnight praised some, and others simply did not accept them, so she selected them herself, but when it was Izuku's turn, everyone was surprised by what he had chosen. Zero. Are you sure, Midoriya? It's supposed to be an insult. Haminari. Zero is right, maybe you should think about it more calmly. Izuku. No, that's fine. Midnight. I have to admit I'm a little surprised, but that name could work with the kids, touching her chin. Okay, I like it, you can come in. Everyone finished presenting their hero names and continued making their costumes. Everyone was designing their costumes, and there were several people from a company that promoted and manufactured products for heroes. When they finished they presented the voices to the people, and they made some adjustments in certain areas, but without changing too much of the design that the students wanted. Representative. Okay, now we will take your measurements, form by height in a single line. Everyone formed up as the company representative said and began to take their measurements of height, waist width, leg, arm, torso, etc. Representative. Okay, by tomorrow we will have all the costumes ready, now we say goodbye. Several people came out behind him with sheets full of letters, the classes continued normally, and at the end everyone went home. Izuku was walking calmly when he received a message from All Might. Izuku. Right now. I'll have to make a detour. Izuku went to the beach and found All Might sitting watching the sun. Izuku walked over and sat next to him to appreciate the beautiful view when All Might started to talk. All Might. You know young Midoriya, for a long time I've been thinking that I haven't been a good teacher and that I haven't taught you properly how to use one for all. Izuku. Wow, it seems he's being serious. All Might. Therefore I apologize and I would like to make it up to you. I bought you a small cake for you to try and after that we will train, what do you think? Takes out a blue bag. Izuku. Oh well, I didn't think you would say something like that to me, but I'm happy, thank you very much All Might. All Might. You're welcome young Midoriya, hugs him. Both watched the sea and the sunset together, while Izuku ate some vanilla cake that he also gave some to All Might. After that they began to train when it got dark, and they were like that for a large part of the night until Izuku had to leave. Izuku. From now on I will be training most of the time with All Might. Upon arriving home Izuku began to do his pending chores when he heard his doorbell ring, so he went to check who it was, and a person was with a package in front of him. Person. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Yes, it's me. Person. Here is your suit that you designed this morning, as you know some alterations and other things were made, see you soon. Izuku. Thank you very much, closes the door, they said it would arrive tomorrow. Izuku took out the suit and tried it on to see himself in a mirror afterward. The suit was black with green details on the gloves and boots, as well as some lines that ran through his arms and legs passing through the torso. It didn't have anything to cover his face, but he liked it that way. Izuku. And it's just the right size, it's quite comfortable and flexible, but well now I must continue with the task. Izuku took off his suit and put on a sleek t-shirt along with shorts and continued with his task. Minutes passed and someone knocked on his door again, and he went to check who it was and ran into Katsuki, who was holding a bag in his hands. Izuku. Hello Kaken, what are you doing here? Katsuki. My mother found out that you were alone for a while and made this, she told me to give it to you, brings the bag closer. Izuku. Thank you very much, although I do know how to cook. Katsuki. Take it as a gift, well I'm leaving, turns around. Izuku. Ah, I also have something to give you. Katsuki. What are you talking about? Turns to Izuku. Izuku. Give me a moment. Izuku walked up the stairs and as he came down he had a small amount of money in his hands. Katsuki. What are you going to give me money for? Izuku. Ah, it's not for you, it's for your dad. A while ago I accidentally dropped his cell phone and it crashed, but it was only recently that I managed to save up what it was worth. Katsuki. That's why I had a new phone. Izuku. I promised him I would pay for it and well here it is, now yes we will see each other Kaken. Katsuki. Ah don't call me that, grabs the money and puts it in a pocket and then leaves. Next day UA. Aizawa. Hey everyone, listen to what I'm about to say, practice is approaching, but before that we will take a little exam. Kiri. When? Aizawa. Now. Mineta. What? Iida. A surprise exam. Aizawa. It's not very complicated, but if you don't pass it you don't attend practice. Mineta. Ugh, I thought it would have worse consequences, lies down on the desk. Aizawa. And you will be expelled from UA. Haminari. You had to say it. Aizawa. Now I just want to see a pencil on the desk and whoever I catch copying I'll break an arm, showing his quirk, understood? All. Hi. Aizawa handed in the exams and it wasn't very complicated compared to the UA entrance exam, but the final part was the difficult one and was worth 50% of the exam grade, a simple question that no one knew how to answer, which was the following. How many professional heroes have existed to date? Even for Izuku it was impossible to answer this question, since many professional heroes entered every year. Everyone turned to look at each other, but Aizawa activated his quirk, so they went back to their thing. Izuku. This question must be impossible to answer. Iida. Considering that at least 2,000 or more professional heroes around the world must enter each year, it's impossible. Mineta. This is unfair, we would have to answer all the others correctly to pass. Izuku. The sensei, raises his hand. Aizawa. What's wrong? Izuku. Don't you think the last question is a bit complicated? Aizawa. When they become professional heroes, if they ever become one, they should know it by heart and the number will increase every year. Katsuki. It's stupid, what good is that? Aizawa. Answer it, don't ask. Todoroki. There's only luck. The exam time was about to end and everyone was nervous, some simply gave up and entered a random number, and others did some calculations, but it was useless since they would get lost halfway through. The exam ended and Aizawa gathered everything and then approached the window. Aizawa. These exams are useless, throws them away, everyone failed. Shoji. What? Aizawa. They don't read the instructions, it clearly said here, points to the instructions, if you put your name on the exam you fail. Izuku. I didn't see that written. Momo. I'm an idiot. Mina. So we're all expelled. Aizawa. No, since we can't expel an entire grade. Kiri. So we weren't the only ones. Aizawa. Yes, but don't be happy, this shows the lack of attention you have, which is why right now everyone will go out and do 100 push-ups, followed by 200 sit-ups after jogging around the entire school for an hour, understood? Everyone. Hi. Everyone did as instructed and when they finished they returned to the classroom full of sweat. Aizawa. Go to the showers and after that to your house, see you tomorrow and remember you have to come with your hero costume. Mineta. I think I'm exaggerating a little. Haminari. What do you think? I almost fainted. Izuku. It was a good routine, but I'll have to keep training after this, wiping his forehead. Next day. Aizawa. Okay, now let's go to the rescue test, did you bring everything right? Everyone. Hi. Aizawa. Okay, get on the bus and sit wherever you want. The women got on first and the men last. Izuku had planned to sit next to Tokoyami since they had formed a good friendship when they practiced, but when he saw that Todoroki only looked towards the window, avoiding the others, he decided to sit next to her. Izuku. Hello, smiling. Todoroki. How can he always smile? Did something happen? Turns to look at him. Izuku. No, I just want to sit here during the ride, does it matter? Todoroki. You're the only one I talk to so it's okay. Izuku. But I've seen that you talk to the girls. Todoroki. Only when it comes to homework or notes, I've never talked like this with anyone except you. Izuku. Oh, do you feel uncomfortable with us? Todoroki. I'm just not used to talking to others. Izuku. Sometimes people can be too cruel to you, but it's up to us to get up and be better than them, was what my father used to say. Todoroki. Did he die? Izuku. Yes, it was a long time ago, in fact, it's the only thing I remember of him well, and I have a picture of him in my house. Todoroki. Ah, I'm sorry. Izuku. It's not okay, he was a good person, my mother always talks to me about him, bows his head a little. Todoroki. It's just that I don't get along very well with my father. Izuku. Well, everyone has their problems and I don't want to get into that, maybe I'm touching on a sensitive subject. Todoroki. I don't think too much about it, it would be a waste of time. Izuku. Although it might be good to reconcile with him, we never know what we have until we lose it. Todoroki. I'll try someday. Izuku. Changing the subject, could I see your suit? Todoroki. Okay. Todoroki took out a suitcase he had under his seat and opened it to show a suit that was two colors, one half white and the other red. Although it was somewhat simple, it looked good and in the back you could see the back of it. Izuku. Why the space in the back? Todoroki. Normally when I use one side a lot, I need my body to get air and since my chest feels very hot or very cold, I leave this part free so that the air regulates it. Izuku. Wow, surprising. Todoroki. Your turn. Izuku. Okay, although mine is not designed for that. Izuku showed his costume to Todoroki and it seemed somewhat showy, but oh well, they continued talking a little until they arrived at what seemed to be a huge arena, everyone got off the bus and in front of the huge door of the place was 13, a hero specialized in rescue. 13. Welcome UA students, I am 13 and together with my partner Aizawa, we will give you a rescue test. Aizawa. First of all we are going to enter and on your right side there are some bathrooms so you can put on your hero costume. Upon entering the first thing the students did was put on their costumes and when they left the teachers were waiting for them. 13. Well as you know this test is a rescue test and although this area seems very beautiful, it will not be for long. Aizawa. There will be several dolls with human bodies which you must rescue from the natural disasters that have touched you, everyone can help each other, but you should focus first on the area that touched you. 13. In a few minutes everything will start to shake worse, don't worry it's part of the protocol. Aizawa. Well you get warmed up. 13. Whispers in Aizawa's ear, have you heard? Aizawa. About the League of Villains. 13. Yes these last few days there have been too many attacks from them, but it seems they are looking for something. Aizawa. Ah they disappeared a third grade student from here and shortly after they found him dead in a lake. 13. Maybe we shouldn't have done this. Aizawa. We have the protocol that will warn the others if something happens. 13. Okay apart there are the two of us and we must protect the students. The earthquake began and several natural disasters were observed in several areas, there was a volcano erupting, a thunderstorm, a storm in a large lake, an earthquake in an area of buildings and a blizzard. Aizawa. Okay now everyone take a paper out of this jar and open it. Izuku. I got blizzard. Todoroki. Coincidence. Shows him the paper. Izuku. We're a good team. Zero. Hi, I see you also got blizzard. Izuku. Zero, it's good to have you on the team. Zero. Same here, Midoriya. Shoji. I'm on the team here too. Izuku. Well, we can do something interesting. Aizawa. Who got blizzard? Izuku. Us. Aizawa. Here, there are 3 suits to avoid the cold. Zero. But there are 4 of us. Aizawa. Sort it out. Shoji. That's our sensei. Izuku. Well, maybe one of us should be hugging Shoji. Zero. Not me. Izuku. Todoroki-san. Todoroki. Shakes his head in a no signal. Izuku. Let's be clear that it's because of the test. Shoji. Exactly. Everyone went to their respective places and the rescue test had finally begun, but a purple portal appeared in the power plant near where the test was being done. Well phase 1 complete, cuts off the power to the entire city, UA, let's see how long you can hold on. Unforeseen result. The students had spread out with their respective teams throughout the place avoiding disasters and trying to save the dolls that were in each place. Izuku was walking with the others while being hugged by Shoji, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, but it was necessary, everything was calm, and they had already managed to climb to the top of the mountain, where they found 4 dolls. Izuku. Well now we have to bring them down, each one will have to carry one. Shoji. Well then I'll grab the biggest one, holds one that measures approximately 1.90 meters. Zero. Me the child, holds one that measures 1.45. Todoroki. Me the baby, holds one that measures no less than a meter. Izuku. Well, I'll grab the teenager, holds one that measures 10 centimeters shorter than him. Everyone was walking back dodging large sharp ice stones that would cause harm to anyone, and they also had to regulate the temperature of the doll. Everything was somewhat calm, but in the distance a huge explosion could be seen. Izuku. How strange, is Kaken coming here? Todoroki. I don't think so, it has to be something else. Zero. The problem is that it will be. Everyone strained their eyes a little to see what had exploded, but their surprise was great to see so many people in the place. Shoji. Is this allowed access to the public? Zero. I don't think so. Izuku. Watch out. Izuku ran towards Zero and knocked him down, as some kind of spear almost hit him in the chest. Izuku. That was close. Zero. What the hell was that? Gets up. Thief. Well, some little kids are confused. Hello, how are you? They all turned around and could see a large number of people with metal pipes, chains, guns among other things, and behind them, there was a man who dressed quite elegantly, but didn't seem to have a face. Izuku made eye contact with him, but they had to move from there, since the villains were running towards them, while some tried to shoot them. Izuku. Shoji, we have to hide somewhere. Zero. I see a cave in the distance, follow me. Everyone followed Zero, but the closer they got to the cave the colder it got, and it even clouded their vision a little. When Zero managed to get in here, gained some heat, but saw how a piece of ice broke, and from it Todoroki fell along with Izuku. Shoji was saved since he managed to stop, but couldn't catch Midoriya. Shoji. Damn, are you okay? Izuku managed to catch Todoroki and hugged her along with the doll, since if she received hits, she had a sensor that would reach the teachers, and they would lower their points. When she reached the ground, Izuku's back was a little scratched, but they didn't know where they were. Izuku. We'll have to find another way, I trust they'll be okay. Todoroki. You should cover yourself with something, you'll freeze like this. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be fine, it's better to move forward. Izuku walked a little but looked back and saw that Todoroki wasn't moving, so he went back. Izuku. Something's wrong, trembling. Todoroki. Maybe I do use my quirk, but looks at both hands while carrying the baby. It could warm the baby and me at the same time, but trembles a little. Izuku. Hey Todoroki-san. Todoroki. I don't think I can, I'm weak, falls to his knees while looking at the snow. I don't deserve to be here if I can't even use my quirk, hits the snow with one hand. Izuku. Hey, don't say that, crouches down and touches his shoulder. If I'm honest, you have a great ability and nobody forces you to use it, one does it to help others, and we shouldn't be forced to do something we don't want to. Todoroki. But. Izuku. But we should always agree with ourselves, and if you don't want to use your quirk there's no problem, it's your decision, smiling. Todoroki. But what about you? Raises his head. Izuku. I'll be fine, I'll just get sick after this, but it doesn't matter. Todoroki. It's not fair, maybe there is a way. Todoroki gave the baby to Izuku and then took off his coat to put it on Izuku's shoulders. He was about to stop her, but then Todoroki grabbed the baby and pressed his back against Izuku's chest. Todoroki. Close your arms, with a small blush. Izuku. Todoroki-san. Same as her. Todoroki. Just do it like you're giving me a hug so we three can warm up. Izuku did what Todoroki told him and hugged her. As strange as it may seem, it worked, so they walked like that for a long time. There was no sign of the villains, but at one point a rock hit Izuku's head and his head landed on Todoroki's shoulder. Todoroki. What happened? Izuku. Something hit me, sorry, recovers. Villain. I finally found them, they look so defenseless. The villain appeared in front of them and put a hand in the snow. Todoroki took out a hand and created an ice barrier, but a huge pointy rock destroyed it as if it were nothing. Then the villain created another one that went straight to Todoroki, but Izuku turned around and the blow hit his back, but he didn't fall to the ground, so Todoroki aimed below it and began to create some ice, making a small figure. The villain approached them and tried to hit Izuku in the face, but Todoroki took out a small ice razor and cut his eye without letting go of the doll. Then Izuku went out for a moment and with the one for all he did a smash, hitting the villain's face very hard and he flew very far away, becoming unconscious. Izuku went with Todoroki and they returned to the position they were in previously and continued walking for a while until they found a climb, but it was very closed. Izuku. Even if I jump I'll hit the rocks and fall again, and climbing with your ice will be difficult, what do we do? Todoroki. Maybe we should keep looking. Zero. Guys, I finally found you. They both managed to see Zero, who was at the top of the climb, and raised his hands so they could see him better. Zero. I see you're in trouble. Sensei sent a message and told us that we should all gather together, so I'll throw some tape and go up. Zero began to drop a lot of tape down the climb until Izuku caught it with one hand. Izuku. Do you think you can carry our weight? Zero. Shoji is helping me. Izuku. Okay Todoroki-san, I'm going to press my back to the wall and start climbing, you check that no one is coming, is that okay? Todoroki. But how will I do to not fall? Izuku. I don't know, maybe it would be better if you go up first. Todoroki. I have an idea. Todoroki turned around and looked into Izuku's eyes, he got a little confused but hugged him and put the doll between the two of them. Todoroki. That way I won't fall anymore. Izuku. Well you're right about that, oh what does it matter, I'll just go up, hold on. And so they did, after a minute they managed to get up and continued walking until they left the snowy mountain and took off their coats. Izuku. What happened to the villains? Shoji. 13 appeared to help us and almost absorbed them with his quirk, but they managed to escape. Zero. But now we have to go. They all ran towards the entrance of the place, but a villain passed over them and grabbed Izuku by his clothes to take him flying. Izuku. How did he catch me? Villain. I finally caught one. Izuku broke free from the grip and before falling managed to connect a smash to the villain, causing him to fall unconscious. Izuku was about to hit the ground, but as he fell he felt like he fell on something soft. Izuku. A mattress. Kiri. Phew, good thing you're okay Izuku-kun, we saw how you hit that guy and fell too fast, but Momo-chan managed to save you. Izuku. Oh thank you very much, but why are you still here? You should be at the entrance. Kiri. That's what we do, only we ran into several guys and had to deal with them. Pitsuki. Although they were all trash, they slowed me down. Izuku. Typical Kaken. Everyone continued on their way towards the entrance while stopping one or another villain, but at one point a huge creature, you could also see its brain, went through a building and screamed. Pitsuki. What is that? Izuku. No idea, but we'd better move. Everyone ran trying to dodge the creature, but it was about to reach them, so Izuku stopped abruptly and turned around, then jumped and hit the creature's eye, hurting it a little, but then he was grabbed by the arm and thrown towards the buildings again, as if it were a sack. Pitsuki. Ah, this bastard is strong. Pitsuki jumped towards the creature and when he was close he tried to cause an explosion, but some kind of tape caught his wrist and he was pulled back. Aizawa. Go to the entrance now. I'll take care of this in front of the students. Kiri. But Izuku-kun is hurt and. Aizawa. I'll go get him, go. The three had no choice but to leave and reach the entrance where they met with other students, although some were missing, two in particular. Hagakure. Haven't you seen Iida-chan? But Izuku. This one was on the ground very hurt since with the force that was thrown he had destroyed a wall, and now he was resting a little. In the distance he saw his teacher fighting with that Kota, and it wasn't going very well for him, so he got up but saw Iida lying on the ground while a villain put a foot on his head. Villain. Now that I think about it, you're not so bad girl, maybe I can even have fun. Iida. I can't believe this is happening. The villain unbuttoned Iida's suit a little, but Izuku ran towards him and hit his face with his right fist and then hit his rib with his other fist. The villain held the aforementioned area and Izuku took the opportunity to jump and hit the villain's face with his knee, causing him to fall to the ground, but the villain just after falling got up, as if he were a ninja, tried to hit Izuku, but he dodged the attack and grabbed his arm and then threw him to the ground abruptly and finally broke his arm. Izuku. Don't even think about getting up, trash, kicks the villain's face leaving him unconscious, are you okay? Izuku bent down and helped Iida get up, she buttoned her suit again and thanked Izuku. Iida. We have to go. Izuku. Sensei can't fight that alone, we have to stay. Iida. Midoriya, I would also like to stay, but an order is an order. Izuku. I'll help him because that's what a hero does, help those who need them. If you want to come do it, but if not go with the others. Izuku ran towards his teacher and Iida watched as he left, but for a moment he saw the silhouette of his brother in him. Iida. He looks a lot like him, smiling, maybe I can only help him a little. But Aizawa. He was on top of the creature holding it with his neck ribbons, putting pressure to try to put it to sleep, but the creature grabbed him and threw him to the ground abruptly and then raised his fist, indicating that he would hit Aizawa, but Izuku appeared and hit the Nomu's face with a smash. But the creature only moved a little. After that Izuku received a big blow to the stomach that although he suffered a lot of damage and fell to the ground. The creature approached him, but Aizawa managed to get its attention so that it would not hurt Izuku. Iida. It would be better if we went, holds Izuku. Where do you think we're going? The blue-haired man appeared and was about to hit Iida in the face, but he dodged the attack and kicked the villain's stomach, although he simply smiled. I look fragile, but I'm not. The villain bent down and hit Iida's leg that was touching the ground, making it fall, and then tried to hold it, but Izuku hit his face although he didn't flinch. You're tired, you can't do anything. The villain held Izuku's hand, and he began to feel a great burning pain, and saw as if his skin was beginning to crack, so desperately he kicked his rival's crotch, and he let go. Later Iida got up and with a kick to the face, managed to make the villain fall. Iida? Are you okay? Midoriya holds the injured area of his hand. Izuku? I think so. Who said we're done? The villain got up and with a blow managed to make Izuku bleed. Iida didn't react in time, and the same thing happened to him, only the blow was to the stomach, leaving her breathless. She fell to her knees, but the villain held her by the hair, and when he was about to snap her neck, a portal opened behind him. Kurogiri. Tamura is here. Tamura. Ah, my fun is over so quickly, I hope the Nomu can take care of it. The doors of the place were destroyed, and All Might arrived formally dressed. He quickly ran towards the Nomu, but saw that behind him were Izuku and Iida, so he surrounded the creature and carried them, and then left them with the other students. He returned to where the creature was, and saw that Aizawa was on the ground bleeding, so he took off his jacket, revealing only a white underwear shirt. All Might. You villain, do you think I'll let you interfere and hurt the students? Get ready. Aizawa. As always, showing off. The Nomu gave a scream and ran towards All Might. He also ran towards the Nomu, and they clashed fists, causing a small blizzard. Shoji. So the villain is strong, to compete with All Might's strength, it must be too much. Izuku. But All Might will stop him, since after all, he is the #1 hero, smiling on the ground. Lethal approach. Everyone watched All Might and the Nomu, who were about to fight. The Nomu was the first to approach, and All Might waited patiently, looking into his eyes. In a desperate attack, the Nomu grabbed All Might's arm, but he carried him with both hands and threw him to the ground, and then hit him in the stomach when he was getting up, causing him to crawl on the ground. Everyone was amazed by the strength of the #1 hero, but he continued with his fight and went towards his enemy and tried to hit him, but he caught the attack. All Might. Do you learn over time? All Might also stopped an attack with his other hand that the Nomu made, and both saw each other's faces, All Might smiling and the Nomu with a desperate face. Both were putting pressure on the other's body, trying to gain an advantage, and in the end, All Might managed to make his opponent be with his back on the ground, still without giving up, so he jumped without letting go of him, and with both legs, he hit his enemy's chest, causing him to spit saliva. The Nomu tried to get up again, but All Might got up first than him, and without letting go he began to spin quickly, accusing a mini whirlwind, and then throwing the Nomu into the air. He hit a power source that was on the ceiling, electrocuting himself to fall, almost surrendered to the ground, but still got up. All Might. I'll finish you right now, I can't afford to waste any more time. The Nomu slowly got up, and All Might threw a stone that was near him, but he opened his mouth and swallowed it. All Might was surprised, but a few moments later the Nomu's body began to be covered by a kind of rock, but he could still move. All Might. What a strange quirk, I've never seen anything like it, you better go out, children. Aizawa. This will teach you how to deal with unforeseen situations. All Might. Hahaha, you're always one step ahead, Aizawa-kun. In fighting pose. The Nomu ran towards All Might and he also towards him. When they collided, they both hit each other's jaw and then began to hit each other in all parts of the body. On one hand, All Might could feel as if he was hitting a very hard leg, but he could see how his armor was beginning to break little by little, but he was also receiving some damage. At one point the Nomu grabbed him by the neck and crushed him against the ground and then bit his shoulder, which made a small pool of blood appear that worried more than one, but they were surprised again when All Might hugged his rival's head with his legs, immobilizing him, and turned around on the ground to be on top of him with his two arms trapped under his knees. All Might. Plus Ultra. All Might began to give an immediate flurry of blows to the Nomu's face, breaking his nose and a few teeth. After 30 seconds of blows, the Nomu buried his nails in All Might's knees and got up with some force, carrying him and hitting him against a concrete wall that was nearby. Without letting go, he picked him up again, but this time he jumped and threw him to the ground, creating a small crater. All Might tried to get up quickly, but the Nomu fell on top of him with one leg and began to crush him. Mina. All Might will be okay, right, sensei? Aizawa. Of course, he also learns from his mistakes. Itsuki. He should have defeated him a long time ago. Kiri. It's not as easy as it seems, you know. Izuku. The strength that the Nomu has is amazing, and it seems that he can reason, since he uses All Might's small mistakes to get rid of him or create an escape route. On the other hand, All Might's fierceness and cunning are not far behind. In fact, they surpass him, and I can see that clearly. Both are incredible, but one may not be human, with a finger on his chin. Itsuki. How much do you think, nerd? Izuku. Oh, nothing, I was just watching the fight to learn. Itsuki. You only think about that. Izuku. Sorry. Aizawa. It's a good way of learning, they should use it more. Returning to the fight, All Might had recovered, and with a smile he got up, pushing the Nomu's foot aside and quickly getting up, then grabbing him by one leg and slamming him several times against the ground, causing his head to hit hard, and after a few seconds he finally became unconscious. All Might. Ready, it wasn't that difficult, is everyone okay? Walks towards the students. All. Hi. Almight. That's good, Aizawa, the police are about to arrive with some ambulances, crouches down. Aizawa. Okay, I'll wait for you inside. Almight. By the way, where is 13? Aizawa. I don't know. Almight. I'll have to look for him later, but I'll be right back, turns around and covers his mouth, I think I overexerted myself. And like All Might said, the police arrived minutes later, along with some ambulances to attend to the students and Aizawa, everyone returned home after that. Train. Izuku. This day was pretty crazy, wasn't it Kaken? Smiling. Katsuki. Yeah, whatever, looks at Izuku's wounds, how did someone so skinny get you so hurt? Izuku. I don't know either, but despite his appearance, he was quite strong, the good thing is that they aren't that serious. Katsuki. You always get into trouble. Izuku. I'm not the only one, scratching his head. Katsuki. By the way, I have to ask you something damn. Izuku. What? Katsuki. How did you get a quirk? Izuku was a little surprised, but he knew that moment would come sooner or later, since his childhood friend knew him too well, and also the change had been too abrupt, no one else of his UA friends knew he was quirkless before except her. Katsuki. Why are you keeping quiet? Grabs him by the shirt. Izuku. Ah yes, it is something difficult to explain. Katsuki. Stop acting stupid and tell me, tightens his grip, you were supposed to be a weak quirkless, and now you are almost as strong as the other idiots, leans his head on Izuku's chest. Izuku. Kaken. Katsuki. You weren't supposed to know how to defend yourself. Izuku. But I always trained for that. Katsuki. You had no chance to defend yourself against the others or me, and now you're the third best in the class below me, and the stupid bicolor, how did you get up so fast? Looks him in the eyes. Izuku. This is bad, if it continues like this I will tell you of that I am sure, but I promised All Might that I would not tell anyone. Katsuki. Tell me now. The train stopped and the doors opened, Izuku took advantage and got up to run away, but Katsuki chased him. Karsuki. Damn shitty nerd, come back here, if you do not I will kill you. Boosts himself with several explosions. Izuku. This is bad, very bad, I have to hide from her, but where? Izuku went into an alley and Katsuki followed him, it was too dark, so he took out his phone and began to shine the flashlight on Izuku. Katsuki. Get out already, idiot. Izuku. Swallows, don't let him see me. Katsuki moved a container but was pushed, causing her cell phone to fall, smashing the screen. Izuku ran out quickly in the direction of his house. Katsuki. Damn stupid, I'll kill you tomorrow. Picks up his cell phone and leaves the alley in the direction of his house. Izuku's house. Izuku opened the door and quickly closed it upon entering, he locked it and sat on the couch to rest for a moment. Izuku. I don't want it to be tomorrow, I'll be dead. All night Izuku had a little trouble sleeping, when morning came he did what he usually did and headed towards UA, thinking about how to apologize for yesterday, the journey was faster than usual. When he arrived the first thing he did when he saw his friend with an unfriendly face, was to approach her. Izuku. Can we talk, Kaken? Katsuki. We can't talk, let's talk. Grabs him by the shirt and drags him out of the classroom. Kiri. What happened now? Mina. I have no idea. Hagakure. Could it be the fruit of their love? Kiri. What are you talking about? They're barely high school students. Hagakure. But they've known each other their whole lives, maybe they're formalizing a relationship. Raising her hands. Mina. It would be incredible, imagine it, opposites attract. On one hand a shy boy and on the other a temperamental girl. Kiri was thinking it over in detail inside her mind, which was strange since she wasn't much of a thinker. It sounded logical that two childhood friends became boyfriend and girlfriend, but at the same time for some reason she disliked the idea. She didn't know if it was because Izuku was her best friend and she spent most of her time with him or something else. But Izuku. Izuku. First of all, I want to apologize for acting so weird yesterday and not being able to answer your question, and I can't do it because it's a secret, so I'm sorry, bows his head. Katsuki. Idiot, how many times have I told you not to act like that? Hits him on the head, if you act like that again, I'll beat the information out of you. Izuku. Hi. Katsuki. Plus, you'll have to pay to have my phone screen repaired. Shows the broken screen. Izuku. Did I break a cell phone again? Katsuki. Just give me half, I'll pay the rest. Izuku. Can I give it to you next week? Katsuki. Not later than this month. Arms crossed. Isaac. Done, thanks a lot, Kaken. Hugs her. Katsuki. Let me go, fool, I don't have time for this stuff. Pushes him and enters the classroom. Izuku. Well, this time she didn't hit me, so that's progress. Izuku entered the classroom after Kitsuki and Aizawa arrived shortly after. He announced that they would do intensive training and also talk about events similar to what they experienced the day before. UA Gym. Aizawa. It is impossible to gain the condition to be a hero overnight. Some are already familiar with training like Midoriya or Iida, both of you come to the front please. These two stood next to Aizawa and he began to explain a little about the anatomy of the human body and showing some weak points. After that little lesson everyone began to work on different things, some cardio, others weights, lung resistance, etc. After 3 hours of hard training everyone walked to the showers sweaty to take a bath and finish classes without any problem. Everything was fine and Izuku was talking to Kiri, but he felt someone touch his shoulder and when he turned around he could see Tokoyami. Tokoyami. Can we talk for a moment? Izuku. Oh okay, can you give me a minute Kiri-san? Kiri. No problem, it must be important. The two moved away from the others a bit and Tokoyami began to talk. Tokoyami. I need help with Dark Shadow, lately he's been a bit out of control at night. Izuku. But you told me it was normal for him. Tokoyami. But this time it's more, he's always wandering around the place looking for food or something to entertain himself with. Izuku. It's like he's a child, it would be best to talk to sensei. Tokoyami. It could be I'll do it after the exit, now I won't bother you anymore. Izuku. No problem, see you. Izuku returned to Kiri and continued talking like any other day. The bell rang and everyone began to put away their things until Iida approached him. Iida. This Midoriya wanted to tell you thank you. Izuku. Why? Iida. Yesterday you helped me and didn't leave me alone, that showed how capable and kind you are. Izuku. It's not a big deal, it's something that any of us would do, it just happened to be me this time, but it could happen with any of us. Iida. Okay, just if you need anything don't hesitate to ask. Izuku. I'll take it into consideration. Aizawa. Oh by the way Almight, Present Mick, Midnight and other sensei were talking and we will do a test in 3 days. Zero. Don't let it be a written, puts his hands together and prays to the gods. Aizawa. It will be a combat test. Zero. Perfect, it won't go so badly. Aizawa. First you will fight each other to try to deactivate a bomb, which is fake and the second we haven't determined, but we will mention it that day. You can go now. Izuku. I suppose it's because of the rescue test and you want to see how fast you can teach us. Haminari. Hey Midoriya, we're going to go for a walk for a while and then we'll go to our houses, don't you want to come? In front of him were all the men in the class who were about to have a meeting. Izuku. Sure, I'll just tell my mom on the way and that's it. Mineta. Perfect. Shoji. Let the fun begin. Time out. Izuku was sitting taking notes from Present Mick's English class until the bell rang. Everyone put away their things and went straight to the locker room to change into the UA sports uniform, since today was the day of the team tryout. When they finished they went with Aizawa, who was waiting for them at the entrance of UA. Zero. Are we going somewhere sensei? Aizawa. No, we are waiting for the director. Kiri. Why? Aizawa. He wants to see with his own eyes how capable they are of reacting to certain situations, and being the first to whom a similar situation happened in a few years he can't let it pass. Izuku. But if he's not here at UA, where is he? Aizawa. He had an important meeting, now be quiet. A few minutes passed and finally the UA director named Nezu arrived. He was a kind of short white mouse dressed somewhat formally. Everyone saw him somewhat surprised since he was smaller than they thought, but in order not to look bad, they simply pretended and went to the UA gym, where some professional heroes had prepared a kind of small arena in which everyone would participate. Aizawa. Well, teams of 2 members will be made, I will flip a coin, if you win you decide who you will be with, if I win I decide. Everyone. Done. Aizawa. Now decide, Eagle or Sun. Shoji. Let's see, we have to think this through strategically. Haminari. It's a game of chance, there's no way we can predict which side will fall. Izuku. Maybe yes, considering that I place the sun for us to see and most of the time the opposite of what was shown comes out. Hitsuki. Sun. Izuku. We should have said Eagle. Hitsuki. It's a stupid game of chance, there are no rules, just luck. Aizawa tossed a coin in the air and when it landed it showed up head to head. Izuku. I told you. Hitsuki. Shut up, idiot. If you were so smart you would have said so from the beginning without asking us. Pinching his rib. Izuku. Oh, I understand, sorry. Mina. But if she was wrong. Aizawa. Well, I won, so I'll decide. Kitsuki will be with Todoroki. Hitsuki. Son of a bitch, I had to get down to the dramatics and family problems. With a vein in his forehead. Todoroki. Great, it had to be with the explosive blonde with no control over her emotions, arms crossed. Aizawa. Izuku and Jiro. Izuku. We are a good combination, they high-five. Jiro. Yes, I hope and you are a better partner than with the subjects. Izuku. Sorry for not giving you the homework, but All Might was watching us. Jiro. Don't worry. Aizawa. Kaminari and Mineta. Kaminari. That's not fair, I got the useless one. Points at Mineta. Mineta. Useless. Haven't you bitten your tongue, broken socket? Throwing balls at Kaminari. Aizawa. Stop it you two, I'm not asking for opinions. Aizawa continued naming teams for the test and finally announced that the first to face each other would be Katsuki and Todoroki versus Shoji and Iida. Aizawa. Okay, first of all I'll give the villains a minute to look at a map of the area. Todoroki. I see it. Katsuki. I'm also present. Todoroki. You just go and cause explosions. Katsuki. You freeze everything in your path. Todoroki. Of course not, holds the map and starts looking at possible routes to catch the bomb. Aizawa. 30 seconds. Izuku. I feel like this is going to go wrong. Todoroki. I have a plan. Katsuki. Which one is it? Todoroki. Approaches Katsuki's ear, there are some stairs that lead us to the roof of the building, we'll go up and when we're on top of the bomb I'll freeze a part of the roof, you explode it, we touch the bomb, and that's it. Katsuki. You make it sound like it's very easy, remind you that we have as an opponent a guy who can stretch his limbs and has 6 arms. Todoroki. Anyway, we're going to do it that way, or do you have another plan? Katsuki. Better without a plan. Todoroki. This is going to go wrong. Arena. Shoji stood beside the bomb while his limbs watched for any anomaly, the fight had already started a few minutes ago, and Iida had gone out to run around with his feet in case he managed to find the two, after a few minutes Iida returned without having seen her, so now it was Shoji's turn to leave, but when he opened the door, his feet were frozen, and an explosion hit him hard in the face, making him fall to the ground. Katsuki. I told you it would work. Todoroki. Don't get distracted. Iida ran and grabbed the two by the arms to throw them out of the room, they both slid for a few seconds, but Iida held a rope and tied them up, but Katsuki created a small explosion freeing himself. Katsuki. Did you think you were going to stop me with something so simple? Iida. Gaining time is the main thing, they only have 20 minutes, and 5 have already passed. Katsuki ran towards Iida and Todoroki was sliding to the side, Iida quickly went for Todoroki and grabbed her shoulders, but she stopped in her tracks and hit her hard with her elbow in the stomach, that with the speed at which she was going, made Iida fall to the ground. On the other hand, Katsuki was about to enter the room again, but Shoji grabbed her with 2 of his legs and lifted her leaving her face down on the ground. Then threw her towards Todoroki and she created an ice wall to protect herself. Iida got up and ran towards Todoroki ramming her with his shoulder against the ice wall breaking it and then turned around to get up. Shoji. Are you okay? Iida. Yes, I only had a small mishap. Katsuki. Buck. Katsuki got up and pushed Todoroki aside to put both hands together and create a huge explosion, but Shoji managed to hide behind a wall, even though it collapsed due to the strong explosion. On the other hand, Iida was on the ground almost unconscious and with very little strength, Katsuki walked towards the bomb, but Shoji got up and with his arms raised the bomb, so he couldn't touch it. Sigh. Does that count, sensei? Aizawa. As long as I don't touch it it's fine. Katsuki turned to attack Shoji, but he received a strong blow to the head from Todoroki, which hit his fist frozen and quite hard, with which he knocked Shoji to the ground, causing the bomb to fall. Todoroki. We won. Aizawa. Well, the villains win, the next fight will be Izuku and Jiro versus Kiri and Tokoyami, wait for the arena to be fixed, a little cement will help us with that. 5 minutes later. Aizawa. Ready now, go to the arena, you know who the heroes and villains are. Izuku and Jiro were the heroes and had to protect the bomb, it had been placed in a different place so that the test would not be repetitive. Izuku and Jiro were attentive to all the possible openings they would have and Jiro seeing a shadow pass, quickly placed both cables on the ground to know where it came from, she heard it too close and felt how she was pushed by someone but rolled on the ground. Izuku. That was close, are you okay? Gets up and shakes his hand. Jiro. Yes, thank you for protecting me, Dark Shadow is quite fast and dangerous, accepts the gesture. Izuku. The problem is where Tokoyami is. Both began to search the room, but Izuku was caught by Tokoyami, who had used Dark Shadow to enter the room and stay in a dark corner so he wouldn't be seen. Izuku was trying to break free, but Dark Shadow made his grip tighter and tighter, so he carried one for all in one hand and shot a burst of air towards the ground. Jiro heard that and knew where he was, but when he turned around he heard the door open suddenly, so he turned in its direction and saw how Kiri went straight to the bomb, but using his cables, he caught her feet and made her fall. Tokoyami. Damn. Izuku. Okay, now it's my turn. Izuku swung and managed to put his feet on the roof, then he grabbed Tokoyami's fingers with both hands and began to stretch them in the opposite direction, causing great pain, and then let go and fell to the ground. Tokoyami bent with DSRK shadow and went down from the roof to fall in front of Izuku, where both crossed glances for a second and began to hit each other hard. At one point Tokoyami tried to kick Izuku's right leg to knock him down, but he jumped dodging the attack. As he fell quickly, he took advantage of the fact that Tokoyami was crouching in front of him, and with his right leg he kicked him hard in the face. Tokoyami held his face for a second, and when he was about to knock him out, he felt a very strong blow to the back of his neck that made him fall. Kiri. Come on Tokoyami-kun, I know you can get up, dodges Jiro's cables. Jiro. You too Midoriya. Tokoyami got up and used Dark Shadow to cover the cables. Kiri ran towards the bomb, but Izuku stopped her by grabbing her back, trapping both arms, but as she was still somewhat stunned by the blow, she managed to get away easily, and when she turned to see Izuku, she gave him another big blow to the face that made him retreat, but Izuku also responded with a blow to the stomach, charged with 5% of one for all, that made Kiri fly. Izuku knelt for a second, but Dark Shadow held him. Jiro took advantage and used his cables by putting them on Tokoyami's ears and creating a fairly strong frequency causing him to release Izuku. When he turned around, Izuku hit Tokoy in the face again, only this time with his left fist. Jiro. We have to put the handcuffs on them. Jiro put the handcuffs on Tokoyami and Izuku put them on Kiri, ending the fight. Kiri couldn't get up, so Izuku carried her on his back to take her to the infirmary. Izuku. Sorry, I think I overdid it. Kiri. No problem, I hit you pretty hard too. In the infirmary they both had to use bandages, Izuku on his head, something that looked like karate tape, and Kiri had to use it on his abdomen. The meetings continued, and everyone managed to perform quite well to Aizawa's surprise. The day concluded, and everyone was talking outside of UA quietly. Izuku was talking with Shoji, Tokoyami, Kaminari, Shiro, and the other men in his class when he received a message from his mother. Inko. Son, remember that you were going to bring everything you needed for the week today, I hope you're not late. Izuku. Damn, guys, sorry I have to go, I have something pending. Everyone. Okay, bye. Izuku went shopping and when he left it was already dark. He went straight home, and when he arrived he had to stay to do some chores he had pending. Also after that he would make some dinner since his stomach was empty and it was already somewhat late. Totsuki's house. Totsuki. Hey old lady, haven't you seen the money I left on my table? Going down the stairs. Totsuki. I assumed it was your money and I took it since you owed me. Reading a magazine. Totsuki. With that money I was going to pay for my cell phone screen. Totsuki. You can get more money. Totsuki. Ah. Goes up the stairs. Totsuki. Is it going down the stairs? Who knows? Izuku's house. Izuku. I finally finished my chores and now I can make some dinner to go to sleep. This day was so tiring that I barely had time to relax a little. I should change my habits, but what can I do? Gets up from the chair and goes to the kitchen, I hope, and tomorrow I can rest. Talking about the festival. Another day at UA began and to the surprise of the WANA students, many people could be seen at UA. They seemed to be preparing something since there was a lot of machinery and people dressed formally were also present. Upon entering the classrooms they could see Aizawa dressed in a suit and with a bun on his head that made him look a little more mature. Momo. Sensei, why do you dress like that? Aizawa. It's not that I want to but I have to, the sports festival is approaching and this year they asked me to do the signing of the advertising. Iida. Is the festival so fast? Aizawa. There is still time but we must prepare everything, we still have to see what days it will be, the advertising that there will be, and also we will have to put up some extra stands because of all the people who show up. Izuku. This is one of the most important events of UA, many important people look at it to see if there are talents to obtain. This is a very easy way to get publicity for more important jobs in the future if you perform well. Aizawa. Also, you should also start preparing since the director said that you will be the ones to open the festival this year, you will be the first to participate in the tournaments. Todoroki. I had heard that you implemented a couples tournament. Aizawa. Yes, and also a group one, but I will explain that later. Kaminari. Oh please, sensei, so maybe we can form teams from now on to perform better. Mina. Right. Aizawa. I honestly thought I would say something stupid. It's okay, although it's not fully organized yet, the idea is that before going to the individual tournament, 2 more will be held, one of them will be in pairs, where you will decide who you will team up with and you will have to fight to get first place. Hagakure. Can we also team up with someone from another class? Aizawa. If you want, that's fine, the group will be different, all fights will be 3 students per fight, everyone will fight against each other, and in the end there will be 1 member per class to represent their group, and obviously the winner of that fight will be the winner of the tournament. Sits on the desk. Any questions? Iida. Could we start preparing for the festival? Aizawa. I could give you these days off since Nezu forced us, because he wants to make a good impression like every year, so from now on you will train to perform well in the sports festival. All. Hi. UA training camp. Iida. Well, the most important thing about the tournament is the individual part, but each person will do that alone and in their own way. Here we will concentrate on learning team tactics and seeing our mistakes to correct them, with a list in his hand. First Mineta. Mineta. Oh, it had to be me, what do I do? Shoulders drooping. Iida. We already know what your quirk is and what it mainly works for, but we should find a way to make it more useful. Mineta. Thanks for saying I'm useless in a friendly way. Itsuki. Why don't we just kick him out? Arms crossed. Izuku. Because he's a member of the classroom. Itsuki. He doesn't contribute anything. Izuku. He appears when you least expect it, even though it sounds strange, he always helps at the last minute. Itsuki. Why do I want him at the last minute when I'm already hurt and tired? Stands in front of Izuku. Izuku. So you don't lose the fight. Itsuki. I don't need anyone covering me. Starts creating explosions. Iida. It would be better to move on to the next one. Kitsuki. Itsuki. What do you want? Can't you see that I'm busy arguing with this idiot? Iida. First problem detected is your character. Itsuki. What does that have to do with a fight? Tries to hit her, but Izuku stops her and carries her. Let me go. Izuku. I would rather not. Puts her down. Iida. Your quirk is pretty good and it seems you don't have any weak points. Izuku. I know one. Raises his hand. Itsuki. I don't have any weak points. Izuku. Puts a hand on her waist and she moves to the side. It is very sensitive in the rib area, both with blows and with any friction. Itsuki. And how did you know that, stalker? Izuku. Your mom told me. Itsuki. That old woman. Iida. Well then the best thing would be for you to do sit-ups and someone to be giving you small hits so you start to have more resistance. The next will be Tokoyami. Tokoyami. Light is my biggest problem, it's pretty easy to defeat Dark Shadow when I have an opponent that benefits from light or something like that. Haminari. Does artificial light count too? Several discharges pass through his fingers. Tokoyami. Yes, and I ask you not to get close to me. Iida. Well then we should find a way in which Dark Shadow can resist the light a little longer, I'll think about it more thoroughly. The next is. So the day passed while they were devising strategies and carrying them out to improve. Izuku was helping his teammates, and right now he was doing push-ups with Jiro. Izuku. Come on, we have 35 left. Jiro. Can't we take a break? We've done 3 repetitions of 40 push-ups each. Izuku. We only reached 30 and rested. Jiro. Okay. Class B was also training to achieve a good performance in the sports festival. Some were in the gym training and preparing their bodies, others were outside practicing their agility, while others had friendly fights. For his part, Izuku was in the gym since a large part of One for All was physical power, and if he could not control his own body he could not control his power. He had a somewhat too rigorous training. He poured cold water on himself while doing push-ups with several concrete blocks on his back. When he did sit-ups, Tokoyami threw some stones at parts of his body, and other exercises such as running at great speed was being his routine so far. Meanwhile, in the friendly fight several outstanding ones could be seen. Kiri, Kitsuki and Tetsutetsu stood out in terms of fighting ability, although Kiri and Tetsutetsu were mostly brute strength. Everything was calm, and Kitsuki was frustrated since no one wanted to fight her now, so she went looking for the green-haired boy and found him in the gym lying on the floor sweating with Tokoyami by his side. Kitsuki. Get up, lazy, you'll come fight me, kicks his stomach lightly. Tokoyami. I'm sorry, but it would be better if he rested. He's been training for 2 hours without stopping, and he's exhausted, he can barely breathe. Itsuki. I'm not talking to you, get up. Izuku. S-shirt, red face and body. Itsuki. What's wrong with the shirt? Looks at him desperately. Izuku. Take it off me, breathes heavily. Itsuki. You're making a scene, Deku, get up at once. Izuku. I see, can't breathe well. Tokoyami. I understand, bends down and takes off his shirt. I think from overdoing it he's lacking oxygen and his body needs a lot of it. Itsuki. And how is that going to help him? Looking at Tokoyami. Tokoyami. Since his body is fresh, some areas that needed a lot of oxygen get it openly and he has a greater amount to inhale. Itsuki. See what you're doing, idiot. Looks at him angrily. Izuku. Sorry, could you give me some water? slowly raises his hand. Katsuki. Ash damn Deku, he was supposed to come so we could fight, not to take care of him, with a vein in his forehead. Katsuki went for a bottle of water and when he came back he gave it to him in his hand. Izuku opened it and began to drink it lying down but was held by Katsuki who sat him on the ground. Katsuki. You're going to end up drowning, it seems that so much exercise made you stupid. Izuku. Starts drinking water, thank you. Okoyami. I ask you to take care of him, I'll go train, leaves the place. Katsuki. Wait, I still have to fight. Damn bird, the next time I see you, I'll kick your butt. Stands up, don't even think I'll take care of you, I'll just take you to the place where we're fighting, and that's it. And said and done, the day passed and Katsuki found someone to fight and it was Kendo, who had barely finished her training and had decided to practice friendly fights. The winner was Katsuki, although she put up a good fight. Todoroki. What's wrong with Midoriya and why isn't he wearing a shirt? Seeing Izuku. Kiri. Katsuki brought him and left him here. I've been taking care of him since he looks pretty bad. Todoroki. And part of taking care of him is taking pictures of him while he's asleep. Seeing Kiri's cell phone that was on. Kiri. I can explain, it's a joke. Stands up quickly. Todoroki. And why did you take pictures of his abdomen and not his face? Kiri. That wasn't me, it was Mina-san. Todoroki. Why don't you erase them then? Kiri. Damn, we can make a deal. Todoroki. I'm not interested in your deals, I was just asking, images in my head are enough for me, can I still have a friendly fight? Kiri. If someone wants to fight you, that's fine. Izuku. What did I miss? Gets up a little dizzy, hello Todoroki-san, waves his hand in greeting while smiling. The place fell completely silent when they saw the green-haired boy wake up, he saw that he was shirtless and it seemed strange to him, so he left the place to go get his shirt, everyone continued fighting and Izuku returned. Izuku. Now I'm okay, did something happen Kiri-san? Kiri. No, nothing, how can you be so sweet sometimes? Izuku. That's good, but if you'll excuse me, I'll go fight. Izuku went to the center of the place where there was a circle of people and could see that Todoroki had just defeated Monoma in a fair fight. Tetsu. I'm warmed up again, who wants to fight me? Stands in the middle of everyone. Izuku. Me, stands in front of Tetsu and they shake hands, a friendly fight. Tetsu. So be it. When they broke the grip, Tetsu found himself covered by a layer of metal that protected him and made his attack stronger. Izuku on the other hand saw him and quickly activated One for All, always having it ready. At first the fight was somewhat slow as Izuku tried to hit Tetsu in the rib, but he blocked it and with his elbow hit Izuku's shoulder and then with his other fist hit the green-haired man in the face. He stepped back a bit and Tetsu walked towards him to give him another blow, only this time the green-haired man dodged it, staying right next to Tetsu's right, then he gave a strong and powerful blow to the stomach of his rival, followed by a strong kick to the face that made Tetsu back, and before he regained his composure, Izuku ran towards him and rammed him, making him fall to the ground where he began to hit him. At one point Tetsu caught a blow from Izuku and bent his wrist, causing him great pain. The green-haired boy who was careless and was carried by Tetsu and was later thrown abruptly against the ground. Izuku tried to get up, but Tetsu hit him hard with his knee to the face, which made him fall again and caused a small cut on his face. Tetsu took him by the face and helped him get up but received a blow to his jaw with Izuku's knee, followed by a kick to the left rib to finish with a great jab to the side of Tetsu's face that left him a little dizzy. Izuku took advantage and kicked Tetsu's right leg, causing him to lie on that knee, then took a step back and pushed himself with the knee that Tetsu had raised to give another blow with his knee to his rival that left him on the ground. They had not finished yet, so Izuku activated the One for All and with 5% hit the back of the head to Tetsu who was trying to get up but couldn't and was left unconscious. Todoroki. Good fight. Izuku. Thanks, it's been a while since I fought someone who's not from the class. Todoroki. Have you done it before? Izuku. Who knows, smiling. Todoroki looked at him seriously but didn't care much and they left there. At the end of the day everyone went to their respective houses and Izuku was walking next to Katsuki, who was trying her best not to hit him and explode the green-haired boy's face since she found out about the photos that were taken of him. In the end, this was only the beginning of what would perhaps be a routine until the day of the festival. Preparations. All the students were somewhat busy, there were a few weeks left for the sports festival to start and they had to do a lot of things, between planning shows to give the participants a break between each competition, stands inside and outside of UA, whether it be food, quirk demonstrations, etc. And of course the fights that were what most caught the public's attention, and that would be the main event. Everything was going well until Aizawa came in. Aizawa. Okay, do you know what you're going to do for the gastronomy stand? Haminari. Do we have to make one? Aizawa. All the classrooms must have a food stand, too many people come. Okoyami. We hadn't thought about that. Aizawa. Anyone can be there, obviously as long as they know how to cook. Momo. But those two won't miss the fights, right? Aizawa. No, when their turn comes it will be temporarily closed, so candidates. Everyone remained silent, not seeing each other. Some took out a book and pretended to read, others started writing anything in their notebooks, and others faked a stomachache. Aizawa. Is no one thinking of doing it? Zero. And not to offend anyone, but I think we're terrible cooks. Jiro. It's true, I know how to cook, but it's not very good. Uraraka. Same here. Todoroki. Sometimes I help my sister, but she does most of the work. I couldn't. Iida. My diet consists mostly of oatmeal in the morning, and in the afternoon I eat here. Shoji. I usually eat at a buffet since my limbs crave more calories. Momo. The maids make the food. Uraraka. Maids. Okoyami. I heat up instant ramen or eat on the street. Mineta. My mother helps me with that. Aizawa. Ah, we're having trouble. How about you, Midoriya? Izuku. Well, looks down, sometimes I cook and my mom says it tastes good, but I don't know if it's true, hides under a book. Kiri. Looks like a scared puppy. Aizawa. We need someone else, he can't do it alone. Izuku. When do I accept? With a drop on his head. Itsuki. Ah, you guys are useless, I'll help you. Everyone. You. Itsuki. I'll show you that I'm better than you at everything. Deku, come help me bring some things. Aizawa. We'll wait for you at the cafeteria. Cafeteria, UA. Aizawa. Fine, surprise us. Itsuki. Fine, I'll take care of the soup, you take care of the cuts. Izuku. Weren't we going to make a stew? Itsuki. Did we find what we need? Izuku. Well, we could make a stew of. Itsuki. Don't even mention it, your idea disgusts me. Izuku. Sorry. Izuku began to cut several pieces of fish very quickly, while Kitsuki turned on a pot and a stove. Izuku put the cut pieces of fish in the pot and covered it. Meanwhile Kitsuki began to cut several vegetables quickly, and Izuku put them in, along with the fish that was cooking. Izuku lifted the pot and placed it aside after several minutes to put a smaller one. On one side Kitsuki began to prepare a green sauce, and Izuku began to cook pieces of meat that were later bathed in the sauce that Kitsuki made. In the end they just had to wait. Everyone. What skill? Itsuki. You got stuck at one point, you almost made the fish overcook. Izuku. Sorry, you're a bit fast. The minutes passed and it was finally ready, everyone tried the food and were fascinated by the flavor it had. Aizawa. Without a doubt, you will be the ones in charge of the position for Class A. Itsuki. In return, I want extra points in all subjects. Aizawa. Forget it, we can't negotiate that. Itsuki. Then get another one of these idiots to cook, arms crossed. Aizawa. The only one left is Midoriya, if we don't make a position they will reduce my salary, and I will have to pay a fine I had 2 days ago. How much are we talking about? Itsuki. 20 points in each subject. Iida. That's a scam. Itsuki. Then you cook. Smiling. Iida. Clenching his fist, damn. Aizawa. Stop fighting, I'll give you the points, good thing Midoriya doesn't need them. Izuku. But we will need someone else, at least 2 more people since the 2 of us will cook and others will serve the customers. Aizawa. Sorry but it's only 2 per position, that was the rule, you'll have to figure it out. Itsuki. We'll be practicing from now on, you understand Deku, and I don't want any excuses. Puts a finger on Izuku's forehead. Izuku. And the fights at the festival. Itsuku. You train at night and I told you I didn't want any excuses. Hits him on the shoulder. Todoroki. Looks like an owner scolding his pet. Aizawa. In the meantime, we're going to continue with classes. The days passed and everything was going well. The cooking practices that Kitsuki and Izuku had were a bit complicated, but nothing that the green-haired boy couldn't handle. On the other hand, at night he trained with Kiri to stay in shape for the festival, although some days he did it with Todoroki and others with Kitsuki. Since she was late and wanted to hit someone, the day of the festival was about to arrive, and all the students were somewhat busy setting up stands. Training and some others preparing strategies or something that would be effective for them. Kitsuki. Raise the sign higher Deku. Izuku. Are you sure you don't think it's too high already? Izuku was at the top of a ladder while Kitsuki held it, she moved away to see the sign, but in her opinion, it was not high enough to stand out from the rest, it was the only thing missing since the canvas, the table to serve, the cash register, the pans, stoves, pots or whatever they were going to need was ready. Izuku jumped and managed to get even higher, but was left hanging. Izuku. Is that okay? Itsuki. Not bad for you Deku, now go down or you'll fall fool. Izuku. He let go, but the moment he fell the ladder broke and he fell headfirst to the ground. Kitsuki didn't have time to react until he saw him unconscious on the ground. Kitsuki. Hey wake up useless thing, worse things have happened to you. Slaps him, react damn it. I'll go with the other idiots. Gym. Class A was training when out of nowhere the door opened abruptly. Kitsuki. Midoriya hit his head, come help me. Kiri. Didn't you hit him? Kitsuki. Of course not, idiot, come quickly. When they arrived back at the post they could see Izuku sitting on a bench. Kitsuki. You finally got up Deku, for a moment I thought you would stay there for a while. Izuku. Deku, who is he? Haminari. It's a nickname he gives you, don't play dumb. Izuku. And who are you? Todoroki. We're in trouble. 1 hour later. Aizawa. Let's see if I understand, Midoriya was putting up a sign, and when he jumped he managed to put it up, but when he fell on the stairs it broke, and therefore he fell hitting his head. Later Kitsuki went for help, and when he came back he didn't remember you or who he was. Todoroki. In a nutshell. Aizawa. I can't neglect you for a minute, puts a hand on his forehead, and where is he? Kiri. He's outside with the others. Aizawa. I'll go see him, stands up. Outside the teacher's lounge. Aizawa. Hi Midoriya, I'm your teacher Aizawa, I guess you don't remember me. Izuku. No, actually, what is this place? Aizawa. In a nutshell, a school to train future heroes. Izuku. Wow, and what am I doing here? Aizawa. You train to become a hero, it seems that I also left him a bit foolish. Kitsuki. I already hit him in the head but he doesn't react. Aizawa. It has to be an equally strong hit but not one that kills him. Kitsuki. Leave it to me, if you want to apply more force I'll help you. Cracking his knuckles. Aizawa. No thanks, better we throw him off a ladder of the same height. Izuku. What? Outside UA. Kiri. Calm down, it's for your own good. Izuku. What do you mean, for my own good? Izuku was hanging upside down being held by Shoji, he tried to free himself, so Todoroki froze his hand so he couldn't escape. Aizawa. Let him go. Izuku. Don't wait, friend, look, we can make a deal, looks at Shoji. Shoji. Sorry, it's for your own good, releases him. Izuku fell back to the ground headfirst and was unconscious, minutes passed and he didn't wake up, but he wasn't dead either, everyone was waiting to see what would happen, and when he woke up he started looking at everyone. Izuku. What happened? Todoroki. Who am I? Izuku. Todoroki-san, are you okay? Aizawa. Who am I? Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, are you too? Kitsuki. Well, it seems like you've come back to your senses. Izuku. I don't understand what you're talking about. Mineta. Calm down, nothing happened, there was just a small mishap. Jiro. Nothing you should worry about. Izuku. I see, well Kitsuki-san, we should go back to the stand to prepare everything. Kitsuki. It's ready. They helped me finish it, for now it would be better to train, about to leave. Aizawa. Wait, I have to tell everyone something, you have to give me the name of your partner in the couples tournament for tomorrow. Momo. But there are 2 days left until the festival. Aizawa. The director asked us to have this ready since it would be the first tournament to be held, so decide who your partner will be. Kitsuki. I will not participate in that tournament. Aizawa. You have to, otherwise you will be expelled. Kitsuki. It's not fair. Aizawa. I never said it was. Izuku. Well, it would be best to talk from now on, or does someone already have the teams defined? Most of Class A raised their hands and went to the teacher to say which teams they would be, on the other hand Izuku was thinking about who to team up with until Todoroki stretched out his sleeve. Todoroki. Do you want to team up with me? Izuku. You still don't trust others right? Todoroki. Not so much, and I feel like I can go far if I have a good partner. Izuku. I don't have any problems, I'm just worried about knowing who will be with Kaken, since he's not someone easy to deal with. Kiri. Don't worry, I'm his team. Kitsuki. We never agreed on that. Kiri. We already get along much better, smiling. Kitsuki. Of course you don't disgust me. Kiri. You see. Izuku. Well this changes my concern, they're a dangerous duo. Todoroki. Then. Izuku. Yes, let's do it. Izuku and Todoroki approached Aizawa to tell him that they would be one of the teams, later they went to train team tactics at the gym. Izuku. I know you don't like using your fire side, so we'll have to do it with the ice side, anything you want to try. Todoroki. When I was little I always tried something with my sister, but it was never successful. Izuku. And what is it? Todoroki. It's an armor of ice, I can use it or give it to someone, but it breaks easily. There must be certain circumstances for it to be possible. Izuku. Well then we have to try it, but we'll have to regulate the temperature of the ice with something, so we don't freeze completely. Todoroki. You could call Kitsuki. Izuku. She's not going to come, I know her. If it's to help someone do a technique she won't come, because she considers it cheating to know your enemy's techniques. Todoroki. Have you always thought that way? Izuku. Only when it's a competition, when it's a real fight she doesn't care. Todoroki. So? Izuku. I have an idea. Izuku quickly ran out of the gym and then went to the cement. He took his body measurements and made a cement armor with Izuku's body anatomy. Izuku. It will serve to practice. Todoroki. Fine then, begins to freeze the cement armor. Izuku. The problem is when it comes to moving and receiving impacts, it will not resist. Todoroki. It would be better to practice combined movements. Izuku. Fine then, the armor will still serve as a target. Both began to do various movements combining their quirks, but they were somewhat complicated or took too much time to do. Todoroki. Any other ideas? Izuku. I have it, prepare to freeze. Todoroki. Fine. Izuku activated one for all and put both hands together, then told Todoroki to jump in his hands, and he did, followed by that Izuku propelled her with the force of one for all, and was going at great speed spinning while freezing everything around her and impacting the armor destroying it. Izuku. Are you okay? Helps her up. Todoroki. Yes, just a little dizzy, but it will serve as a good final attack. Izuku. Well, that's how it's done, high five, raises his hand. Todoroki. I'd rather not, a simple one will do it. Izuku. Oh, I understand, lowers his hand. Todoroki. But thank you for helping me and understanding that I don't want to use my quirk, most people get angry and insult me. Izuku. I wouldn't force anyone to do something they don't want to, it's logical, we should put ourselves in other people's shoes. Todoroki. I see you understand, see you Midoriya, and I hope you rest enough to be ready for the festival, says goodbye and leaves. Izuku. Oh me too. Start of the doubles tournament. The UA festival had arrived, and that meant several things. The first was that the most anticipated event of the year had finally started, giving many opportunities to young talents to become heroes. Another thing was that these same aspirants were very busy these days with the organization and all the things that the festival entails. It also means that they have a great weight on their shoulders, since it is one of the most crowded and publicized events in the world. In addition to the fact that in all the years there has always been a great performance and the quality should not drop. All this was going through Izuku's mind as he prepared some food with Kitsuki as people arrived in droves. It was heard that they were the best at selling food at the festival, so many people approached to try the food and verify if it was true, something that caused them to be very rushed, but nothing that good and coordinated teamwork couldn't do. Izuku. Orders 567 and 568 are ready. Kitsuki. Also 569 and 570. Person. Excuse me. Izuku. I'll be there in a moment. Izuku started handing out the food while Kitsuki continued cooking. Izuku took 5 more orders and started cooking, switching places with Kitsuki who was now serving customers. Although she didn't have the greatest patience in the world, at least she didn't explode in their faces. Everything was going great, but the tournament was about to start in about 10 minutes, and all the first place positions had to close since they would start the tournament. Izuku. Ah, that was exhausting, wiping sweat with his hand. Kitsuki. Too many people come. Person. They sure make a good couple. Woman. Of course, to have that kind of coordination and speed when working together, they sure are couples. Kitsuki. Idiots, how could I go out with someone like him? He's so childish and immature. Izuku. Well Kaken, I have to go with Todoroki-san so we can get up to date. See you and good luck, leaves. Kitsuki. Always with that stupid smile. UA locker room. Izuku was changing into his UA tracksuit when the door suddenly opened and Kaminari walked in with Shiro, Shoji, and Mineta Tokoyami. Izuku. Is something wrong guys? Finishes changing. Kaminari. Just a little thing to say, please be careful. Izuku. What are you talking about? Stretching. Shiro. We heard that the two-hero endeavor is here and well you know that Todoroki-san is his daughter. Izuku. Oh, of course, I have no problem with that. Starts doing push-ups. Mineta. Are you an idiot? Climbs on his back. Izuku. What's wrong with Endeavor being here? Shoji. Look, as we know, Endeavor isn't the kindest hero out there, to be more exact, he hates defeat and from what I understand, he always demands victory from his children. Izuku. Are you afraid that he'll threaten me or do something to me? Tokoyami. More than anything the latter, arms crossed. Izuku. Thanks for worrying guys, but I'll be fine, I'm not afraid of him and in fact I respect him as a hero, but if he goes too far, I won't stay quiet. Zero. I'd like to be as brave as you. Present Mick's voice was heard announcing the rules of the tournament, so everyone quickly left the locker room to go to their partner. Izuku. Sorry for being late. Todoroki. No problem, but I think we're the second to participate. Izuku. Who are our opponents? Todoroki. They are Ibara Shiozaki from Class B and Pony Tsutanori from the same class. Izuku. Well then let's see the first fight, sits next to Todoroki. The fight was between Kaminari and Jiro versus Shinso and a classmate. The fight was somewhat short since Kaminari electrocuted Shinso's classmate almost at the beginning of the fight and Jiro used his assistants to put them on Shinso's ears and cause a loud bang in his head so that later Kaminari defeated him with a punch to the face. Todoroki. It was faster than I thought. Izuku. Well, it's our turn. The two went down the stairs and entered the arena. The applause was not long in coming, especially for the daughter of Endeavor. Izuku could feel a cold gaze directed towards him, but he did not care much. His opponents also entered and were also received by applause. The fight was started by the referee Midnight, and the first to attack was Ibara, since some roots came out of the ground in the direction of Todoroki, but she dodged them. On the other hand, Pony's horn shot out towards Izuku and he avoided one while the other held it with his right hand. The propulsion force was high, so he released the horn and quickly activated one for all to run in the direction of his opponent. Shiozaki quickly protected Pony with a thick layer of thorn, but an ice attack from Todoroki froze his feet and he was about to receive a blow from Izuku if it weren't for the fact that he had a trap ready right in front of her. It was a kind of carnivorous plant which with one bite caught Izuku's body and began to chew it. Shiozaki made a small hole in the shield of thorns and Pony fired her horns again, only this time they were frozen by Todoroki. Todoroki. Time to use a trick. Todoroki began to blow and a thin layer of ice began to form on his arm showing a small sword. Pony. Wouldn't it be easier to do it with your hand? Todoroki. Yes, but it was to distract. Izuku had already freed himself from the plant using his strength and the one for all destroying it, and while Todoroki made the sword, he placed himself behind both of them. When they were about to react, Izuku hit them on the head somewhat hard, causing them to duck, and subsequently they were frozen up to their shoulders. Midnight. The winners are Izuku Midoriya and Todoroki Shoto. The two received applause from the public and Todoroki won her another compliment of beauty that seemed to bother her a little, and with Izuku more than anything, it was tenderness to see him nervous by so much applause. Midnight. Please return to your respective seats and wait for the second fight. Both. Hi. The fights continued and it was Tokoyami's turn with Shoji. They faced Monoma from Class B in Kendo. Despite the fact that they didn't get along very well, they made a good duo. Tokoyami. Do you want to start with everything? Shoji. The faster we finish the better. Tokoyami pulled Dark Shadow out of his chest and he placed it like armor for Shoji. Both ran one after the other and Monoma stood behind Kendo. She made her fist bigger and tried to attack her opponent's head on, but Dark Shadow rose and was crushed, although she managed to get Shoji close enough and hold Monoma. But this was a mistake. Monoma was about to use his cup quirk, but Tokoyami pushed Kendo making her collide with Monoma and fall. Kendo did not fall and gave Tokoyami a strong blow to the chest that moved him away a few meters, but Shoji managed to enclose her with his limbs and then throw her like a cannonball towards Monoma. He did not dodge the attack and they both fell to the ground again. Shoji jumped to attack both with his limbs but received a strong blow from Kendo with his big hand that made him rise and then fall abruptly to the ground. The four got up at the same time, but Monoma approached Shoji to copy his quirk. Several limbs came out of the sides of his abdomen, but Dark Shadow appeared behind him and attacked him, leaving a scratch on most of his back. On the other hand, Kendo kicked Shoji, but he blocked it with one hand, although he later received a slap and was finished off with another big blow from Kendo. Tokoyami approached and saw the intentions of being attacked by Kendo again, so without hesitation, he slid and kicked one of her legs, making her fall face down. Later Dark Shadow came out of her back and held her by the waist and then lifted her up and threw her against the ground abruptly. In what Tokoyami got up, three of the new Monoma's limbs attacked him and left him badly injured with a small cut on his face, but too many on the rest of his abdomen. Monoma. They're nothing against me, I'm better. Tokoyami. Are you going to start with your delusions of grandeur? Monoma. I don't need her or anyone else, I'll take care of it. Kendo heard what the blonde said and got up angrily to hit him hard in the jaw with her normal fist. He stepped back, but Shoji caught him and lifted him into the air without letting go. On the other hand, Tokoyami jumped and Dark Shadow covered his face and back, so he turned around in the air and fell on his back abruptly against Monoma, leaving him out of the fight. Tokoyami. Will you continue fighting? Kendo. Not that it serves as a lesson to him, I teamed up with him only because he promised not to start that kind of thing. Midnight. Very well then, the winners are Tokoyami and Shoji, both from Class A. The fights continued and it was Kiri and Kitsuki's turn, which were preparing. Kiri, can I ask you something? Kitsuki. What? Kiri. Have you ever had feelings for Izuku-kun? Kitsuki. What the hell are you talking about? Kiri. Well, I mean, you guys have been friends since childhood from what I know, and it would be normal for you to like him or. Kitsuki. I'll tell you something and I hope you're very clear about it, I don't feel anything for that stupid nerd, so stop asking stupid questions. Kiri. Calm down, it was just a doubt, there was no reason to offend. The two arrived at the arena and their opponents in this case were Uraraka and Iida. Midnight. Begin. Kitsuki. I'll take care of the round face. Kiri. Well then, I'll take care of Iida-san. Kitsuki smiled and began to propel himself with explosions towards Uraraka. She tensed a little, but remembered that she had a small training session with Izuku for fighting, so she sighed, and when Kitsuki was close to her, he grabbed her arm and then threw her to the ground. Kitsuki tried to get up quickly but began to float, and Iida jumped towards her to kick her in the rib that made her fall. On the other hand, Kiri activated her quirk and grabbed Iida's leg, who tried to run but fell as Kiri threw her a few meters back. She quickly got up but received a strong blow to her face from Kiri, followed by another one, this time in the chest, taking some air out of her. Uraraka was about to hit Kiri from behind but received an explosion from Kitsuki, which moved her away a few meters and fell to the ground in pain. Kitsuki looked at Kiri and she sighed and then stood in front of Kitsuki in fetal form. Then Kitsuki carried her and caused a huge explosion that expelled Kiri like a cannonball, impacting abruptly with Uraraka, leaving her out of combat. Kitsuki. Come back, there's still the 4-0. Kitsuki didn't finish speaking as she received a kick to her stomach and then her arm was held. Iida began to run quickly while Kiri tried to catch up with her, but at one point she stopped dead in her tracks and hit Kiri's face with her elbow and then threw Kitsuki on top of her partner, leaving them both on the ground. Later Iida carried Kitsuki, but she put a hand on her rival's face and caused an explosion, causing Iida to release her and cover her face. On the other hand, a combination of blows by Kiri and Kitsuki began that ended up defeating Iida. Midnight. The winners are Kitsuki and Kiri from Class A. The first round concluded and there were only a few teams left. The start of the festival had been a great success. Second round. The tournament continued with the fights and it was time again for Todoroki and Izuku. They got up from their seats but were surprised to see their rivals. Izuku. They are Kaminari-kun and Jiro-san. Todoroki. Will you hold back because they are from the same class? Izuku. Not only was I surprised, although it will be a complicated fight considering that we know each other. Both teams were in the arena and stared at each other. Izuku and Kaminari approached to shake hands, as did Jiro and Todoroki. Then they moved away and waited for permission to start, and so it was. Just when the fight started, Kaminari touched the ground with his hands and Jiro quickly climbed onto his back. An electric current passed quickly throughout the place, but Todoroki managed to rise a little with his ice, and Izuku jumped very high, seeing how the rays of electricity spread throughout the arena. Izuku. If he does this for a long time he will become unconscious. Todoroki. Midoriya. Izuku looked down and saw that Todoroki had created a kind of extra part for him in case he fell, but he saw that underneath it was a ramp, so when Izuku fell on it, he destroyed it and slid down the ramp and then jumped again. The ice stone was directed towards his opponents, but they managed to dodge it, although that meant they would no longer use their tactic. Todoroki, seeing that the rays of electricity had disappeared, came down from where he was and quickly slid towards both of them, but froze Kaminari's hands. Kaminari. It's very cold. Jiro. The pain will pass. Jiro tried to plug one of his headphones into Todoroki's ear, but she caught it with one hand and pulled Jiro towards her, but didn't see that she ducked. Kaminari appeared behind Jiro and was about to hit Todoroki with the ice blocks in his hands, but Izuku managed to charge at him, leaving him on the ground. Kaminari. Just a little bit. Izuku. That little bit of time will give me the victory. Izuku hit him hard in the face and then grabbed Kaminari by the arms to lift him up. Izuku saw how Jiro tried to hit Todoroki, but she either dodged the attacks or counterattacked, but it wasn't for long since Izuku pushed Kaminari in the direction of Jiro, causing them to collide and lose her balance. Todoroki took advantage and gave him a hard kick in the jaw that made Jiro fall. Izuku. Are you going to give up or are you going to make this a little painful? Kaminari. Let's give this an electric touch. Kaminari had both hands behind his back and the ice had melted because Kaminari began to create small amounts of energy that released him. He put his hands on the ground and the electric current managed to electrocute the three, although Jiro was already almost unconscious, that left her even more injured, and on the other hand, managed to make Todoroki fall with little strength. Kaminari. Finally a duel of men to show who is the best in the class. Izuku. I can barely move, my body managed to resist, but it doesn't respond very well. Izuku was thinking when he received a strong blow to the face from Kaminari and another to his stomach. Izuku only managed to put a hand on his stomach, but began to receive more blows from Kaminari for a few seconds. Kaminari. I'll end this, my strongest blow. Kaminari's fist began to charge energy, and small electric shocks could be seen. He tried to hit Izuku, but he managed to duck, and with his elbow hit his lower abdomen, knocking the air out of him. Kaminari put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, but he activated the one for all, and gave him a strong blow with his right fist to the jaw that left him unconscious, thus winning the fight. Izuku. Lifts Todoroki, are you okay? Todoroki. More or less. Izuku. I think the discharge affected your senses, I'll take you to the infirmary, carries her on his back. Izuku left the arena followed by great applause. Upon arriving at the infirmary he quickly left Todoroki with recovery girl to take care of her. She asked him to leave, and he accepted without any problem, staying in the waiting room resting. Everything was fine until someone spoke to him. Izuku. Excuse me, I was thinking, what can I offer? You Endeavor. How's my daughter? Izuku. It's Endeavor, I must remain calm and not do anything stupid. Endeavor. Didn't you hear the question? Izuku. Oh, sorry, she's fine, she just needs to rest. Apparently, the electric shock caused her to have a little paralysis. Endeavor. I see, approaches Izuku. Izuku. Is something wrong? Endeavor. This wouldn't have happened if you had reacted in time. Izuku. Excuse me. Endeavor. You lack training, you are not able to keep up, and you constantly lose yourself in the delirium of being someone. Izuku. Aren't you biting your tongue? You have spent years wanting to be the #1 hero, but you can't achieve it, and your actions seem anything but those of a hero. And it's not that he isn't grateful for all the lives he saved, he just doesn't pretend to be something he's not, he's just a self-centered person who cares about himself. Endeavor. And what are you? An immature child who trains in one of the most prestigious schools to train heroes in the world, but can't even counter a small attack. Izuku. If they're here it's for a reason, and that reason is that they have fought and their skills are the best, that's why they are here. Endeavor. You don't know what you're talking about, kid. Izuku. Neither do you, stares at him. The people around were amazed at the exchange of words between the two. On one hand there were some of Izuku's friends who wanted to go and support their friend, but at the same time were a little scared, although they saw that Izuku gestured for them not to get closer. Endeavor. Let's do one thing, if you lose the finals of this tag team tournament, you'll have to come to me and beg me for forgiveness on your knees in front of everyone. Izuku. But if we win, you'll come and beg me for forgiveness in front of Todoroki. Everyone present was amazed at the boy's request, and Endeavor looked at him strangely. He thought he would ask the same thing as him, but it was not the case, and he just smiled. Endeavor. Done, grabs Izuku's hand and gives it a firm squeeze. Endeavor left the place with his typical seriousness. While Izuku saw him somewhat angry, he calmed down and decided to sit down when his friends arrived. Tokoyami. You look somewhat angry. Izuku. It makes me angry that she only sees Todoroki-kun as a way to achieve a dream of hers and not what she is, a kind person willing to help others no matter what. She does not look for any reward or merit for doing what she wants, and her kind heart is evident, but she is insecure about herself, and I think I will help her. His friends were surprised by the words of the green-haired boy, since he was the one who got along best with Todoroki, and they had no right to say if it was a lie or the truth, since there were few occasions in which he spoke to them or they to her. Zero. Well, it would be best if you rest because the next round will be more complicated. Izuku. I know, but how are Jiro-san and Kaminari-kun? Shoji. They are fine, you concentrate on resting. Izuku. Okay, if you excuse me I will go to one of the stretchers in the infirmary. Izuku got up and entered the infirmary to rest properly. Next to her was Todoroki, who pretended to be asleep, but heard everything said by the green-haired boy and looked at the ceiling perplexed. No one in her life, except her brothers and sister, had called her that way and with so much affection, something that if knowing her hot side raised her temperature a little and on the cold side it dropped slightly. The rounds continued and the teams were advancing more and more. This time Katsuki and Kiri were waiting for their next opponents, who would be Tetsutetsu and Shishida. Katsuki. Great, we have the metal guy and the out-of-control beast. Kiri. I'll take care of Tetsutetsu-san. Katsuki. Then I'll take care of the beast. Kiri. Just give me some time to take care of him and go help you. Midnight. Start. Kiri activated her quirk by clenching her fists and ran towards Tetsutetsu, hitting him, but he blocked it with both hands. Then she grabbed Kiri's head and began to hit her stomach with her knees. Without her being able to defend herself, Kiri tried to free herself, but was thrown to the ground and tried to get up quickly, but Tetsutetsu gave her a powerful blow with his elbow that caused an echo throughout the place because he had also activated his quirk. Kiri fell to the ground somewhat dizzy and got up slowly, and Tetsutetsu's elbow was somewhat dented. Itsuki. Og, I'll have to help her. Itsuki quickly went, and with an explosion that hit Tetsutetsu's stomach, he flew a few meters. He got up and saw how his partner stood in front of him. Shishida. It's time to act properly. Shishida took off his glasses and threw them out of the sand, then his clothes began to tear and his back widened a little, his hair grew and his eyes turned white, he also grew a little taller, it seemed that now he controlled his quirk better and could control it in phases. Tetsutetsu. Do you understand me, Shishida-san? Shishida. Perfectly, time to attack, showing his fangs. Kiri got up with the help of Kitsuki, and they saw how Shishida was transforming until she stopped. Both of them looked surprised, because before she had transformed into an unstoppable beast. Kitsuki. Perfect, we can defeat him without problems. Kiri. Remember that if things get complicated you have to use everything. Both ran to their opponents, and these waited for them from the front. Shishida showed her claws and Tetsutetsu her fists, but when it was time to arrive, Kitsuki, who was in front of Shishida, ducked and with an explosion, lifted Tetsutetsu in the air. On the other hand, Kiri jumped and gave a strong blow to the face to Shishida, making him fall. Kitsuki caught Tetsutetsu in the air and threw him against Shishida, who caught him in his arms but received an explosion from Kitsuki that made them both fall. They got up quickly and began to attack both. On the one hand, Kitsuki fought with Shishida and Kiri with Tetsutetsu. The fight was extended and both couples were exhausted, breathing heavily. Kiri hit Tetsutetsu hard in the jaw and left him unconscious, but Shishida grabbed her face and gave her a strong blow to the stomach, followed by a scratch on her face. This English was about to use his claws against Kiri again, but Kitsuki appeared above him and caused an explosion in his head, making him duck. Kiri got up and kicked him in the back of the head, and Shishida held his head with both hands, getting up somewhat dizzy. Then Kitsuki hit him hard in the face, and Kiri with his elbow at the same time. Shishida was staggering when Kitsuki jumped, and Kiri kicked him, causing him to fall on his back, and Kitsuki finished him off with an explosion in the face, knocking him out. Midnight. The winners are Kitsuki and Kiri, both from Class A. The people applauded and another round ended, thus the rounds were passed consecutively, giving the final fight. Izuku and Todoroki vs Kiri and Kitsuki. Izuku. I feel like this final will be more than a physical fight. Todoroki. Are you sure you're okay? Izuku. Yes, the last fight was just a bit complicated. In the previous fight, an opponent managed to put the team in real trouble by almost breaking Izuku's arm and leaving him very hurt and with scratches around his face, which complicated the fight even more, but good teamwork managed to get both rivals out of the arena, winning the fight. Izuku saw his arm, which was completely bandaged. Izuku. Everything will be fine, or so I hope. Todoroki. Don't push yourself too hard, it's for your health. Izuku. I know, looks through the door at the arena. Final of the team tournament. Izuku's arms were bandaged, but he could still move freely. The fight was about to begin, and he was hoping to give everything he had to win, or was it because of the challenge he had made to Endeavor, but because after so much effort, he believed that it would affect Todoroki. The green-haired man was thinking when he heard that the fight was about to start, so he left the infirmary. Izuku. Come on, I know I can resist, it will only be a few minutes. The green-haired man arrived at the arena where Todoroki and his rivals were already, which were Kiri and Kitsuki. Todoroki. It will be a complicated fight. Izuku. Without a doubt, who do you want to go for? Todoroki. It will not be about who goes for whom this time, I think it will really be a fight in which we will not be able to concentrate one-on-one. Izuku. Well then, let it be what God wants. Both teams approached the center of the arena and shook hands, although Kitsuki almost wouldn't have done so if it weren't for Kiri, and then moved a few steps away from them. Midnight. The match begins now. When the fight started, an explosion hit the ground, creating a cloud of smoke from which Kitsuki came out and hit Izuku hard in the face and then tried to hit Todoroki, but this created a spiked shield that hurt his opponent's hand. On the other hand, Izuku got up and saw that Kiri was about to hit Todoroki from behind, so he used the shield to propel himself and almost hit him if it weren't for the fact that he rolled on the ground and dodged it. When Kiri got up, she received a strong blow to the stomach and a kick to the face that made her fall. Izuku held the ice shield looking at the spikes for a moment, and Kitsuki hit the shield, causing several of the spikes to bury themselves in Izuku's chest, making him fall. Todoroki tried to help him, but began to fight with Kitsuki, and Kiri joined, resulting in a beating to the bicolor. Izuku got up and hit Kiri on the back to then grab her by the suit to throw her towards Kitsuki, who caught her partner without problems, but Izuku jumped and kicked her in the side of the face, making them both fall. Izuku. Are you okay? Todoroki. I should say that, you're bleeding from the chest. Izuku. No problem, can you get up? Izuku was helping Todoroki when an explosion sent him flying. Kitsuki. Good, you've improved, I like that. Tatsuki ran towards Izuku and tried to hit him, but he blocked the blow with his forearm and then responded with a blow to the face, but Katsuki grabbed the fist and bent his opponent's wrist to stay behind him. Katsuki began to put pressure and leaned his knees on Izuku's back and then let himself fall, hitting his spine severely, but it didn't end there since Kiri finished with a stomp with both feet, leaving the green-haired man breathless. He fell to the ground and tried to recover, but Katsuki grabbed his leg and dragged him around the place. She left him in the middle of the site and ran towards Kiri, who helped her jump, propelling herself into the air very high, preparing an explosion, but she was frozen by Todoroki and made her fall to the ground, hitting her head hard. Todoroki. Your skin is very resistant, isn't it, Kiri-san? Kiri. Of course. Todoroki created an ice mallet and tried to hit the reed, but she stopped the attack and hit her rival in the stomach. Todoroki responded with a strong blow with his elbow to the back of Kiri's neck and then began to hit her strongly, leaving the mallet on the ground. After several hits, Kiri grabbed Todoroki's face and hit him hard in the jaw and then pushed her, making her fall and give him a powerful blow with his right fist to the throat, causing her to almost run out of air. Meanwhile, Izuku got up when Kiri hit him hard with her elbow in the face, but Izuku responded with a kick to the stomach and then jumped and hit her face with his knee, making her fall. Izuku carried her as if she were a sack, but Katsuki arrived and put his hand on Izuku's leg and then caused an explosion, causing the green-haired man to fall to the ground, leaving his partner, and later began to hit him with his fists and the explosions that gave him. Katsuki. You're stronger than this, I know it, prove it. Izuku was getting up with each blow his friend gave him when he stopped one of the blows and hugged her. Tatsuki. What the hell do you think you're doing, with a very, very light blush? Izuku. Distracting yourself, smiling. Izuku kicked his friend in the jaw and she turned around holding her mouth, but Todoroki with his fist, which was covered in ice, hit her again in the jaw. Todoroki held Katsuki by the hair but received a strong blow with the mallet from Kiri, which also hit Izuku, leaving both on the ground. Kiri. Come on, get up, Katsu sis, we must win, smiling. Tatsuki. Make them give up, hurt them or something. Kiri. There are two. Tatsuki. I'll help you. Tatsuki held Todoroki's arm, which was a little down, and then turned around and began to put pressure on his rival's arm. On the other hand, Kiri placed himself on Izuku's back and began to suffocate him. Both teams were very close to each other, and when it seemed that Todoroki would give up and say it in unison, Izuku charged with the little strength he had left due to the lack of air and with a little help from One for All to Kiri, and then threw himself like a cannonball, crushing both rivals and Todoroki, leaving them all on the ground tired. Izuku was the first to get up, but Katsuki on the ground created an explosion, hitting him in the chest, making him fall again. Todoroki crawled towards him and created a very thick ice sphere to protect them for a few moments. Todoroki. Resist, I'll create some ice and close the wound. Izuku. No, better concentrate all the power you have and shoot it towards them to freeze them completely. Todoroki. Your wound is very large. Izuku. How long would it take you to gather power and freeze them? Todoroki. About 5 minutes. Izuku. Fine, I'll give you those 5 minutes. Todoroki. I shouldn't heal you first and… Izuku. I know what I'm doing, trust me. You're weak too, right? Todoroki. Obviously. Izuku held Todoroki's head and laid it next to him. Izuku. Then just take care of that, I'll always be there to support you in whatever you need, just like with the others. Todoroki. And who will help you? Izuku. I don't know, maybe in the future I'll know. Izuku got up and leaned on the ice sphere and then smiled at Todoroki, who saw him fascinated. Todoroki. Wait. Izuku broke the sphere with a blow and began to fight with both rivals, leaving him very injured. Every minute that passed was very painful for the green-haired man, but in the end, he managed to give Todoroki enough time, who got up and pointed at both of them, who were very injured, but Katsuki could still continue. Katsuki. You finally appeared. Katsuki ran towards Todoroki, but when he was about to arrive, Izuku appeared out of nowhere and hit her in the head with the ice mace, leaving her almost unconscious. Izuku. Do it. Todoroki fired a powerful blast of ice which began to freeze both of them, but Katsuki created explosions in his hand to melt some of the ice. A minute passed and Todoroki began to freeze, but Izuku fell on his shoulder from behind and then held her hand and he began to freeze. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Katsuki saw that scene and remembered something that happened in his childhood. Flashback. The little girl could be seen fighting at school because her quirk and character weren't very feminine, plus some new conceited kids had arrived and had very strong quirks. At one point she was alone and somewhat muddy as well as hurt when she felt Izuku behind her fall on her shoulders, who held her hand. Izuku. You are the best and the strongest, you don't need to prove anything to any of them. The green-haired boy, despite not having a quirk, had also fought, and since that particular day, she had secretly fallen in love with her friend without knowing it and without admitting it. Present. Katsuki. Why do I feel that feeling of losing something? Looking at Izuku, you used to always be behind me or by my side supporting me, and now you're not. When did I lose that support? In the end the obvious happened, and Kiri and Katsuki ended up frozen, and Izuku was very hurt, but he was able to stand with a little help. Midnight. Our tag team tournament champions, Izuku Midoriya and the daughter of the number 2 hero Endeavor Todoroki. People started to applaud, and the surprise was imminent when Endeavor appeared on stage to carry his daughter in his arms, who fell unconscious from exhaustion. Endeavor was about to leave, but stopped and turned around to see the green-haired man and walked towards him. Endeavor. Here, I apologize to my daughter for having hurt her for so long, and I recognize your strength despite your age. Izuku. Wouldn't it be in public? Endeavor. I'm a man of my word and here it is, don't be demanding either. The green-haired man got up and Midnight proceeded to give him a medal and another to Todoroki, which was unconscious. Izuku was walking next to Endeavor but fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore, so Endeavor carried him on his shoulders and then took them both to the infirmary and let them rest. The people applauded the hero as he seemed to put aside his ego and pride to help from the bottom of his heart and not for recognition or a prize. In the infirmary, Izuku was checked and healed like his partner. The day concluded and tomorrow would be the second tournament and the day after tomorrow would be the third, giving everyone time to rest. Endeavor. And to think that this boy was the one who helped my daughter, it's not as bad as I thought. The days passed and Izuku trained a little for the individual tournament, but he noticed Katsuki was strange since when they were selling food and such she seemed to be on the moon, or sometimes he noticed that she stared at him as if something was wrong or she missed him, which he found strange since despite having made friends every day he talked to her and she was his best friend. Izuku. Are you feeling okay, Kaken? Katsuki. Yes, I'm just thinking. She didn't even get angry or upset when he called her, which is why the green-haired boy was more worried, but decided to give her his space, and if that continued, now he would help her no matter what. Izuku. Now I have to think about how to make them not guess my movements since Todoroki-san and I do stand out, but I'll figure it out. Individual tournament. The UA first grade individual tournament was about to begin and all the first-year students were present in the arena. While Midnight gave some instructions, Izuku on the other hand already knew them because they had been telling him for days before so that everything would go well, but they were repeated today for the public. When he finished giving the instructions, the fights began and our protagonist's turn would come almost at the end, which is why right now he was resting in the infirmary. Recovery G. Are you really going to participate? Izuku. Of course. Recovery G. I'll tell you something, kid, and I haven't even told Almight since it must be personal. I just want you to pay close attention. Izuku. Okay. Recovery G. If you are going to participate in the tournament, I must ask you as the most experienced nurse and who must worry about the health of the participants not to overdo it anymore. Your body has received large amounts of damage in the last fights, and if you continue like this, you could be unconscious for a few weeks or months. Izuku. I'll try not to so. Recovery G. It's not that you try, it's that you do it. We all have our limits, and if we must overcome them but without hurting ourselves, please, I want you to listen to me. Izuku. I will. I don't promise anything. This is the most important event. I can't fail. I shouldn't. Can I go? Recovery G. Yes. Izuku left the infirmary and went to eat something, thinking about what Recovery Girl had told him when someone sat down next to him. Iida. Are you okay? Izuku. Yes, why do you say that? Iida. You looked quite thoughtful when you left the infirmary, as if something was wrong. Izuku. It wasn't just a minor annoyance, nothing serious. If I can compete, how about you? Iida. I will also compete and I want to win. Well, it is something that we all want since it raises our popularity in the upper echelons of companies, and probably when it comes time to graduate, it will be easier to go out and get a job quickly. But I also know that by winning you destroy the dreams and opportunities of others, and there are people who do not get up anymore and give up thinking that they are not skilled or capable enough to do what others do. Izuku. Yes, I have also thought that, but we cannot let them win because we feel bad about ourselves. This dream is difficult to achieve and we will fall many times. Iida. But it is up to us to get up again. Izuku. Exactly. Iida. You know, sometimes I think you are very strange. The way you fight and the focus you get on things. How you do not give up and overcome yourself every day is amazing. But on the other hand, seeing what it deserves, being so hurt, on the ground without being able to get up, and so on is something scary. Izuku. At that moment I don't think about what will happen next, I just let my spirit guide me. Iida. And what would happen if after that you couldn't get up again? Izuku. There's always a way, whether you have to search for it or create it. Iida. Maybe, but getting up isn't always the best thing to do. Izuku. Why wouldn't it be? Iida. Because when you get up and keep getting hit you forget about someone special who is suffering from seeing that. Izuku. My mother always knew that I was someone who would give anything to see someone safe, and if this leads me to fulfill my dream no matter how many times I get hit or left on the ground, I will always find a way to get up. Iida. With or without help. Izuku. With or without help, smiling, what about you? Iida. Well, I like that you never give up, but I feel like the price you pay is too much. Izuku. In this life nothing is free. Iida. But not everything is so expensive, think about it, sometimes the best thing would be. Izuku. Fall. Iida. No, let the other get up. Izuku. Smiling, it's the same but with other words. Iida. I hope and at some point you understand. Izuku. Maybe but I have to go, it's almost my time to fight, leaves. Iida. Luck god, sometimes he can be a bit stubborn, but he's still nice. 15 minutes later. Our protagonist could be seen in front of a young man with somewhat long black hair that covered both of his eyes. He was shorter in stature, but you could see that his eyes shone through his slightly red hair. Izuku. That is not normal, and that many things are normal now. Can we start now? Midnight. You already know the rules, so begin. Izuku shook hands with the black-haired young man, and he accepted the gesture with a subtle smile before taking about 3 steps back. Izuku did the same and saw how the young man in front of him suddenly disappeared, which made him stop automatically. Izuku. Teleportation. No. Izuku. What's supposed to be happening? Izuku began to look around and couldn't see anything, so he got a little alarmed until he received a blow to the back, and when he turned around he could see it. Izuku. Finally. Izuku tried to hit him, but when he touched him he disappeared and he received a blow to the face on the right side. Izuku grabbed his face and saw the young man again, so this time he tried to attack him, but this time in the stomach, and he disappeared again. Izuku. What's happening? Meanwhile in the arena you could see people confused as Izuku punched the air, while the black-haired young man just dodged the attacks and responded with punches to the other side. Kiri. What is his quirk? Haminari. It seems to be affecting Midoriya's senses. Izuku. Why can't I hit him? A few minutes passed where Izuku was taking a beating until he lowered his head and felt how they grabbed his hair, so he hit without looking in front of him and felt his rival's body, and for a few brief seconds he saw him move, but he also saw what seemed to be an illusion in front of him. Izuku. Do you create illusions? I affect all your senses to go unnoticed by you, for now I can only do it with one person. Izuku. I'm in serious trouble. There's no way you can beat me. Izuku. Now that I think about it, there is. Izuku hit the ground with his fist using one for all and destroyed a small part of it, hearing something fall, so he immediately jumped to that place and hit the ground again, this time louder, and could hear something fall in the distance again. He did that about 3 more times until the microphone said. Midnight. Stop the fight, the winner is Izuku Midoriya, as his opponent left the arena. What? Looks at the ground, shit. Izuku. It seems to have worked, could you bring my senses back to normal? Okay, he gets up and looks at Izuku intently. Izuku. Oh, it seems like everything's back to normal. Your strategy was good, and if you're like they say, you surprised me. Izuku. Like you, your quirk is amazing. Thanks. The two shook hands again and left the arena, but a pain in his rib made Izuku lie down on a bench outside the arena, his body felt somewhat heavy and sluggish. Izuku. I don't know what's wrong, I haven't even pushed myself too hard. Izuku got up and went to wash his face and eat something, but the pain didn't go away, so he went to the infirmary, and without anyone noticing he grabbed some pills to relieve pain in various areas of his body. He took one, and after 10 minutes he felt the effect. Izuku. I'll take some more just in case. Izuku left the infirmary and continued watching some fights to know how to deal with the winners in case he had to fight one of them. Everything was fine and calm when he saw Almight pass by in the distance, so he ran towards him, and when he was behind him and touched his shoulder, a man with black hair turned around. Man. Is something wrong? Izuku. Could you tell me the time? Man. Of course, checks his phone, 1:30 p.m. Izuku. Thank you very much, leaves, was it a hallucination or a side effect of that guy's quirk? Izuku returned to the infirmary to wait for recovery girl to check if there was some kind of side effect or something, but she didn't come, so he lay down in bed and fell asleep. Minutes passed, and he heard the door open, so he got up, but saw that the sky was eerily red, the walls were damaged and looked somewhat old. He got up and felt much taller, so he walked out of the room and saw that all the windows were destroyed or cracked. And that all over UA you could see graffiti, and it seemed like the facilities had been abandoned a long time ago. Izuku. Is this a dream, right? Izuku left UA and saw that the world looked sadder than before, people looked very serious, and everyone was doing their own thing without talking to each other, unless it was about selling or buying something. Izuku approached a homeless man who was lying on a post. Izuku? Excuse me. What do you want? Izuku? Do you know what happened to the UA building? Everyone here knows what happened to it, it's a very old story. Izuku? What are you talking about? Look kid, if you want to get me in trouble for a joke this isn't funny, outside and nowhere should we talk about them. Izuku? Them? Have you lived your whole life under a cave? Izuku? I really know it sounds silly, but I need you to explain it to me, looks at him seriously. Okay, follow me, we can't talk like this here. The man got up and Izuku followed him to an abandoned underground subway station. When he arrived the man sat on a sofa that for some reason was there. What do you want to know? Izuku? Everything. Well, let's start with the fall of them. Izuku? First tell me who they are please. Heroes? Izuku? Are there no heroes now? Have you seen any? It is said that about 150 years ago there were heroes and there are supposed to be photos, but all trace of these disappeared, or as today's politicians say, there was never any evidence. Izuku? That can't be. Well, now continuing, it is said that before the heroes fought against the villains, but in a war between heroes and villains, the heroes were devastated and were subjected to the force of the villains until they were hunted down one by one. Today there is no hero, and if that word is said in public people can call the authorities to take you away and know what the hell to do to you. Izuku? They live in a regime. Aren't you alive? Because every being on the planet lives like that. Izuku? That's why they are so serious and distrustful. Nowadays it is rare or impossible to see someone like you, with an angelic face and a genuine smile. Izuku? But then politicians are villains. You could consider they want all this to continue like this, and it will, if someone tries to stop them they are practically fighting alone against the world. Izuku? And the demonstrations will be. They are not done anymore, people know very well that if a group demonstrates they are massacred without shame or pity, that's why they prefer to live like this than die. Izuku? That's wrong. Nobody cares about that now, to live or die that's the choice. Izuku? I think it's time for me to go. Be careful outside kid, looks like you're going to get into a lot of trouble. Izuku left the subway and saw how everything turned white and out of nowhere he disappeared. A few seconds passed and he opened his eyes abruptly while sweating a little. Izuku? A dream? Recovery G. Oh yes, you woke up. Izuku? What happened? Recovery G. Someone found you unconscious outside the arena and brought you here carrying, but you better run, your fight will be cancelled if you don't arrive in 10 seconds. Izuku? What? Izuku activated One for All and ran at full speed, arriving at the arena where he rested for a moment on the ground. Midnight. Oh, the opponent arrived just in time, so the fight is not cancelled, so both of you prepare please. Izuku looked up and saw that a young man with purple hair was looking at him seriously and somewhat angry, or so it seemed. Izuku? Well, right now I don't feel any pain, but I shouldn't overdo it. Izuku ran towards the young man but stopped in his tracks when he saw him speak. Izuku? What are you saying? Hey, I've seen you before, right? I don't know, tell me. Izuku? Well, this is going to be complicated. Unbalanced. Izuku watched a young man with purple hair speak when his mind went completely blank. He wasn't thinking about anything, he didn't remember anything, and he only felt like his body was moving on its own, but he didn't know where. Everything was white and without a fixed direction. He felt like he was falling into an eternal void, but at the same time he felt like he was flying through a beautiful sky. He didn't understand anything that was happening until he could slightly see the real world and saw that he was slowly heading out of the tournament arena, and he couldn't allow that. He had stolen pills to self-medicate and endured injuries to be able to participate, and he wasn't going to give up so easily for everything he had to fight until now to get here. Izuku tried to move his hands, but he couldn't, they were chained to something as if he were an easy-to-control puppet. He could only see the edge of the sand, but with great will he stopped. He couldn't move, but at least now he wouldn't leave the sand. He could move his fingers and felt as if a chain was being ripped from the depths of his being in order to be free, but it wouldn't matter. If it was necessary to endure any kind of pain to get closer and closer to his dream, he would do it no matter what. The young man with purple hair approached Izuku and grabbed him by the shoulder to turn him around. His eyes were returning to that emerald green color which worried him. No, this can't happen, you're not going to win. The young man punched Izuku in the face followed by another in the stomach, then he grabbed his face and was about to pull him out, but Izuku held his hand lightly. The young man stared at him as he seemed exhausted and hurt. He felt a little sorry for having to be so hard on him, and he considered the idea that right now he was a villain. He was torturing him mentally and physically, but that was what his quirk was about. He couldn't deny himself, but he could improve and not hurt others, but now that didn't matter much, he would learn from his mistakes. Thank you for showing me the path I should follow. The young man was about to throw Izuku out of the arena when he grabbed him by the leg and rib, lifting his opponent and then throwing him somewhat far away. The young man hit his face, but got up without much problem, but received a beating from Izuku, who hit him in the face, chest, abdomen, and other parts of the body. The poor young man tried to counterattack, but Izuku dodged each attack and returned it with more force until the young man with purple hair was on the extreme edge of the arena. You are very strong, come on, I know you are better than me, in fact, I can get out on my own, you don't have to bother trying to get me out, I know who you are. The young man who was on his knees got up and Izuku saw everything in slow motion. Something inside him said that it was not a victory to be proud of and that the rival would be seen as someone weak instead of someone strong, so he spun around and when he was looking again at the young man with purple hair, he kicked him in the face that knocked him out of the arena and made his nose start to bleed. Everyone in the arena was surprised since in the previous tournament he was not like that, but on the contrary he was kind. The most surprised were his friends who saw the fight and knew that something was wrong. Izuku left the arena somewhat dizzy and with a lost look, he walked slowly towards the exit to go to the infirmary, but without knowing why he turned around and saw how the young man with purple hair was picked up. A part inside him said that what he did was wrong, but the other told him that it was okay since in the end they won, and that is the only thing that matters. Izuku turned around and went to the infirmary, but stared at the door for a second and held the knob, but did not open the door. He did not know why, but he felt that he should not do it, so he simply went to the men's bathroom, which luckily was empty, and took again the medicine he had borrowed from the infirmary. The effects at first were strong, they made him sweat, feel weak, dizzy and nauseous, and producing vomiting. He washed his face and left the bathroom looking better and went to take a short rest on a bench. He sat down and could see how a small boy approached him. Izuku. Did something happen? Boy. Izuku. You can trust me, I won't hurt you, are you lost? Approaches him. Boy. I saw you fight in the first tournament. Izuku. Oh, thank you very much, what's up with that? Boy. You look different, you're scary, please be the same as before. The boy ran away while Izuku watched him perplexed. He already understood why the boy was nervous and it was because he was afraid of him. He tried hard in the fight and that wasn't a bad thing, on the contrary, it was perfect. Izuku. Sometimes I can't understand people. Izuku lay down on the bench and began to get sleepy until he fell deeply asleep, but despite that, as time passed he felt his body start to sweat again and he felt trapped despite being outdoors, so he woke up overwhelmed and went to a store to buy serum. After paying for it he left and drank it all in one quick gulp, managing to calm down a bit. Izuku. I think I should go with my companions, maybe they are worried. Izuku was heading towards the rows where his classmates were and passed right in front of the place where the events are held when he fell to his knees without anyone seeing him since the public was focused on the fight, but he did not know that those who were facing each other were Katsuki against another student from class B. She quickly turned to dodge a blow and could see Izuku on his knees while he had a hand on his mouth, which worried her but continued with his fight. When he finished he would have time to ask him. Izuku got up and continued walking until he managed to reach his classmates and sat next to Kaminari, who saw him worried. Izuku. Is something wrong, where are the others? Kaminari. We have to go to the hospital quickly. Izuku. What are you talking about, do you feel bad? Kaminari. I'm serious. Izuku. Me too, with a downcast look. Kaminari. What happened to you? Please answer me. Izuku. I'm fine, nothing's wrong with me, I'm in perfect condition. Kaminari. Just look at yourself. Kaminari took out his cell phone and put the front camera to give it to Izuku. He looked but didn't see anything strange, so he gave it to him. Izuku. You should drink something, you're paranoid, in fact the best thing would be to leave and prepare for my fight. He got up. Kaminari. I'm not going to let you go. Grabs him by the arm. Izuku. I'll just tell you something. Kaminari takes a deep breath, you can't stop me, smiles. Izuku pulled his arm hard, but Kaminari held it without a problem, so Izuku unknowingly activated One for All and managed to free himself and then quickly ran away without Kaminari being able to catch him, hiding in one of the stalls. Izuku's teammates arrived and saw Kaminari arrive, somewhat worried. Todoroki. What's wrong with you? Kaminari. Something is wrong with Midoriya, he looks terrible, he's totally pale, his eyes are very red as if he had insomnia, he looked very tired and as if he was about to sleep forever, pacing. At such a statement, everyone present was surprised and behind them a glass was heard breaking. They all turned around and saw Katsuki with a surprised look. Katsuki approached Kaminari and grabbed him by the shirt. Katsuki. If you're lying I swear I'm going to skin you alive. Kaminari. Pushes her, leave your damn insecurities, do you think I'm lying, do you really believe it? It's my friend's health, I wouldn't joke about that. Itsuki saw him somewhat angry but calmed down. Itsuki. Okay electric boy, sorry I just got upset, we must find him. Todoroki. Well you were fighting like fools, we already decided that we will go look for him separately, but if we see him, we will bring him here and take care of him, without letting him go. Everyone nodded and went in search of the green-haired boy, but they couldn't find him, they were all quite worried when they heard over the microphone that a new fight would start and it was Izuku's. Itsuki. I have to get there quickly. They all ran to the arena, but when they arrived a fight had started, they all tried to enter the combat area, but the guards didn't allow it. Iida. Can't you see the boy's condition? Kiri. Izuku is in danger. Itsuki. Let us pass, useless. Everyone was trying to get in, but they couldn't. Izuku's perspective. Izuku was fighting against a student from the support workshop who had some kind of gloves that increased his strength, and every blow he received was quite painful. He could feel as if his bones were being crushed mercilessly, but he still managed to counterattack using one for all at 7%. The blows they both gave were painful, but Izuku was getting worse, and Midnight was thinking about stopping the fight since they both hit each other without protecting themselves in the least. They tried to defeat the other, but they would come out very hurt respectively. Izuku. I haven't even started. Too bad for you, I'm already finished with you. The boy grabbed Izuku by the neck and gave him a powerful blow to the stomach, leaving Izuku incapacitated and without air. Later he pushed him, but he remained standing and gave him a strong punch in the face that made him fall and crawl several meters in great pain. Izuku tried to get up, but the young man took off his gloves and began to kick Izuku on the ground. Come on. I wanted this fight to be better, but it looks really bad, I must finish this. The young man put on a glove and looked for the other, but couldn't find it. Just when he looked up, he could see how Izuku's fist that shot out green rays that ran through his entire body and illuminated his eyes, hit him in the face using his glove, further amplifying the force of the impact and knocking him out instantly. The arena was silent for a few moments and then applauded euphorically. Midnight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya Class A. Izuku took off his robe and was about to leave the arena when he fell almost unconscious to the ground, and without the ability to move, his vision became increasingly blurry, and the last thing he saw was his friends running towards him with doctors behind them. 3 hours later. The tournament was suspended since they had to ensure Izuku's health, and the doctors would be very busy with him, so if someone got seriously hurt, they wouldn't be able to treat them efficiently, but people managed to capture without problems and went to nearby stores to distract themselves a little. Izuku woke up and the first thing he felt was a slap and a lot of screams around him. Todoroki. What's wrong with you idiot? Itsuki. Whoever's wrong with him, he worried us in the worst way. Todoroki. This is no way to treat him. Itsuki. You were going to hit him too. Todoroki. But I didn't. Itsuki. Why did I stop you? Kiri. Calm down both of you. While everyone was fighting and Dr. Recovery Girl tried to calm the euphoric students, Izuku put his hand on Kaminari's shoulder and he gave everyone a very light shock that focused them on him. Kaminari. What's wrong, how are you feeling? He approaches and his other friends too. Izuku. Sorry I was a fool, but I had to keep fighting. Iida. It wasn't an obligation, school didn't Izuku. For myself it was an obligation, just sorry. Izuku closed his eyes again, but this time his heart began to beat too fast, with a large amount of adrenaline, which alarmed Recovery Girl who took the students out and called all the nurses to stabilize Izuku. Recovery G. What did you do kid? Discussion. In the UA infirmary you could see a pale green-haired young man with dark circles under his eyes and a tube injected into his arm transferring serum. The young man woke up and could see Recovery Girl checking other people and attending to worried relatives. Izuku got up and pulled the tube out of his arm and then took off his gown, since underneath it, he still had his uniform. He checked his cell phone and could see that only 2 hours had passed, and that was good, since there was supposed to be a short break, so without anyone noticing he opened one of the windows slowly and then went out and closed it outside without anyone noticing. He hid in some bushes and felt incredibly dizzy, so he lay down on the ground for a few seconds to rest. Izuku. Can I still participate? Izuku saw how several people in the distance were on their way to the arena and thought that the fights were about to start, so he sneaked there without anyone noticing. On the other hand, the penultimate fights began to find the last two. Aizawa. Hey Almight, have you heard anything about the boy's health? Almight. No, but I think it was said that if he recovered he could participate, since it would be unfair to take his place, but I honestly don't think that will happen. Aizawa. Me neither, I'll go see how things are going. Almight. Me too. Izuku saw that all the fights he had to be suspended and he had to be replaced by another person. He noticed that a student from Class C was in the semifinal where he was supposed to be and saw that he would fight against Todoroki. Izuku. I should be in that position, not him. They gave him another chance despite having lost. Angry, if I want to resist, I must take one more pill before his fight starts. The fight arrived since it was the second and both arrived at the arena, but when it was about to start, Izuku made his way through the guards. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya have the right and duty to participate in this fight to go to the finals. The entire audience was surprised by the words and appearance of the green-haired man, but his friends only put on a face of alarming concern. Almight and Aizawa ran to the place quickly. Student. Why would I give you my place? Izuku. You didn't even make it to the third round, unlike me. If they had given the place to someone else there wouldn't be such a problem, but I deserve that place. Todoroki. Midoriya, I don't know what's wrong with you or why you're acting that way, but you should calm down. Todoroki walked over to Izuku and he stood there frozen, watching the other student, who was making a frustrated face because they were ruining his fight. Izuku. You against me for the spot to participate in this fight. Student. Why should I accept? Izuku. Because if not you will be expelled without more since I am present. Just think about it, you have the opportunity to reach the finals. Smiling. Todoroki. Midoriya is enough, you must go back to the infirmary. Izuku. No, you go with the others, I will take care of him. Walks towards the student. Deal. Student. Done. Todoroki. This is going to go wrong. Midnight. Due to the circumstances, one more match will be added to fight in the semifinals. Now without further interruptions, each one to their position, and wait for my indication, this is going to go very bad. Izuku returned to the end of the arena and ran into Todoroki, who had a serious face. Izuku. I'm fine even if it doesn't seem like it, just look at me, opening his arms and smiling. Todoroki. This is not you, I don't know what's wrong with you, but please after this come with us, we will help you. Leaves. Izuku. Blah blah blah, they always say the same thing. Izuku turned around and received a strong blow to the face that made him fall to the ground and bleed from the nose. Something was wrong. Since the moment he received the blow everything around him went silent. He didn't hear anything, but he saw everything in slow motion, and Midnight seemed to be scolding the student for starting without his authorization. Izuku's blood began to heat up and his fist began to create red rays that passed through his entire body. He felt a great adrenaline and gave an incredibly powerful blow to the student's face that made him crash into the wall outside the fight area, cracking it. Izuku. I feel incredible, clenches his fists, I've never felt the same. Almight. Young Midoriya. Izuku. Look Almight, I feel incredible. Almight. Come please, we have to talk. Izuku. After the fight I have to reach the finals. Almight. There will be no fight until you come and we know what you have. Grabs his arm. Izuku. Wasn't this what you wanted me to see? Well. Almight. That's why you should look at yourself urgently. Izuku. I'm fine, you're delusional. Almight. And your attitude was never like that, please come. Izuku. If I lose the fight I will listen to you and do the tests you think are necessary, but if I win I will go directly to the finals. Almight. No. Almight carried Izuku like a sack, but Endeavor appeared in front of him. Endeavor. Put the boy down. Almight. Endeavor, this is not the time for. Endeavor. I am the father of his opponent, so I want to see this fight. I know something in him is wrong, and that was not the kid I knew, but something tells me it will be interesting. Almight. What if your daughter doesn't want to fight? Endeavor. There must be a fight so that there can be two finalists, otherwise it will be a victory by default for the blonde girl from Aizawa's class who is a finalist. Will she be the only one? Almight. That your daughter is the finalist by default, he will go to the infirmary. Izuku. No. Gets off. You are one of the few who knows how hard I have tried, how much I have sacrificed and everything I went through to get to this moment. I suffered abuse over and over again without stopping to get here. You know what I was, and you know that I waited for this moment my whole life. I just need to get this anger out that I have accumulated and. Almight. No, you don't have accumulated anger, the abuse may have endured it, but you never cared according to your words, on the contrary, it made you stronger, and I know how hard you have tried, but I will not risk your health. Izuku. Am I a whim of yours? Almight. You are not a whim, you are a future hero. Izuku. Really, and why don't you worry about the idiot that the doctors are taking away right now? Almight. Because there were already people taking care of that. Izuku. But you didn't even go to say are you okay? Or anything. I'm not another one of your whims, I'm not another one of your failures, and stopping me is not going to bring your teacher back. She's gone, and we have to live with that. Todoroki. What is she talking about? Endeavor. I touch a sensitive wound. All Might looked down, and Izuku waited for an answer looking at his blonde hair until he saw a serious look. All Might. You're out of this tournament and suspended from UA for 1 month, grabs his arm, if you come I'll kick you out, and when you arrive you should. Izuku. That's not fair. All Might. Do you think this is the attitude of a hero? Izuku. That angry bearded man has a worse temper than me. Endeavor. Unlike you, I solve problems, I don't create them. Todoroki. Old man, hits him lightly. Izuku. You know, you're right, I shouldn't be here, I never should have been. After all, you wanted a successor, right? You never needed someone like me, weak and troubled. I always responded to my problems with a smile, but when even just once, I do it a little irritated and angry, I'm the worst person in this world. Everyone remained silent, recording the scene for several minutes. Izuku. I think I should never have come here and listened to you. Sorry for the trouble. Izuku ripped off his UA hoodie. Izuku. And sorry for not being what you expected, but at least you have many other better options than me, and believe me if you think that this man and I have a relationship beyond teacher-student you are wrong, he thought that I would be a good substitute, everyone already knew that he came for a reason, and it was obvious the rumor spread very quickly, but do not worry soon, you will have another #1 hero on the streets. Izuku left the place while the people remained in absolute silence. All Might watched as Izuku left and wanted to hold his arm and make him say the opposite and apologize, but he knew he couldn't, what right did he have? Izuku arrived at the gate and found his entire class stopping the passage. Haminari. You're not going to. A ray of green passed by them and they could see Izuku outside of UA. Izuku. See you never. Izuku ran very fast, for some reason One for All was behaving strangely, and his colors were constantly changing between white and green, until at one point the rays in his body completely turned off causing him to stop abruptly. Izuku. What happened, One for All, what's wrong? Izuku tried to run just as fast again, but he was going at a very normal speed. Izuku. Don't tell me what. In UA. In the center of the arena you could see All Might pick up the sweatshirt and carry it with him to his desk in the teacher's room. While there he left it next to the computer and sat down in the chair carefully so as not to break it and looked closely at a photo of him and Izuku smiling in the UA park. He remembered that day like no other, it was the first day being a teacher and mentor for what he believed to be a future successor. All Might. I screwed up again. All Might remembered over and over again the same phrase that Izuku said. I always answered my problems with a smile, but when just once I do it a little irritated and angry, I am the worst person in the world. All Might. I'm supposed to be here to help him solve his problems, not to expose them to his face and turn my back on him. Damn past and memory that torments me despite everything he's right about something I have to leave that behind, whenever they mention it I get like this. But Izuku. Izuku was sweating from nerves. Izuku. Calm down, nothing happens, I still have my powers, I just have to take a pill. Izuku took a pill out of his pocket, but when he was about to ingest it, his arm began to release large amounts of lightning, and he controlled his arm alone. Somehow he fell to the ground and began to have horrible pain every time he brought his hand closer to the pill. Izuku. I get it, bad pill for us. The lightning stopped and Izuku grabbed the pill and then threw it far away. Izuku. It seems like everything is okay now, the good thing was the last one. Izuku sat in a tree as the rain started and seemed to come very hard. The minutes passed and Izuku relaxed as he heard the rain fall, smelled the wet grass, and felt the occasional rain fall on his body. Izuku approached a puddle and could see his pale reflection with a little blood around his face. Izuku. Boy, am I a little sick. Izuku returned to the tree and leaned against the trunk as he watched everything slowly cloud over. He felt tired and wanted to be alone, so he closed his eyes to rest in peace. Sorry. The day was rainy with lightning and thunder everywhere, the shops had closed and people were at home, there was not supposed to be a single soul outside of a home or some store, supermarket, etc. Well, the rain passed but a green-haired man could be seen walking between various houses, while the rain made his curly hair fall and cover his face. He had been wandering for 2 whole days, reflecting and thinking about the possible consequences and solutions to what he had done when out of nowhere, he heard someone calling his name in the distance. When he turned in all directions he could see a silhouette raising his hand in a house, but he couldn't identify who it was. The rain was so strong that it clouded his vision, or it would be because he hadn't eaten anything in 2 days what it was. Izuku looked closely, and the person ran very quickly towards him, realizing that it was Iida who was carrying an umbrella. Iida. I finally found you. Izuku. What are you doing here, did you follow me? Iida. Maybe you don't know but I live in that house, I saw someone walking alone because of the heavy rain, and I managed to identify you by the color of your hair. Izuku. It could have been anyone else. Iida. But when I said your name you turned around. In any case, come here, you can't be here. When we get to my house I'll call the others. He takes Izuku's hand and walks, but stops dead in his tracks when he feels that Izuku doesn't even move. Izuku? Did I feel that bad? Iida? Are you talking about the tournament? Izuku? What else would I talk about? Iida? It's not the time to talk here, come to my house and we'll talk more calmly there. They both walk through the rain, but now covering themselves with an umbrella, and when they arrived Izuku could notice that the first thing he saw when entering Iida's house was a table, and there were 3 people sitting eating, 2 men and a woman. Iida? Dad, Mom and brother, he's the boy who got lost. He who ran away? Iida? Yes. Izuku? Ah, sorry, I didn't know you were eating, I better go, besides I don't think you'll want to talk to me if you know what I did, because I was an idiot and holds the goatee. Iida's father. What was your name, boy? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Hi. Well, I'm Iida and Tensei's father, and we saw what you did, but I'd like to talk to you, is that okay? Izuku. I'm wet and I don't want to get your chair or sofa or whatever I'm going to sit on wet. Am I? Don't worry, you can take a bath, and my son could lend you some clothes, after all, you have almost the same build. Izuku. I couldn't, I'm a complete stranger and… Tensei. Do it, no problem, from a hero to a future hero. Izuku? Is it really not a bother? Hi. Of course not, come on, I'll show you where the bathroom is so you can take a good bath. 10 minutes later. Izuku came down the stairs wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, while Iida's family and Iida were sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Hi. Sit down. Izuku. It seems like some kind of ritual. Izuku sat next to Iida's father and he held his shoulder. Hi. Look kid, I'm a doctor and so is my wife. Seeing your behavior in the tournament, we deduced possible symptoms and their cause, and we came to a conclusion. Izuku. Without even knowing who it was. Hi. We consulted several sources to be sure, the school has all kinds of information, and we offered to help in your search too. Izuku. And what conclusion did they come to? Am I? Your attitude was due to an unprescribed and illegally consumed dose of these pills, takes out a white pill. Does that sound familiar? Izuku. There are millions of pills like that. Am I? Exactly, but please tell me if you accidentally took a box of pills from the infirmary. Izuku saw Iida's mother's eyes and smiled calmly, on the other hand the father put one in casually, and Izuku declared that he had done it. Hi. Well, the suspicions were true. Izuku. But how could they guess without knowing anything about me? Am I? Easy, the company we work for tried many hero academies. These pills that are to relieve wounds, they are generally used on simple cuts and such since their capacity is not much, but they are kept safe since they have side effects such as hallucinations and such. Izuku. Is that why you had hallucinations? Hi. We will call the school and say that you are better, but this will stay between us. Izuku. Why are you helping me? Tensei. You have a lot of potential, I saw your fights from here, and those pills didn't help you in the least to counteract the pain, it was your effort. Hi. Or the adrenaline produced that took effect in his brain, concentrating only on the fight and not on the wounds. Am I? Don't interrupt dear. Tensei. Whatever it was, I saw that potential, that incredible spark, and we all make mistakes, but we have a second chance to correct them, will you take advantage of it? Izuku. I think the answer is obvious. Tensei. Well then, it would be better if you stayed until the rain stops. Am I? Are you hungry? Izuku. I'm not okay. Hi. Boy, trust me, you shouldn't be sorry. Izuku. Your family is very good Iida-san, I can see why you are such a good person. Iida. I think it comes from the genes to help others. Minutes passed and Izuku was eating talking to Iida while his parents and siblings watched television. Izuku. By the way, when did you cut your hair? Iida. Ah, it was the day you left, well moments before, but I think the adrenaline didn't make you notice, besides it was almost all the way back. Izuku. You look great. Iida. Thanks, and what about you? Izuku. What? Iida. Don't you think it's a bit long? Izuku. I'm used to it being like this. The next day, UA. Izuku arrived with Iida to the classroom, and everyone saw Izuku and didn't move, he seemed to be normal, and had a calm look on his face, so the first to approach was Kaminari. Kaminari. Back. Izuku. I think so, brings his fist closer. Kaminari. Nice to meet you, bumps his fist. The others approached to ask the green-haired boy a lot of things and didn't notice when the teacher arrived, Aizawa was behind everyone with red eyes and his ropes rising in the air. Aizawa. To your place now. Everyone was about to go to their place when Aizawa spoke again. Aizawa. Midoriya to the teacher's room with me. Izuku. Yes, I expected it. They both left the classroom and everyone started talking again. Mineta. Do you think he's going to be okay? Zero. No, he's probably dead by now. Teacher's room. Izuku entered and everyone stared at him when Principal Nezu arrived and everyone went back to their work. Nezu. Boy, sit down. Izuku. Where? Nezu. On the floor. Izuku sat on the floor and Nezu approached him slowly, standing right in front of him. Nezu. Look, I'm not going to say that what you did was right or wrong, I'll just say that it had good and bad repercussions, but I'm not the one to give you punishment now, it will be All Might. Izuku. And where is he? Nezu. Behind you. Izuku turned around and saw All Might with a serious look so he stood up. Izuku. Sorry. All Might. I wasn't here to take off your punishment for saying sorry. Izuku. Not for running away but for insulting his late teacher. All Might. Apology accepted, but now you'll have to stay 3 hours after school to do the caretaker's work, as well as help in the infirmary this weekend. Izuku. I expected something worse. All Might. Now you can go back, and I'm glad to see you. Izuku. No hard feelings. Izuku left the teacher's lounge and arrived at his classroom where he was bombarded with questions again. Nezu. First punishment you give, how did it feel? All Might. Strange but it's the best for him, we all make mistakes, I was also scolded by my teacher. Aizawa. Everyone but I'm leaving now I have a class to teach. 1 week later. The punishment was over and Izuku was on the beach training when he heard a car stop behind and called him. Izuku. All Might. All Might. Get in boy there is something I must show you. Izuku got in the car and on the way nothing could be heard causing an awkward silence for Izuku, but not for All Might. When he arrived the first to get off was All Might watching the sunset from the top of a mountain. Izuku. Why are we here? All Might. Get off so you can see it with your own eyes. Izuku got out of the car and a large mountain could be seen in the distance that had several small hills with lots of vegetation and animals as a path. All Might. I spent most of my life training here, it's a place somewhat removed from civilization, but very good for training. My teacher asked me that when it was my turn to teach someone to show them this place when I was ready, and I think it's time. Izuku. Thank you but I don't know if I should train here, I mean I wouldn't want to damage such a beautiful place. All Might. That's why we came, we will channel your strength so that you control it properly, it's not just about using all your strength and hitting the bad guys, you have to know how, when and how hard. A very simple example would be a fight in the city and hitting the enemy harder than expected, leaving them unconscious, but damaging private property. If it's a large-scale fight the government will pay for the damages, since more people were involved apart from you, but if it's a simple robbery and you cause damage it will come out of your pocket. Izuku. Very well. All Might. Also you should know how to move quickly and accurately through the buildings, and if so, use them to your advantage without damaging them. It is a difficult job, but we do it because we like it. Izuku. And what is the first lesson? All Might. There are no lessons, it's not like at UA, here you will have to use everything you learned, and I will come one day to see how this place is, whether good or bad or in the worst case fatal, see you. Izuku. So I will train here alone? All Might. Unless you want to invite someone of course, but this place cannot be visited by any stranger since it is my property that is why the government has not touched it. Izuku. I understand then only those who are from UA. All Might. As long as you trust them and know that they are good people and will not harm it that is enough for me, they can be from outside too. All Might got into the car and turned around. All Might. By the way, another challenge is knowing how to return. Izuku. I know how to get back, but it's too far. All Might. Then manage your time, see you. All Might left and Izuku stayed there looking at the whole place. He took off his shirt and put it in his backpack since it seemed like it was going to rain and he was a bit hot. Izuku saw that the mountains were quite far from each other and activated the one for all. He took a few steps back and started running quickly and then made a big jump, but he couldn't get there. So he was for most of the rest of the afternoon until 11 p.m. and decided it was time to go home, so it took him 1:30 to get there and he lay on the couch exhausted but somewhat happy since he could train in a nice place without worries. A normal afternoon. The day began with a warm morning. It was Saturday, and in the house you could see a blonde-haired woman wake up to an alarm on her cell phone, which she immediately removed reluctantly. She went to the bathroom and took a shower with cold water, and when she got out, she dried her body and put on normal clothes, not her typical uniform, since they had the day off, and she combed her hair without rushing. She took her cell phone and could see the wallpaper of her with an annoyed face being hugged by a smiling green-haired man. This one went down and there was a small note stuck on the refrigerator. Don't be lazy and help me with the shopping please, I'm with your father at your grandmother's house since he felt bad and we will return in about 2 days, don't make any mess. From your mother. The blonde-haired girl took a credit card that her parents left for when they left and left her house to get to the train and take a big and to get to the supermarket where she would do the shopping. The trip was going as normal as possible. She was on her cell phone when she heard a familiar voice and turned to see a certain green-haired boy smiling. "Itsuki. What are you doing here?" Itsuki approached but noticed that the green-haired boy was not alone and was accompanied by a young girl his age or maybe a year younger. Kitsuki got a little attached without either of them noticing what they were talking about. "Izuku. So you want to be a doctor?" "Young man. That's right, and it's amazing to see that there are people as kind as you." "Izuku. Thank you, but it's not much, I'll just help with a few bags." The train stopped a few seconds later and the young woman took the bags and then said goodbye to the young green-haired boy who only sighed and noticed how Kitsuki returned to his seat. "Izuku. Hello Kaken." The passengers were busy doing their thing so Izuku approached and sat down in the spot where she was before, but the green-haired boy followed her. "Izuku. What are you doing?" "Itsuki. I'm going shopping." "Izuku. Do you want me to accompany you?" "Itsuki. Did you just get on the train to help people?" "Izuku. I didn't come because my mother asked me to stop training so much and I was thinking of going with someone, but it's good to see you." "Itsuki. Why would it be good to have more friends?" "Izuku. Yes, but you're the one I get along with the most and you're very special to me," smiling. "Itsuki. What about the Redeed?" "Izuku. Yes, she's a great friend, but you're my best friend no matter how much we've been through a lot together." "Itsuki. If you want to come that's fine." "Izuku. Well then I will." They both arrived at the supermarket and grabbed a mini cart to go shopping and went aisle by aisle shopping with a small note that had everything they needed in the house until it was time to pay. "Lady. Today's couples are getting younger and younger." "Itsuki. We are not a couple." "Lady. Sorry for the confusion, so you must be related." "Izuku. We are not just good friends either." They both loaded the bags and left the place to go back to the train and go drop off the things at Kitsuki's house. While they were putting everything away, a small stomach growl could be heard from Kitsuki. "Izuku. What time is it?" "Itsuki. 10 o'clock. "Izuku. Do you want me to make you some breakfast?" "Itsuki. I could make something myself." "Izuku. Okay, sorry." "Itsuki. Although I don't feel like it, so it's fine, in the meantime I'll be putting things away." While Kitsuki was putting away the rest, Izuku was cooking a noodle soup dish with a little rice, accompanied by a small cut of meat. When he finished, he served a little for each of them and they both ate while watching television and talking about all the things that had happened since entering UA. "Itsuki. I want to ask you something." "Izuku. What?" "Itsuki. Why did you decide to be my friend?" "Izuku. It's simple, even though we argue or fight sometimes in a fun way, you are always there to support me, just like I will always be there when you need help. Maybe you have bullied me a little in the past, but I know that you are a good person despite everything, and I always end up having a good time with you, and it amuses me that people see us as the complete opposite. In fact, it is very strange since I always try to see the positive side of things, and you try to make me change my mind, but you end up doing it. Itsuki. You are very strange." "Izuku. Well, we all have our flaws, do you want to go buy something?" "Itsuki. What do you mean?" "Izuku. Whatever the day is just beginning and we can have a little fun after all, we are teenagers, right? It is good to have fun from time to time and not just spend thinking about training and saving others is something that I understood recently." "Itsuki. It's okay just because I have nothing to do." They both left the house and went to a shopping center that was quite close to look at the stores and buy some things. The afternoon came at 4 o'clock currently and they both returned to Kitsuki's house and when she was about to enter, she heard Izuku talking on the phone with someone. "Izuku. Hello Kiri-san, what are you doing?" "Well then I better go, yes, I'll see you in a few moments." Itsuki had his hand on the doorknob. For some strange reason whenever Izuku spoke to Kiri he felt a burning sensation. He knew it was jealousy, but he hid it deep in his heart of stone that according to her no one could pierce. "Itsuki. What's wrong?" "Izuku. Well, the whole class went to an amusement park and they told me to go and if I was with someone else to invite them, shall we?" "Itsuki. I'd better stay home." "Izuku. Don't be a party pooper, the day is just beginning." "Itsuki. It's okay just because I don't want you to keep bothering and insisting." They both left and went to Izuku's house to get a coat since they had said that the day could drop in temperature. "Izuku. Are you sure you don't want to come back for one?" "Itsuki. I don't want to be carrying a sweatshirt." "Izuku. I'm not going to carry it, I'll just put it on my waist." Izuku tied his sweatshirt around his waist and now they went in the direction of the amusement park, meeting all his friends at the entrance. They all lined up and when it was time to pay, Kitsuki was about to pay for her ticket when Izuku paid his and hers. Kitsuki. What are you doing? Izuku. Take it as a courtesy. Kitsuki. Okay, thank you. Izuku. You're welcome, smiling. They all entered and began to spread out. It was filled to all kinds of attractions in small groups, but everyone entered at least one attraction with a different partner. Kiri. Does anyone have good aim? Todoroki. Why? Kiri. Well, let's just say I spent a lot of my money trying to knock down a stuffed dragon, and I couldn't. Kitsuki. Not even with it you can. Kiri. It's more complicated than it sounds. Izuku. Would N''t be bad to try, are you coming, Zero? Zero. Well, I was about to go on the roller coaster to spit on people from above for the third time, but it's nice to vary. Kitsuki. You're disgusting. Zero. I still have fun. The five of them arrived at the place and could see a large cone which didn't have a beak, and you could see the dragon sitting in the center of a small circle at the top. Kitsuki. You couldn't handle that. Kiri. You can't use your quirk, and even if you manage to hit it, it just leans back in the circle. Kitsuki. Just hit it hard. Kiri. That's what I did. Kitsuki. Step aside, how much per shot? Salesman. 150 yen. Zero. That's a scam. Does it have gold or what the buck? Salesman. Indeed, if you manage to knock down the dragon, it has a pure gold necklace inside it. Zero. That would interest me. Kiri. Assuming I get that necklace, how much could I sell it for? Salesman. If they don't scam you out of about 10,000 yen. Zero. And you haven't sold it. Salesman. I make more a day for people like the one on the other end, just think about it, in a minute a person asks me for approximately 10 shots, 1500 yen per minute. Zero. I'd rather do the same as you. Salesman. Only when someone manages to knock it down it's very difficult to replace the prize. Izuku. Is it necessary to lie? Salesman. What? Izuku. There's nothing inside, it's just a scam. Salesman. How did you knock it down? Izuku. A person lent me their shot and I knocked it down, here you go, gives the stuffed animal to a child. Child. You're amazing, thank you very much. Izuku. We'd better go to another attraction. Everyone left the attraction and the man left the fair before being chased by some of the people he had scammed. Izuku. What do you want to do now? Todoroki. I heard there's a paintball shooting competition, teams are 10 people. Izuku. There are 20 of us, we just have to look for them. The five of them split up and decided to meet at the booth where the guns and such would be rented. After about 20 minutes everyone arrived at the booth and everyone had doubts about how much it hurt, so Izuku put on a mask and covered his crotch and got shot in the chest. Mineta. Does it hurt a lot? Izuku. Yes, it hurts. Zero. What if we take off our shirts when fighting? Mineta. Are you crazy? Zero. You only live once, what are you saying? All the men accepted the idea. After the women decided to wear baggy clothes so they wouldn't take as much damage, the class split into two and one person announced that a battle was starting, so many people came closer to watch the battle. Announcer. To add a touch of spice, you can only be eliminated after receiving 10 shots and if you decide to say the word, I give up. If you can continue after 10 hits, continue. Zero. Well, remember, no shirt. All the men took off their shirts and left them in a place to then cover themselves in their positions. Predestinator. They begin. The teams moved and at one point Kaminari shot Mineta in the rib, revealing his location, and Kitsuki practically shot him alive until he covered himself. Mineta. I give up. Announcer. You only received 9 bullets. Mineta. Shit, damn Kaminari. Everyone outside started laughing, and after several minutes of battle on one side only Izuku, Tokoyami and Sai remained, while on the other team was the rest of the women and others had been eliminated. Izuku. 3 against 5. Sai. What do we do? Tokoyami. My rib already hurts a little. Izuku. It's illogical since we received blows from incredible things, but this hurts too much. Sai. They are getting closer. Izuku. Fine, then we will do this, I will go out and run all over the field so they concentrate all the shots on me and you hit them. Tokoyami. What if we fail? Izuku. Please don't do it. Izuku counted to 3 and ran off being shot by all of them, and most of the bullets will hit his body. Tokoyami and Sayu took advantage and began to shoot their rivals, causing Uraraka, Jiru and Momo to give up, leaving Todoroki and Kitsuki. Kitsuki. It would have helped us a lot, Kiri. Todoroki. We agreed not to use quirks. Izuku meanwhile was lying on the ground watching his abdomen and back stained by all the bullets until he got up and leaned on a tire. He was breathing when Kitsuki shot him and hit him in the throat, causing him to choke and fall to the ground. Todoroki. You went too far. Kitsuki. It wasn't on purpose, I don't know how to aim with this thing. The two were going to go, but they received the 10 impact although they didn't give up. Izuku on the other hand got up very sore and crouched down until he was a little close to both of them. He waited a few seconds and ran towards Katsuki and then took her by the waist and carried her so that Tokoyami and Sayu began to shoot at her while Todoroki shot Izuku and they both ended up giving up, staying on the ground in pain. Katsuki, you're an idiot. Izuku, it was completely worth it. They both went out and several children were staring at Izuku since he removed all the paint with a bucket and blood stains and bruises could be seen. Izuku, you know kids, if you don't want to come out that hurt, listen to your parents and think twice before accepting any proposal from your friends. In the end, Todoroki ended up giving up and Izuku's team won, celebrating with a meal paid for by the other team. Izuku takes a bite of his hamburger, I told you it was totally worth it. Katsuki, idiot like me, I had to pay for your meal. Izuku was eating so happily that Todoroki cleaned a few ketchup and mustard stains with a napkin. Izuku, thanks, smiling. Todoroki, you should be more modest. Izuku, I'm sorry, I'm just really hungry. Kiri, it doesn't matter, eating the way you like makes food more enjoyable. Iida, but a little manners never hurt. Haminari, nobody cares about manners. Jiru, and that's why other people see you strangely. Mineta, but it's really good to be so relaxed after so much fun. Izuku, wow, finally you say something that makes sense. Lions, what do you mean by that? Izuku, nothing, calm down. They all continued eating, and Izuku stood up seeing that none of them had anything to drink. Izuku, I'll go get drinks. Kiri, I'll come with you, I'm dying of thirst. Izuku, okay. They were all eating, but Katsuki watched out of the corner of his eye as they both bought 20 cans of soda and Izuku gave one to Kiri. Since his hands were completely full, he decided not to continue watching and continued eating. Izuku arrived and handed out the drinks to everyone and then sat down. Izuku, what time is it? Iida, 8:30. Tokoyami, it's still early. Haminari, let's end this outing properly. Izuku, what do you want to do now? Haminari, there's a place that I was forbidden to enter because it was small, but now I can, and the best thing is that it would be better to do something there with friends. Izuku, and what is it about? Haminari, you'll see. Everyone got on the train and took several seats in the car, but Izuku was the only one standing because he gave up his seat to an older man. Katsuki was calm when she saw a woman of a similar age to the man arrived and stood up to give up her place too and be next to Izuku. At the end they arrived at what seemed to be a small mountain, but as they went deeper they could see that there was a somewhat large waterfall. Sayu, it's about 30 meters at least. Haminari, if you fall on your stomach from here it will leave you red and probably break a rib. Who goes first? Uraraka. Do you want to jump? Haminari. It's not obvious. Haminari approached the edge and was about to be pushed by Mineta if Zero didn't grab him by the feet and shout to throw him away being helped by Haminari. Mineta. Wait Hiep. Mienta fell into the lake and came out a few seconds later somewhat sore. Mineta. Get down at once. Haminari. Who's next? Sayu. Me. Sayu lay on her back on the shore and let herself fall causing a small wave and then began to swim. Haminari. Who's next? Katsuki. You jump in. Haminari. No, I'm fine like this. Zero. Come on chicken. Haminari. What about you? Zero. After you. Kiri smiled and pushed both of them causing them to fall into the lake. Kiri. It was amazing. Everyone started to jump one by one even Katsuki although not as eager, only Izuku Uraraka was left. Izuku. Are you scared? Uraraka. A little. Izuku. If you want to hold on to me no problem. Uraraka got behind Izuku and clung to him, he started to run, and therefore she did too, but when they were on the shore, she was going to put her feet to stop him, but she didn't succeed, so when Izuku jumped, she curled into a ball, causing a huge wave. The day ended and everyone returned home happy after the incredible time they had. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.